I love the smell of napalm in the morning. Oh no, I love the smell of petrol in the morning. 60 cars, 60 competitors. They are all going against the clock. It is day one of the Festival of Speed, the Simola Hill Climb, and it is Classic Car Friday. My name's Sasha Martiningo. Welcome to all of our viewers across the world. Race Day TV bringing this all to us. And we are here in the beautiful Eastern Cape town of Knysna, otherwise known as Knysna. The whole team is here, including Rodrigo de Oliveira from Hill Climb Monsters. He's going to be joining us remotely on Zoom a little bit later during the whole of the weekend. I have the very dapper and debonair Colin Hasty, who is going to be going up and down the pit lane during the course of the day. The incredibly articulate and knowledgeable Ciro Di Siena is going to be with me in the studio. And well, Cliff, for those who've been watching Race Day TV, Cliff did an outstanding job on the Dakar. However, because it is his virgin Simola, we didn't brief him about Classic Car Friday. So he's Cliff, he's awesome. It's going to be amazing. Join us. We are going to have so much fun. We're in the warm-up runs at the moment. Lots of action over the next 3 days. I'm going to pass it on to Colin. He's going to go up and down. We're going to make our way into the studio. Have fun with us. Please share with us. And man, this is all about petrol and power.
Sasha, it's so loud here. I didn't hear a word that you were saying. We got some proper Ford BDG warming up behind there of Andre Bezuidenhout, who is our reigning Classic Car Friday Conqueror, Classic Conqueror. 21 marks of cars. The temperature for the last couple of days has been a little bit chilly. We've got a berg wind coming in here. The sun is shining hot. We're going to lose some of these jackets just now, guys, because it is very, very hot. We've got all the started off with first practice run format for today. 3 practices, 3 qualifying, then they go into the class final, and then the big cheese, what we've all come here for is Classic Conqueror. Top 10, all times get set, 1 run, the best 40 seconds if you're in one of the quick cars, or 1.5 minutes if you're in one of the slow cars. Oldest car we've got here, a little bit older than you, Sasha, 98 years. So why don't we go for a walk? Let's have a look at a few things and see what's going on here. So let's just start down here. Theatre bar, absolutely brilliant. At this area here, they do a burnout and then they get to the start line and then go racing. Where are the rest of my guys? Come, guys, Ciro. This is an amazing event, not just a race. For you, what does it for you?
I think what's the unsung heroes here really are the people who keep these cars going. Because to keep a classic on the road that's 100 years old, 50 years old, most of these cars, the rule here is 1990 or earlier, so probably older than a lot of our audience members today, and this might be the only time you might see a car like this in racing anything in anger, really.
And Cliffy, we sort of Miami Vice, Miami punk kid.
This is not classic, but I mean, the 70s is classic, you know what I mean? So I'm already throwing shade back at Sasha, but yeah, here we are, and I think I'm the only one dressed for the weather, so I'll take it. But yeah, looking up and down these pits, I mean, it was cold this morning, I felt it, but the heat's coming in now. But yeah, these cars are definitely heating up the atmosphere here for sure.
Let's go for another walk a little bit down the road here. Have a look at this behind us. This is the race over here. Andre Bezuidenhout's Lola 460, Franco Scribanti's Chevron B19 that's had some issues with the engine. Franco, you've got the motor all sorted out now, it's all good?
Yeah, well, Cobus has done it himself now, so yeah, I'm a lot happy about that.
Awesome. We'll talk to you later. Thanks. Right, let's go for a quick zip down here. There's lots of crowds and people. Another one of our favorites, Ian Schofield, March 77. in a tribute to Nolts Nimon. Beautiful colors, raced as in South Africa in period. Ford BDG in it, 2 liters of absolutely awesome horsepowers. Lola T70, it's red. We love red cars, they're absolutely fantastic. Where are my guys? Patrick's driving our camera today. Cliffy, so far, let's just get out of here.
It's a bit tight in here, but you know what really impresses me and starts to talk my language is that we're looking at cars here with tire warmers on. I mean, that means if you want to go fast and you want to be serious, you've got to get some tire warmers on your car. So
we'll go down to some of the cars down the bottom there that don't have tire warmers because they got like 98-year-old tires on them.
Well, that's the thing that surprised me because, I mean, the guys, they really were getting quite excited with how cold it was earlier. There was already a sub-minute run. And I was thinking, because I did this run yesterday with Sasha in a rental, which was frightening. But to go up this hill in anger, where there's a lot of places where you could go missing, with these tiny little tires, is quite frightening, to be honest with you. So
let's go down here and have another. There always has to be a Ferrari. There are 2 makes that we want. Enzo Kuhn's Ferrari. And this number is very, very special. We're going to come back later in the day, Monte Carlo Rally, and talk to Enzo about that number. We're going to come back and talk to you about it. We're doing a quick walk here, just on the other side of the Lotus Cortina. Look how beautiful the green, got to have the yellow stripe. See those things on track. Then, all the way down here, we come to some Porsches, 944s, lots of 944s. There's an old man, Mike O'Sullivan, driving in this car. This George Foucher has driven this car before. He's went up the hill for the first time yesterday just to check it out and see what was going. A tribute to Pat Sonnenschein, the Ford 20M. Beautiful recreation car. And then American Muscle. You like American Muscle?
I do.
Chiro. So you look at Richard Evans' thing. It's got 6 liters of Chevrolet's finest horsepower there.
Yeah, there's no replacement for displacement, as the Americans used to say. So these muscle cars will definitely have some of the largest displacement engines anywhere at Simola this weekend.
Yeah, well, let's carry on going. More horsepowers. These are 3-liter Capris. There is a V8, a proper Piranha, and he's right at the back there. It's a proper Piranha. Paige Lindenberg in the Galaxy ship. This thing is, I call it a boat, a ship. It's like an aircraft carrier, it's so big.
This thing is proper. This talks my language. This is all like American muscle. This suits my style. But the body roll on this thing going through the corners must be quite a different animal to control. But excited to see how this thing goes.
It's got absolute style, and Paige does a good job in it. Look, if you look at her eyes, there's a massive smile in it. And then Grumpy in the Batmobile. Who doesn't love an E9? It is just the only thing that it could have is the big wing on the back. It would be magnificent, Cliff.
It would, but I mean, that spoiler on the top of the roof is doing it justice anyway. But yeah, the spoiler on the back and the wing, that's what we're talking about. But yeah, let's see what this thing can put together, because I'm expecting a good lap time out of this one.
Jiro E9's proper classic car.
Yeah, and worth a lot of money these days as well. To see one in racing spec is particularly rare, actually. And given how this has performed in past hill climbs, I think this he definitely has a chance today.
And we know Graham is going to give it all the beans and more. There are a couple of cars that I really want to see. Old Dog. For those of you who know racing, Peter K. Eddy in his BM. He's here all the time. Graham Nason prepares it. Absolutely magnificent. And then in the back here, George Smallberger in the Shield cars, but in the back. In the back. Because it's an Alpha, and we love Alphas, so Alphas will always get a mention. It's 70 years of Alpha Giulietta. This is a 70-year-old car, originally came out with a 1300 engine, and it's not Trevor Truck Tuck driving it this weekend. It's Trevorini Taccuini in complete tribute to the Alfa Giulietta. These are the colors that Ferrari should have been running in Miami this weekend, Cliff.
These are the colors, but I mean, yeah, this looks fantastic. But I want to throw it back at you now because we're excited about Alphas Net, but coming from this era, the stigma about reliability, thoughts on that?
I didn't hear you. You broke up. It's so noisy over here, so I know nothing about reliability. We're going to come back and talk to Trevorini Taccuini later about this, but because Alpha, and we will concentrate on Alphas today because Alpha. Simple.
Okay, I love it.
But Shield Ford Escort, there's two of them over here. Mark 1, who doesn't love a Mark 1 with the right wheel spats on it? And then one of the other things, there are many things, one of. The cars, they go up the hill and then they come back via the access roads. And right behind us, you can see the cars starting to return back to their pits. Fiat 131 Mirafiori, beautiful thing. Pop Diedrichs actually raced this car back in the day in Group 1 racing. His son is driving it at the moment. Just look at that. It's Bill Trotsky Motors. Who doesn't remember that as Fiat stuff? Let's go have a quick little walk down here, and then we're going to go to the studio just now. Well, not just now, now, at some time in the future. Cars coming back. Always nice to see drivers. We're going to try and get to the top of the hill and see the drivers, the looks in their eyes, chatting about the runs they had.
Yeah, I think
of the three runs that they're doing. Guys, I think we need to start walking back a little bit this way. First of three runs we got some Abbott Porsches coming in there that are also really, really cool. GT40, there's cars for days to drool over, Chiro.
Yeah, and one of the most special aspects of Simola is that spectators can get right down here into the pits while the competition is happening. And again, some of the unsung heroes here are the volunteer marshals who help keep law and order down here and keep the pedestrians away from the cars.
Well, I need a lot of help with that because, and most of them are dressed in their classic. I mean, have a look at these. It's not only us who dress up. Classic, beautiful white MG Car Club. Big shout out to MG Car Club, guys. Thanks for dressing up. Thanks for having fun. Thanks for your hard work. They do some absolutely brilliant work. Right, we're going back up to the front over here. There will be the odd delay every now and then. Some of the cars go off the road, sadly, and some of them break down. Volkswagen Motorsport are here in true style. Prof, morning. How are you doing?
Very well, and you?
Excellent. The story of your car, it was at the dealer award ceremony, and then what happened?
So at the dealer network, what happened there is they got all the dealers in South Africa, the VW dealers, to write a nice note and signature on the car and some wishing me well to go up the hill. So it's very awesome to stand at the car and read everything. It actually is helping me a lot this morning, actually, because you get your mindset. So I'm standing at the car and reading what everybody's saying, and it's very appreciative. So I thank you.
We'll come back and have a look at that. Good luck, have fun. Very clever man from VW Motorsport. And, of course, life without BMW. Where's Chiro? Come here. BMW M3, proper racing car.
Yeah, Farouk Dango, an absolute living legend in South Africa on the racing scene as well. This car lives in his museum in Klerksdorp. It used to compete overseas, and he brought it in the early 90s. I think 93 was the first time he raced it in South African Group N, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, this is raced it in SAT cars, touring cars in South Africa. Chiro, message from the crew in my ear. Please go to the studio so you can talk to us later. Thanks for joining us. Have fun.
Have fun.
Right, so Cliffy, Miami boy. It's just you and I. So for
I'm not hearing Colin. It is a glorious day here in Mines. I must say, I'm going to feel a little bit for Colin a little later because it's going to get very, very warm. And, well, I don't see that jacket staying on for too long. It's all practice runs at present going up the Simola hill. The weather's good, but of course they want to try and get some rubber down, and of course as the day progresses, then we will see all of a sudden some serious times as well. So no one worried about times at present. And well, if you're just joining us, it's fabulous to have you along. Chiro's joining me in the studio, and we have our very, very good friend. Oh wait, hold on. Speaking of alphas, there is Trevorini Tarquini in that magnificent Giulietta Sprint Veloci. And amazingly, Chiro, 2 days ago, the 1st of May, was this first celebration of 70 years since this car came out. So something very, very special.
That's incredible, yeah. I mean, it's a very storied brand, an enormous history in racing, and wonderful to see something like that just going up the hill and being pushed up the hill like that. I mean, you know, for many people, first time probably seeing an Alfa Romeo like that as well. Yeah. So look at that. He's not hanging about for his first run up the hill.
No, that's Tarquini for us, but Magic also in the original colors, the dark blue and pale blue. And I agree with what Colin said a little bit earlier. This weekend is the Formula One Grand Prix in Miami, and Ferrari also have gone retro, and we were hoping that the car would look those colors, but they didn't do that. Anyway, listen, our very good friend Rodrigo de Oliveira from Hill Climb Monsters is joining us for the weekend, just as he did last year as well. Rodrigo, estás bom?
Estou, sim, senhor. Good morning to you all in South Africa. Calling here from Portugal. I'll be following along. Today it's a softer day in my terms, but things will ramp up from here, and I'm very, very curious what classical and beauties the South African crew is bringing to us.
No, wonderful. I mean, the level is a little bit low, but I'm sure our technical guys will work on it. Last year, Rodrigo, I mean, you've been following the hill climb for quite a while, but last year you came and joined us on air. This year, I think even more excitement and probably a very dry weekend as opposed to the challenges the drivers had last year.
Hopefully, everything points to a dry weekend, and that will favor everyone, and possibly we will see all the big machines really going for the chronos that they deserve. We'll see records followed this year, I think.
Yeah, amazing. I think we're in for something very, very special. Classic Car Friday, which is not customary for Hill Climb Monsters as a real attraction, but did exceptionally well last year on your channel.
Yeah, although they are not the main attraction, the thing is there is overlap. At the end of the day, something like a 4GT40, a 911 RSR, or even stuff like a Fiat 131 AWARs or something like that, there's overlap, there's interest from those who like monsters because they were the monsters at their time.
Yes.
And most of all, I'm very curious to see what they brings, and I'm sure all my followers feel the same way. The numbers will follow along.
We're so looking forward to it. Chiro's joined me in the studio, and I can tell everybody that Colin Hasty made his way into our little studio and took his jacket off. It's quite a scorcher out there.
Yeah, one of the forecasts I saw said 38 today.
What?
Yeah, no, proper heat wave conditions. It has come down a little bit. I think the forecast is saying 33. But if you're out here with us at Simola this weekend, please stay hydrated. It is really going to be a cooker today. I'm sure at some stage this jacket will come off as well.
I think so too. The wonderful thing is our technical crew in their brilliant, genius design, Chiro. I mean, we're in this magnificent studio. We do have an aircon, however, it's not hot.
Yeah, no, this would have been a sauna without it. We are literally in a steel box. Actually, to their credit as well, the production crew is also in another steel box. So, no, it's going to be a particular cooker today. In saying that, classic cars do like to overheat. And I do think they might struggle a little bit today. There's going to be some cooling efforts, I think, from the teams to keep the cars cool today.
I totally agree. We actually spoke about it yesterday, and this could, as the day progresses and when it really counts, at the moment it's still relatively cool. But I think later on this afternoon, these cars some of them might be under a little bit of pressure. Got a Ford Daytona coming up the hill under the bridge, and of course we'll go through the track as we go, and you can see still lots of dust which they want to clear away. But most of them just sort of feeling their way. A lot of these cars are returnees, Chiro, from last year, but we've got a lot of new entries as well, and 90% of them all completely rebuilt. So this is also first time out for them.
Well, the organizers of Simola now, putting in the efforts for the last 14 years, they now have an interesting problem where they have to, unfortunately, turn entrance down. That's not looking particularly great. That's a lot of white smoke. He's come off the pace completely there. Oh dear, I really hope that there hasn't been oil dropped on the track. And he will park on the outside of turn 3, which is not a safe place to stop, and I imagine that racing will be stopped for a little while.
Yeah, these things unfortunately do happen, especially going on first little runs, but our marshals and of course our track officials will ensure that they get everything sorted.
That actually is looking a lot more like oil smoke. That is potentially, there we go, there's a fire hydrant going, and the speed at which the driver climbed out of that car makes me think that there's a little bit more than burning oil happening there. Oh dear. Well, the driver is out, so the driver's safe. I think he's just climbing into...
Okay, so no fire. Okay. There we go. Just going to roll it
he's
back.
He's going to get the car off the hill so we can continue.
Get it out of the way. Just waiting for the guys at the start to get the go-ahead, and then, of course, they can carry on going.
I think that marshal did feel the worst there and ran in with a fire hydrant, but luckily nothing too serious.
Yeah, it's okay at this stage. Rodrigo, going through just the list, I mean, we've got 60 vehicles in our classic cars. Is there anything that has stood out for you? Oh, no Rodrigo there. We'll get to them. We're just on the start line. Just to let you know, we've got one of the magnificent Ford Capris that is going to go and make their way up the hill. Just so if you are unaware of the program for this morning, we have got practice 1, 2, and 3. That's going to take us round about to quarter to 11. And then we have the 3 qualifying rounds. We've got a little bit of, we've got a lunch and lunchtime entertainment. And then, of course, the class final and the top 10 shootout that takes us to round about 3, 4 o'clock. So some of the lunchtime entertainment, just to give you a little bit of a teaser. Number 1, we've got South Africa's number 1 drifter, Jim McFarlane, and his team. They're going to be around here doing a little bit of drifting. However, what we do have this year is a pucker Formula One car. Okay, it's not a 2024, 2023. It is a 1991 Jordan, sponsored by Sasol. It was a Stefano Modena car, and Robbie Walk is going to take it up on some demos. So I think that's going to be quite loud.
Yeah, one of the only times I think you'll see a real Formula One car driven on South African soil. I mean, we've been lucky that Red Bull Racing has brought out a couple of their V8s. I think some of the early Vettel cars have performed in South Africa, done a little bit of sort of grandstanding for South African audiences. But I don't remember. I mean, Sasha, you are literally F1 Sasha. Can you think the last time a Formula One car ran anywhere on a track in South Africa? I mean.
Well, it's a very, very good question, because I know that Peter Bailey bought Jean Alesi's 1983 V12, but I'm not entirely sure if he's actually taken it round the track, and I can't remember when it was. Of course, we had some testing in the early 2000s, but since then,
the V10s.
We had the V10s. You know, we had Olivier Panis, Jacques Villeneuve, we had Alex Zanardi, Ralf Schumacher, those guys came out. But since then, no.
Yeah.
There are a few owners in South Africa that do have Formula One cars, but clearly they are a little bit shy to take them out on the track. It could be, you know what, Chiro, I might be wrong, but it could be a costing.
Yes, I was about to say, no, a lot of risk. I'm not sure you can phone Outsurance and be like, please can you insure my 1983 Formula One car? So a lot of risk, but in saying all of that, a real treat for the Simola attendees and for you on our live stream, a real Formula One car doing some parade runs this whole weekend during lunchtime. So stay tuned for that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very, very special. So warm-ups taking place at the moment. On your screen there, you can see a rather bouncy suspension. Looks very soft on that Capri, making its way up the hill. And we've got some heavy hitters on their way. Look at that old Corvette. That must be difficult to control, Chilo.
Yeah, no, that's brave. That really is brave setting up. I mean, he will have full slicks on there, which does help. But powerful, heavy engine up front, rear wheel drive. That's quite a conservative line through the corner. Definitely first run. You want to get back to the pits in one piece, so take it easy.
So for those maybe joining us for the first time, of course, we got Rodrigo back. We'll chat to him in a couple of moments from now. But for those who don't know, Chiro has done the hill climb a number of times and is a winner in his class and still holds the record, if I'm not mistaken, for the electric.
Yes,
is that correct?
Thank you very much, Sasha. I have been lucky to race twice, and I do actually still hold the electric car record from 2021.
Yes.
Because they did put a much better driver than me in the same car last year, but it rained, so he couldn't get near my time, unfortunately.
Well,
yeah, 49.2.
Tough luck for him.
Yeah.
There we go. The record still stands with you.
It does.
So the wonderful thing is we get the insights from Chiro, who knows. I mean, I've driven up the hill, but not at any kind of speed. So Chiro will give us all of his insights. This is a very interesting car. This is a complete rebuild. It comes from the Checkered Flag Museum. You must see how immaculately prepared this car is. It is a special. It's called the 20M. It's a Ford. It is just beautiful. I don't know if I would like to drive it at that kind of speed, but just stunning. A whole bunch of cars. There's the other Porsche at the bottom of your screen, also coming from the Checkered Flag Museum, which is an outstanding car museum up in Gauteng. Unfortunately, by invite only.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
Oh, that's a pity.
Yeah.
There is one, I think, called the James Hall Museum as well, which you can just visit. That's quite a good one as well. Of course, there's the Franschhoek Motor Museum. And then for lovers of old cars, the Lawrenceford Wine Estate has become a car mecca as well. So if you are into your classic cars and you're in the Cape, and you're in the Winelands region, definitely check that out. It's become actually one of my favorite car-related places in SA, actually. And for classic car lovers, it's just it really is a nirvana.
Rodrigo, while we're watching the practice sessions, and we're talking about museums, are there quite a few classic museums in Portugal?
Yes, there are. First of all, I apologize for the problem back there. Just
No
everything's
problem.
solved now. But as I was saying, yes, there is one big museum, which holds it's the Caramulo Museum, which holds and also an hill climb event, but just focused on the classic stuff. Just imagine something like Simola, but only with a classic car Friday, and nothing else. But there's a 250 GTO there.
Oh goodness!
I'll say that.
Okay, well,
$50
that just
million.
yes, that just says it all.
Yeah. No, that is quite special, and unfortunately, we do have this wonderful Ford which has not made it to the finish line. Oh, that's every competitor's. Well, one of your nightmares trying to get up the hill. Oh no, he's got it restarted, and he will get it up and over the hill.
Perhaps missing. Yeah, you know what? The engine's been totally rebuilt, so hopefully they can sort out what that issue is. But a very, very special car. And the wonderful thing also about Simola, and I think also Rodrigo, for most hill climbs, that the spectators have this ability to really get up close to the cars, whether they're the classic car Friday like today or the super beasts that we have for the main event.
Yes, this is one of the last bastions of motorsport freedom for the fans. I think even on rallying, we are starting to see the barriers getting further and further from the action. But on some hill climbs and with proper planning, we can still get people really, really close to the action, and there's no experience that can compare to that.
Yeah, the pit lane at Simola is one of the most special experiences in motorsport, I feel. I mean, to have that sort of access and proximity to the race cars is really special.
And also, with the drivers, they are so willing to share so much about the history of these cars. And I'm talking specifically Classic Car Friday, where the car originated from, who the various owners were, what they've done to it. They are very much labors of love. So it looks like, unfortunately, that 20M Ford has got some kind of mechanical issue. We've got the flatbed that is out there that is going to collect Chris Knezevich driving that. It's a 3-liter 6-cylinder. It's from 1960, and it is actually called a 20M. I'm not overly familiar with it, but I looked at it yesterday and it looked magnificent. Sometimes always just looking magnificent doesn't always work.
When you unfortunately get what is essentially a museum piece out of the museum and try to send it up a hill in anger, there is always the chance that something could go wrong, unfortunately.
I was just looking at a picture. You look mighty dapper. Mighty dapper,
Well,
Chiro.
look, I pulled this bow tie out of the wardrobe. I'm quite proud of it. And then this hat, actually, this has an incredible story, this hat.
I'd like to know.
I went to Chinatown and bought 20 of them for a staff party, yeah.
Okay.
That's where this one comes from, yeah.
Did you give the rest out?
Yeah, no, we all wore the same hats. It was very exciting. It was a great evening.
Magnificent.
Your hat, though, which we have to see at some point, is not this one.
Oh, the other one for my biplane.
Now that has an actual story, which I think you need to tell us.
It does. It does have a little bit of a story. I'm hoping that Peter can maybe get Rodrigo to come and join us, so we can actually see him from his studio and have a little bit of a chat to him. So Rodrigo, all the way in Portugal, in Lisbon. It's amazing that we are going from, our seasons are changing. So theoretically, we should actually be really cold. I mean, like last year, it got cold and very, very wet. And yet today, we're up to about 30 or 34 degrees. And I know that in some parts of Europe, this past week, they've had snow. And they're meant to be in the middle of spring.
Oh, dear.
Rodrigo, is the weather decent, at least in Lisbon where you are?
I'm about to blow your mind, because here in Portugal it's a small country, but up north, pretty cold. Some places with snow. On the south, pretty hot.
Listen, it's great.
And right now where I am, it's even in the morning, it's close to 15, 20 degrees, something like that. So pre-summer weather right now, and was raining last week. So who knows? It's it's much more unpredictable than Simola, which is rare.
Okay. Well, there we go. That's the weather report for today, and we won't talk about that for the rest of the weekend. It is done and dusted. Rodrigo, and now I can actually see you on the screen. It's wonderful to see you. Great to have you on our broadcast for the weekend as well. Last year, your channel did phenomenally well, and hopefully this year, Hill Climb Monsters will get even more traction from Simola. It seems to be becoming quite a bit of a favorite.
It's not only becoming, it is a staple of the channel at this point. It all began with Desi Gotzeit's videos, and after that it has all been growing and growing, and right now every time I post the top 10 or top 15 video for the event, it's always surpassing 1 million views. The last year's video is posting on 2 million. So, and I'm excluding the individual car videos and all that, so the interest around Simola worldwide, it's really damn huge.
Fantastic. We've got another one of the checkered flag Porsche 924s going up the hill. This was the car that was driven by the late George Fischer a couple of years ago, and it's wonderful that everyone's here and sort of remembering George from those days. This is one of my favorites, a Fiat 131 Abarth. That is a car. Is the Fiat Abarth brand, oh no, sorry, that is actually a Golf. Is the Fiat Abarth brand pretty big in Portugal?
Huge. Both now, but even more in the 70s and 80s. They got very, very popular with at the time with the World Rally Championship. They won the Rally of Portugal many times with Marco Allen at the wheel with a 131, and it became sort of a symbol of the whole manufacturer.
Wonderful. Out on track there, Chiro, the Farouk Dango, the old Sat car. BMW, and whenever you see Farouk, he's just got a smile on his face. He just loves to share. Wonderful man.
A real pioneer in South African motorsport, Farouk Dango. His name will be forever associated with 90s motorsport. A successful businessman as well, and I'd love to visit his museum in Klerksdorp. And also we'll see him tomorrow. He's bringing out an R35 GTR, so competing in both King of the Hill and Classic Car Friday.
Yeah. And there's a couple of others that have actually decided that this Classic Car Friday are also something that is becoming more and more appealing to them. JP van der Walt, who Rodrigo, you must know also very, very well in his Porsche 911 that has won the last 2 years. And he's taking a go on Classic Car Friday as well, which is great.
Yes, and I certainly can understand, being the proper premium weekend of motorsports action. If a driver goes with a car during Saturday and Sunday, you will start to think maybe Friday too, just pick up something older, something more analogic to drive, and keep it going.
Yeah, I can see at the bottom of our screen Rui Campos in his Porsche. He's won this multiple times. This Porsche does 2 events a year. That's it. It goes into storage after the Simola Hill Climb. It comes out, it does a race in January, then it gets prepped for Simola. That's it.
It's incredible. And as we were mentioning on the pit walk, really the mechanics and drivers who keep these cars on the road, they have to be commended for their work. It's not easy. You often can't find parts. You're often shopping on eBay trying to find some rare gasket or something to keep the car on the road. It is particularly difficult.
That Fiat's in trouble.
There we go.
That is Eugene in the Fiat Uno, but it's actually got a Fiat Stillo engine, but that didn't sound healthy. There definitely seems to have something broken there. So we'll probably have another little bit of a red flag. If you are just tuning in, these are just warm-up sessions at present. Sure, but I hate to say, but I think that's terminal.
Yeah, unfortunately, didn't make it too far up the hill there. Probably something like a head gasket gone. It looked like it was burning quite a lot of oil there. Maybe the rings, perhaps, but that I think I agree with you, Sasha. Unfortunately, I think that weekend might be over.
Yeah, it is so frustrating for the engineers, the mechanics, the drivers. When you've put so much effort into it, you've done the testing, you haven't changed anything. You bring the car here, you turn it on, it sounds fantastic, and all of a sudden something goes wrong, and you think it cannot be possible.
It must be very disheartening. a lot of preparation goes into Simola, and we really feel for the competitors who have mechanical issues out on the hill. But that is part of classic car motoring. You know, I always call it the joy and the pain of owning classic cars. They bring you enormous joy, but at some stage there will be a headache or two.
Yeah, it does happen that way. So no action on track at present. Rodrigo, just tell us a little bit about what's happened in perhaps the last couple of 6-7 months in terms of the hill climb world, what you've been doing on your channel, what has gained a lot of traction.
Certainly, I can do that. I think we are going through a massive step of evolution in the hill climb racing world. Technology is getting more and more advanced, and more wild projects are being presented in Europe and even outside Europe. But things have, right now, I sense a big change, because up to some years ago, I would say something like a car with 600-700 horsepower would be huge, and nowadays it's starting to get normal, and each week we see some guy presenting a 1,000 horsepower, 1,000 something horsepower car, and things are getting wilder and wilder. To summarize everything in a shorter way, I will talk just about one single car that was presented and everyone is waiting for its debut here in Europe. There's a BMW i8 that was finished, and they are working on some bureaucracy stuff with FIA to legalize, to make the car, to homologate the car, so to say.
Okay.
But the layout, it's not one, not two, not three, but 4 engines, one per wheel of a BMW S1000 RR motorbike. So imagine 16 cylinders, 14,000 RPM, 880 horsepower, naturally aspirated, 1,000 kilos. And if you see some pictures on that thing, the electronics are LMP1 grade.
Really?
This is where things are going to, and I think sooner or later you'll start to see the same kind of stuff there on South Africa, even more given what I've been talking with some of the drivers.
I mean, that's incredible. And you've got, one has to always promote progress. I think it is wonderful, and people need to be able to, you know, especially when we get into the weekend. We're not talking about classic cars, but, you know, once you get into the weekend for King of the Hill or whatever, it's, you know, it's open book.
Yeah, hill climbing is one of, I think, the last forms of motorsport where, as the old saying goes, you run what you brung. It's unlimited motorsport. I think so many of our favorite motorsports around the world, I wouldn't say the word is ruined, but they've been compromised by overly zealous specs, I think, and regulations. And it's sort of taken the kind of the mystery and the magic out of motorsports in some ways. Sometimes it works. Like in IndyCar, you have spec build and the field is incredibly close. Yeah. But sometimes I think it takes some of the variables out of motoring. For instance, take refueling, which has gone from Formula One. Correct. Just a small change like that, which used to mean different strategies for different teams, etc., etc. But in hill climb, like I say, one of the last forms of motorsport where it's just like throw out the rule book, go up the hill as fast as you can. That's the aim, and I think that's a really wonderful thing.
Magic, really magic. So a little bit of action. They are towing the Fiat back, and well, we'll see. I hate to say, unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see that car on the track again, but I might be very, very wrong. So I think action is going to begin. in a short while. I think the next car that was meant to go out, Enzo Kuhn in the Ferrari 355. So in the intro, Colin was telling us the oldest car in Classic Car Friday is 98 years old. It's a 1926 vehicle.
Blows my mind.
I know. And the youngest is the Ferrari 355 in 1994, which already is 30 years old.
Yeah, it's
30 years old.
It is a bit crazy when you think that 94 was 30 years ago. And
yes.
of course, South Africa celebrating 30 years of democracy.
Correct.
This year as well. So that's a fantastic thing for the country as a whole as well. But the F355, that is a valuable car these days. I mean, the values of those have rocketed over the years. So, but I don't think the car could be in better hands than Mr. Enzo could.
Yeah, I mean, well, his record speaks for itself. Well, that could well be the slowest time up the hill so far. And I'm not talking about the tow truck, I'm talking about the poor little Fiat. But they're just about there, and I'm sure the marshals and clerks of the course will get proceedings underway.
Look at that view.
Isn't that just magnificent? And I'll be very honest. You know, you come down to these events, and Rodrigo, very soon you definitely will be here. And as you can see from those pictures, how beautiful Neisner is, and I'm sure we'll get more pictures during the course of the weekend. But Rodrigo, the problem is that we hear from when it's dark in the morning, and then we leave when it's dark at night, and then you sit and say, but I want to see the beauty of this town, and we don't really have the opportunity to enjoy it as much. So when you come down next year, definitely for the 15th year, you're going to have to come down a few days earlier to enjoy the beauty of Neisner.
That is the plan. That's something that I already do, because working on various hill climbs here through Europe, I learned quite fast that if I am working really on an hill climb and I'm going there, the 3 days of action, I won't be seeing anything other than cars. So if I have interest in the country or the place, I book everything 1 week, maybe more in advance, go slowly through the 3-4 days prior, ramp things up, and then when it's time for action, just focus 100% on the cars.
Yeah, Rodrigo, I think that I look forward to meeting you in person. Worked together now a couple of years, and I know you've worked very hard with our fantastic live stream production team here. And I'm sure we, all of us, look forward to grabbing a lovely dinner with you somewhere in Neisner. If I may suggest, fly into Cape Town and grab a lovely car and do the garden route up to Neisner. It's a special road, it really is.
Brilliant idea.
Oh, here we go. Enzo Kuhn.
Just listen to it.
That's a noise. This is one of my favorite car sounds of all time.
Magnificent.
It really is. Has he got the roof off there? No. I thought he was going for a nice, wind in his hair. That looks like a Targa top though, because I know you got a cabriolet, you got a coupe. But
maybe it's a Spider.
A Spider.
Oh,
sorry, you're right.
Just
Spider.
listen to it. Just listen to it. He's not holding back.
That'll probably be the run of the session, I would guess.
The 355 could be a target too.
Yeah. That, especially in the hands of Enzo Kuhn. Do you remember when he raced the Lola a couple of years back? He couldn't close the door. That's how tall he is.
That's how tall he is.
He had to I don't know if he just held the door. Oh, there it is. I don't know if he just sort of held the door and drove with one hand. I mean, he's got the talent for it.
A magnificent racing driver. Car number 7, Anthony Ricks in the Lola. 6.2 litre, 1969. Look how beautiful the lines are. Let's listen to it. Seem to have backed off. Does it feel like he backed off?
A little bit there through turn 3.
maybe just trying to get turns 1 and 2 right, and then maybe next run go for 3 and 4. So just practice sessions at present. This is the hairy part of the circuit.
I actually feel turn 3 is worst because you can't sight the apex, you can't sight the exit, and so into your braking zone. I mean, in that i4 M50, I was braking at 180 km an hour.
Wow.
So you stand on the brakes, and then I don't think I ever got that corner right the whole weekend. I don't think I took it properly. It's a terrifying corner, it really is. You just throw the car in blind and hang on, really. Oh, it's a stunning car as well.
Magnificent.
Sort of outlaw kind of spec with the yellow headlights. Flat 6 sound going up the hill. Unmistakable Porsche.
Yeah, Craig Vessel's in the RSR. We're taking it tentatively, but that's a corner you don't want to go too wide on.
Yeah, you see from that camera angle, you can see how the corner actually keeps coming in on you. So the best drivers will actually sort of drift the car out just to the outside, but then there's a policeman, or a pool noodle sort of as we call them casually, just on that exit, so you can't actually drift it too wide. You've got to bring it back in. And definitely the braver drivers will be putting in almost a little 4-wheel drift there to make the most of that corner and get the most time out of it.
Wonderful. Lots of comments coming in on the YouTube channel, raceday.tv. Of course, that's where you can follow us. Yeah, loads of different live streams. Of course, Hill Climb Monsters as well. Rodrigo joining us all the way from Portugal, as he did last year. And just wonderful to have his knowledge and insights as well. We don't have any times at this stage. They are irrelevant, I suppose, only to the competitors themselves, but to us they have no relevance, as these are just practice sessions. We are running a little bit late. We've had an uncustomary amount of sort of mechanical stops in this first session.
Yeah, and I wonder if it does have a little bit to do with the heat. I mean, we are now totally isolated from the heat sitting in this box. The aircon is grafting,
Yep.
thankfully. Otherwise, we would be sitting here in board shorts and a vest, I think, at this point. But no, the heat does cause issues for classic cars. I'm quite lucky to own some older cars, and when it's a really hot day, to be honest, I'll take an Uber. It's not worth it sometimes in a very old car.
I was just thinking that what's happening with Colin out there, and if maybe he needs to get one of those ice bars and do the show from one of the ice bars. But I'm sure we'll catch up with him at the end of the session. Not sure what the delay is right now because everything seemed to be clear, but that could be the first set of cars that are completed.
Yeah, it's possible that a couple of the top runners might just keep their powder dry for this one. There are 3 practice rounds and 3 qualifying, so there's 6 opportunities to get into the class final and then into the shootout. So there's quite a lot of time left in the day.
Yeah. Okay, so I can tell you guys like Andre Bezuidenhout, Charles Arton, Franco Scribante, Josh Dovey, Ian Schofield, Robert Walk haven't gone out at the moment. So let's cross over to Colin. He's in the pits at present, and the heat, I must just tell you, it's very, very cool where we are. Colin, how are you doing?
Well, I'm doing better than Ian Schofield's March. He left the line and got a lot of wheel spin in it, kept his foot down, and the back stepped out, and he hit the inside of the wall. Doesn't look too bad here. He had the brakes on. It got all locked up. So we've got a replay of that, and let's show that replay, and you can actually see what happens, and then we'll go and try and talk to them.
Oh dear.
Oh goodness.
Oh.
That's just cold tires. That's
Yeah.
everything
shame.
I wouldn't want to go and approach him right now.
Yeah, that's a tough start to the weekend. You know, sometimes
Well,
under
let's
heavy...
do that.
Okay, let's see if he's going to talk to you.
Yeah, and unfortunate start.
Yeah, we're not quite sure what happened there. It wasn't like the tyres were cold, they'd been in the blankets. And didn't get much wheel spin, put it into second, and he just swapped ends on me. So we were rather confused as to what's happened.
It doesn't look too badly damaged.
No, I don't think so. It's a bit of tape and a bit of...
Duct tape and tie wrap.
yeah, I think you got it. We'll make a plan.
Nice to see the smile. Thank you for talking to us now. Never nice to talk to a driver when he gets out of the car, but big respect to Ian for talking to us. Next car up, while we're here, is Robbie Walk in the Van Diemen. And Robbie, 100 horsepower, tops, if he's got that. And he's always good value. He rings its neck. Probably the best track racer we've got in South Africa at the moment. Let the car do the talking. Less than, he says.
Less than 100 horsepower. Okay, let's watch this.
Wonder what that car weighs. Because 100 horsepower
It's about 420 odd kilograms. I'll get the exact weight for you. But what a brilliant pull away. No wheel spin. Got a great launch. He's going to wring its neck.
Yeah, 100 horsepower can go a fairly long way in a very, very light car. So, and it's obviously extremely aerodynamic, being a single-seater as well.
Oh, that was what I was talking about.
Skirting the grass there on the exit of turn 3. She's already brave on his first run. He is a class act. He really is.
He really. Whoa.
Yeah.
Getting so close to those policemen. But that's Robbie Walk. Here he comes up to the line.
Yeah, I think he only knows one mode, Robbie Walk, flat out.
I got to tell you, unofficial, I got to tell you that's about a 48 seconds.
Okay. It's a good opening to the weekend.
Let's listen to Franco Scrivante in the Chevron.
If I'm not mistaken, that car, I know he has two, I think, and one of them has a Suzuki Hayabusa motorbike engine, which he took two and developed into a V8.
Oh.
I think this one, though, might be the original motor.
I wasn't far off. I said a 48.
Yeah, you were.
Okay.
Sheesh, no, that's quick. I think this will probably pip Robbie Volk. Let's see. Does have a bit more horsepower.
Wow. Yeah, that's super.
Yeah.
Well,
massive
6 seconds.
Yeah.
But great to see that car out again. That wasn't. That's not looking good.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the end of that run.
Back to the pits. He forgot something in the pits. He'll just quickly go back.
Yeah. Like the gearbox.
Yeah. Sure. You never want to see a competitor abort a run, but at least he sort of picked up the problem early and he's off the track.
Yeah, not pleasant. Rodrigo is still there, of course, with us. Rodrigo, the likes of the Chevrons, I mean, very, very popular cars all over the world. And but even in the classic state, wonderful cars to watch.
Yes, they're all good. Even more the one from Franco with the Hayabusa V8 engine, which is quite popular too nowadays here in Europe. We're seeing a lot of people swapping that engine in.
Yeah.
But yes, the chassis of those things stood the test of time very well. Even nowadays we see a lot of them competing on classic stuff.
That competed in the Can-Am series, if I'm mistaken.
Yeah.
And was there is it true that at one stage they were actually giving Formula One cars a run for their money? I think they were really, really close, if not faster than some of the F1 cars of the time, of the sort of similar period, if I'm not mistaken. So, very quick car.
There were some of those on the series were even faster than the Formula One cars of the time. Not chassis-wise, not so much, but because of the lack of regulations when it came to engine specs, they were getting upwards of 1,200 horsepower, mainly on the Porsche and the McLaren.
Incredible.
Sheesh.
Incredible what they can do. I can tell you, in the world of slot car racing, the Chevron is way faster than a Formula One car. There we go.
Okay.
So there we go. Proves the point.
So Bezuidenhout goes slightly slower than
Okay.
Scribante on his first run. He puts in a 45.3. Scribante leads the first practice with a 43.448.
Yeah, so I think that's the end of the free practice. I don't think there's going to be a very long turnaround because we've had so many delays. So I'm hoping that the marshals and stewards get us back onto the track as quickly as possible. That's the one thing you don't want to have too many delays. So there we go. It is Franco Scribante with a 43.4. But the times are sort of irrelevant. You want to get a feel of it. I suppose the faster runners are a little bit luckier than the earlier runners because the track is clearing a lot of the dust. It's not really getting too much rubber down, but there's significant rubber from first to last.
Yeah, look, I think a dry track always a little bit. You're a bit more confident out there than a wet track. We usually have rain at Simola. I think it is going to be a dry weekend though, and I suspect what could have happened on with the car that snapped around, it was Ian Schofield. Potentially you've got one rear tire that gets a bit more grip than the other and you snap around like that. So those problems, you shouldn't see too many like that over the weekend as a bit more rubber goes down and all the dust gets cleared off the track.
Yeah, I remember a couple of years ago, Pete Potgieter went off the line as well and also had that sort of problem.
Yeah, that snap like that. There was an M3 as well, which had I was standing next to that wall by the media center. Ooh, and that M3 came very close to the wall. The car just completely stepped out on him off the line. And the thing about hill climb racing is you have to get every element of your run perfectly. So if you get such a bad start like that, you basically abort the run, unfortunately. So I hope Ian Schofield gets gets his march back on the track though.
Duct tape. Duct tape, the solution of everything.
Yeah.
That's for sure. So I was trying to figure out. I don't know if we're going back to Colin in the pits to find out, but I'm not sure at present.
It was fun doing a pit walk with Colin. It's like, you know, when something like escapes and you try and catch it. That's what it felt like with Colin. But he's got such good energy out in the pits. He's great with all the competitors.
Yeah, and he knows everybody. So I was going to say intimately, but that could be a little bit peculiar. Colin, well, we've had the first run. More incidents or sort of breakdowns than normal. Could it be the weather?
I'm not sure whether it's the weather, Sasha. I would more put it at first run of the day, and the glitches that are going to come now. Behind me, they're busy working on Ian Schofield's march. It doesn't look too bad in the front. A little bit of the duct tape and tie wraps will sort out the bodywork. That's not too bad. This little framework over here, down there, it's mild steel, a little bit of bending. The guys are spending a little bit more time at the back, and I'm just wondering whether something didn't break here. I see a new starter motor getting ready to go on. Is it just the starter motor that you're sorting out?
Why we lost control is it appears that something's locked inside the gearbox. When I went into second, we think it maybe selected two gears, which is why it locked up and shot round.
Oh, at least now we know. Thank you, yeah?
That's what we think it is.
Right, so
I was a total passenger in that. I just went to second gear. The next thing, it just spat me off.
It's nice to know as a driver that it's a mechanical issue and not a driver.
Well, I was a complete passenger in the car. I hadn't got a clue what was going on.
So it's gearbox strip with that lovely smelling gear oil.
Yeah, have a look what's going on inside there.
Thanks. Right, so there we have gearbox problem. They're busy pulling it apart and checking it out. A bit of work on the front here, some tie wraps and duct tape, and then he's back out and running. So they'll do some work on it. Interesting, just looking at the cars and the times. Got to keep my eyes open about who's doing what. And if we go through I just got the results by class here. Patrick Gearing is ahead in class H1, which is the pre-war cars, and they run to a handicap system, and they're supposed to see who can get the closest to the time that is declared, and they'll adjust their time as they go through the weekend. Jean-Ray Bezuidenhout, Andre's son, is leading his class by about an 8-second margin, so he's got that stuff sorted out. Gavin Rook is ahead of Robert Fluke's 57, again 6 seconds. These times don't really mean much now. Some drivers were pushing, some were not. Nice to see Anthony Wixt in the Lola right behind us over here, who's gone really, really well, 52.778. And then Farouk in the M3, beautiful car, that well up. And Rui Campos, who we thought would be ahead of Enzo Kuhn. Enzo in the 355. That is one of the, just the sounds of this whole place. It gives me chills. And yes, it is hot now. It's proper hot as Enzo just tries to drive into me. And then Franco, what a time, 2 seconds ahead of Andre. But I'm sure that Andre will get it sorted out. One of the other cars that we really like is the Fiat Uno Turbo from the Master Drive Academy. Big wheels, got a 1.7 litre motor in it, so it's got lots and lots of grunt. Lovely car. And then Andre Bezuidenhout, our second place guy, coming in into the pits now. Let's see if we can. Well, the many questions is, how period correct is the classic car? Well, I suppose it's a Fiat Uno, and it runs a similar motor, similar tires. They're all both round, but they are a lot bigger. It's got a 4-cylinder engine, so it's only 1.5 times bigger than it was. I've got to have a look under the bonnet and see the size of the turbo. But if it's like most turbo cars, it's huge, which we love big turbos that are absolutely fantastic, and we love the Porsches. And this Lola is one of the really, really pretty cars, completely rebuilt. And then my favorite sounding car, Franco Scribanti, who did a whole quick run there. Let's have a quick word with Franco. That was a nice opener for you.
Yeah, I won't quite call it a sighting lap, a little bit harder than that, but yeah, a little bit of a quickish sighting lap.
And you've got 3 practice runs, 3 qualifiers, class finals, and then final. And it's all about building up to that top 10 run.
Yeah, the strategy is different for the Friday. These are non-turbo cars as well, so there's nothing to play with. It's a question of just getting consistent. There's not much strategy other than go as fast as you can, as soon as you can, for as long as you can.
And getting the confidence of that, the feeling of that initial grip as the temperature changes through the day.
Yeah, that's correct.
Good luck. Have fun.
Thank you.
You are having fun. You're smiling. He's not always blooming grumpy. He's actually fantastic. Andre's still in the car. Before you get out, Andre, nice, easy sighting lap for you?
Very gingerly. Track is a little bit slippery, and we had a bit of oversteer. But first run of the day, that's just an installation lap.
Are you? Is the driver warmed up now as well?
I think so.
Good man. Thank you, Andre. The driver's warmed up. Defending classic car, classic Conqueror. Now I want to come and have a look here. Rodney Green is in Rob Howie's dad's car. Rodney, what's this thing's name again?
Spider.
Now, Rob Howie's dad had it, and there's a picture of Rob standing next to the car that we recreated some months ago at Swartcourt.
Well, the car's run continually since 45 or so, and Rob's dad, Phil Howie, was the founder of the Historic Racing Car Register. And if you look carefully, the Historic Racing Car Register of South Africa's badge is of this car.
Absolutely awesome.
Wonderful history, isn't it?
And gear lever between the legs. Patrick, come and have a look in there. And you've got you got gear lever, and what's this one?
Handbrake here. So, yeah, handbrake and gear lever. It gets a bit complicated. You've got to keep your head about you.
Oh, we saw you racing at Swartkorps in it, and you had that wonderful little, I mean, it's not got really a bucket seat, but a sort of a hop as you get your bum seated again.
I'm not comfortable in it, you know, so yes, I do hop and skip every second lap, I know.
I wouldn't be comfortable with a prop shaft running right down there underneath the crown jewels.
It has a couple of disadvantages, but I haven't come across those disadvantages quite yet.
Awesome. Well done. Have fun.
Thank you very much.
And let's go down here. A British flag, Lotus 7. This is the Austin 7. No, it's green. It's got to be a Lotus. But an Austin 7. This is the oldest car in the field.
1926. No, yeah, it'll be 100 years old in 2 years' time.
98 years old. And it's such fun to see old cars like this. What's it like to drive?
Oh, it's great fun. I love it. The aim is just to get to the top 6 times.
And we can see the smile on your face.
Not breaking down, but yeah, it's lovely.
Awesome. Rev it to the max. Red line there is sitting on 5,000, I see. It's got a proper Smith's. Oh, beautiful stuff.
I'm just not allowed to go over 6,000 revs, I've been told.
You've been told. Not over 6,000 RPMs for a motor that started off 98 years ago. We've got to talk to Jero. Jero, you back?
I'm back. Third time back, and got a lot of work to do on the hill this year.
It's so weird. We sit and we talk to some of the drivers in the small light cars, and then we come to this thing which is quite comfortable to rest an elbow on.
Yeah, it's not the fastest ride, but it's a great privilege to take this car up the hill, you know. She's 93 years old this year, so yeah, just have to, I guess, can't go too easy on her, otherwise I'm not going to give my time, so.
You got to give it stick.
That's it, yeah.
Have fun, enjoy. Historic cars. Oh. Callum, I'm not very good with recognizing cars. What's this?
It's a 1946 single-seater, built in SA, yeah.
What's it called?
It's an Austin Special.
Wonderful how the guys took the old Austins and turned them into a special and all sorts of different names.
Yeah, it was cool. Back in the day, they used to just take cars, strip them down, build specials, and then race them. I mean, it's like such a cool thing to be a part of, and to hear from the guys like Pat Clough and Ron Hollis, Brian Bruce, to hear what these guys used to do back in the day, to be able to race these cars all the time. It's just amazing. So I'm glad to be part of it.
I'm going to go to the other side of the car because I want Patrick to get a look in there where you're sitting on this side of the car and you've got the gearbox on the right-hand side.
Yes, sir. So normally with these pre-war race cars, they used to run with the gearbox between the legs. And then now this is one of those innovations where they just took the diff, cut the half shaft and moved the cover for the half shaft, and they've moved the diff across to bring the driver's center of gravity down. Yeah. And this is just one of those cars. Another one is the Austin 7 that went up the hill as well. It's a great idea just to bring the driver down as low as possible.
You're almost starting to be like a proper racing car.
Yeah, well, I think for all the other guys, I mean, it's amazing just to see these single-seaters here and to be part of this. I mean, it's great. I'm very excited.
Talk us through your first run. How was it?
That was good. I enjoyed it. It was nice just to see what the car was doing. I was struggling with misfires earlier, and then the car just ran really nicely up for the first time. So I'm just taking it easy. Obviously, I'm learning from all the experienced drivers, and they're telling me what to do, and so I'm just
awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks for chatting to us. Good luck and have fun.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Lovely old cross-ply tires, and you can see the leaf spring suspension, and this thing, it does two things. You've got a spring, and it also acts as the upper control arm, so completely variable geometry depending on where it actually hinges down there. Rack and pinion steering, modern shock absorbers, absolutely lovely. In our walk around earlier, we showed you this Ford 20M with Ford's finest 3 litres of V6 in it. And this car is actually built as a tribute by Steve Korturba for the as a tribute to Pat Sonnenschein, female racer who used to race it in the Star Modifieds years and years ago. Same color, same look, same car. What a tribute. And the fact that people actually do that is totally fantastic. I want to have a good look over here because just for the hell of it, Morning.
Morning, good morning.
How are you doing?
It was a brave run.
So you in the Golf the Manufacturer's Challenge car?
Yes, I am indeed. Loving it.
And I see there's lots of stripping going on there, lots of work on the car.
We may have made a little bit too thin front spoiler, splitter, and it folded on itself on the way up the hill. So could smell burning fiberglass and stuff, but yeah, it was, I don't know how much it changed, but I do have a spare in town, so I sent someone a voice note, please go to town, so we should have another one. It's not a great condition one, but I think it's a little bit harder.
Lovely it's always good when things are harder, but lovely to see the car here again. Well done on rebuilding it.
Yes, it was a bit of a turmoil getting here. Broke the engine on Tuesday on the dyno.
Oops. Goldwagen, here we come.
At night, opened up a shop at 10 at night so we could get new head gaskets and parts for them and we built another engine that night, and we spent the day on the dyno Wednesday, packed up and came here.
Awesome. By the way, I totally love your t-shirt.
Yes, it's for you today.
Thank you. Love the shirt. Farouk's car getting some fettling on it. Let's have a quick word with him. Farouk, how was that run?
Yeah, it went well. It felt good.
It sounded good.
Yeah, the car felt awesome. I was trying to see where to find the right gearing and everything, and it feels good. So I'm sure we can improve.
You're head of your class at the moment. That's got to be quite pleasing.
Yeah, it is satisfying feeling, especially to see a BMW up there.
A nice tribute to Mo, your son again, and good to see you here with him.
Absolutely, Colin. I do it especially because of Mohammed's legacy here. This was his favorite race from whatever he raced, and he used to look forward to it so much.
Thank you for keeping his memory alive for all of us, and big respect for what you do.
Thank you, Colin, and look forward to doing some better times now.
Yeah, give it horns, go flat out. M3 BMW, proper touring car, single lock nut drive pegs for the wheels, so there'll be holes in the rims, vented brakes, and then BMW's finest motor, tilted over with the carbon fiber air intake, has a magnificent roar and a scream as it comes towards you. It's goosebumps kind of stuff that really, well, I get goosebumps, and it's all about the feelings that you get there and just the absolute passion. And I suppose because BMW, Enzo Kuhn is here, and I want to ask him a couple of things. Enzo, the guys were talking, sorry, Jeff Goddard. This is Jeff Goddard, what is your function? Sporting director?
I am indeed the sporting director, yes.
So you basically decide the rules and the classes and who can come and who can go?
Yeah, look, it's in discussion with the team, with the organising team. We come up with the class definitions, we adjust them from time to time, but not drastically. But we're in a lucky position that we always get oversubscribed for the event. And unfortunately we have to, once we made our decision, certain people can't be in it for that particular year, which is, it's not good, but that's the way we are.
Not only a good guy, but a hot rod champion of the world, am I right?
In my former days, in my 20s, yes.
It must be about 65 years ago, multiple South African champion, and I believe you won 6 out of 6 races in the Group N Championship. That's, I don't think, ever been done.
Yes, I believe that was Inland Championship, and if I'm not mistaken, you also, that same year, that was the year we both shared the championship, the Inland Group N Championship.
It was 37 years ago. I know this because my daughter was born that year, and she's 37. Jeff, thanks for chatting to her.
Wonderful, thank you.
Cheers. I need to talk to Enzo. Enzo Kuhn is driving the Ferrari 355. But we'll hold that for... No, the cars haven't started. Have they started their action? I'm not hearing much. Enzo's run away. So it's a 355. They're quiet cars, so we'll talk. Enzo, come here quickly. The guys wanted to know, is it a spider or a soft top? This thing comes off. What's it called?
It's a Targa, so we can take it off. I mean, the weather's good today. I'm considering removing it and a bit more space for me.
Yeah, I think you should, and then your head can stick out the top.
Correct.
Love that. But I want to talk to you about this Monte Carlo rally. Your daddy, Enzo, proper racing rally driver. What's the story with that one? 1973 Monte Carlo rally.
Yeah, well, I grew up in a motorsport house, as you know.
The whole family, brothers, uncles.
Everyone was involved in motorsport, so there was no other way for me to end up also being a rally driver. Dad competed in the Monte Carlo rally in 1973, and he was car number 59, so I remember him taking off the race plate from the actual car, and it's always at home in his trophy room, so I thought I'll put it on the Ferrari today, just to give Dad a thought. He's passed away now, so I'm going to have to carry his name forward.
Lovely way to pay tribute to your late father, and thank you for keeping his memory alive with us.
No, thank you for having us here today. This is a great celebration of motorsport and all the people that were involved over all the years. I think it's part of why we all come here to see our friends and the family. We've shared so much with everyone here today. You know, as I've been involved in motorsport for 15 years, it's just a big part of your life, you know.
Awesome. Thank you very much. So the cars apparently are standing still, but we'll get to them. This Lola is quite very special. But before we talk about the Lola, let's go and talk. You're going to try. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm fantastic. We have to look
at
the Brumus logo on the Porsche.
Few people who knows what livery this car's in, huh?
Well, I like Porkers just a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know much about it. What's it's got a 3.6?
It's got a 3.6. It's a 964, early 964 motor. Yeah.
And what are you revving it to?
It's quite conservative. I've set the rev limiter to 7,000.
Oh, come on, give us some more, because a flat six Porker revving is brilliant.
It is, but this thing's got pretty much straight through pipes, so it's all the gear, but not a lot of idea at this stage.
All the gear and some sound.
Yeah, no, it sounds good. Yeah, it sounds good.
Lovely. We've got cars on track now, so let me stop talking and let the cars do the talking. Cheers.
Back to the action right here, Simola. It's Classic Car Friday, and of course it is the second free practice run. Running a little bit late this morning, so there's going to be a little bit of pressure later on for the guys, but fortunately, even though we've had one or two small incidents with cars breaking down on the track, no serious incidents, and hopefully they can fix all of the little initial gremlins, Chiro, that I suppose racing cars are notoriously famous for.
Yeah, when you've got a field running from, 1994 to 1926, I think there are going to occasionally be some hiccups. The only actual, I suppose, if you could define it as a crash that we've seen was Ian Schofield in his March. That was right off the line, in case you missed it. And he explained to us, so explained to Colin, that his gearbox might have grabbed two gears at the same time, and at that point he was just a passenger. So the duct tape will come out, they'll make some repairs to the bodywork. Hopefully they can make the repairs to the transmission as well and get the car back out on track.
I must be honest, I've never ever heard a racing driver admit that it was ever their own fault. It's always the car. It's amazing how cars just seem to throw us off. No, but it seems as though there definitely was some kind of mechanical issue. This is the oldest car on the track. This is it, 1926. That is the year. It's Lucy Runnels in the Alston 7, 750cc, 4-cylinder, with I suppose a little bit of modern engineering somewhere along the line. Rodrigo We've been listening to Colin and also all of his wonderful chats. In terms of historic cars in Portugal and of course Europe, of course that's where the cars really all began and the world of motoring began. Do you see a lot of historic cars around?
Depends on the country. Here in Europe, Portugal not so much, but if you go to UK, the cradle of it all, yeah, there's a big scene. And if you are in London and if you are a bit lucky, you will see something pre-war, which is always quite astounding. Even for me, I'm not that familiar with those machines, but when you see one, you really go, okay, now I'm being transported back in time.
I think the oldest running hill climb in the world is in the UK. I think it's been running since 1901. Longest running motorsport, I think, event in the world.
Yes, that's Chesley Walsh.
Yeah,
I have worked with them for a number of years with an event that was Retro Rides Gathering. We had to move eventually because the event grew in another direction. But yes, it is the oldest, and they take quite a bit of pride in that. And the more curious part is that the whole track, it's pretty much the same. Only the tarmac got better, but other than that, everything stayed the same.
Wow, 123 years of history. That's incredible.
Unbelievable. Just watching some of the real pre-war cars going up the hill. It does seem as though there was a little bit of an issue with the Austin, Lucy's Austin. Hopefully it is all okay. There we go. Car number 44.
That's
oh,
Gero.
no.
Yeah,
sorry.
I think it just says 44.
Yeah,
I think that's
front.
a piece of history, but he is number 59.
Yeah, Gero in the Ford Model A, 3.3 liters. In a car that probably weighs about 7 tons.
Unfortunately, we didn't see.
Yeah, there's
Rodney.
Lucy.
There she is.
I think she's there. Yeah.
And she was just saying to Colin in the pits, the aim is to get the car up the hill 6 times. And on the second run, unfortunately, something's gone. But she's fine. That's the most important thing.
Yeah.
And the car will be towed or we'll get it off the track and we'll resume the running of practice number 2. We didn't see Rodney Green go out in car number 63, the MG. And Rodney he has quite an interesting story. He has participated in every single Simola hill climb.
Incredible.
Yeah.
14 of them already. As we look at the screen as well, on the left-hand side, somebody's already taken out one of the policemen. So they're going to have to repair that as well.
True.
In terms of the regulations, if you touch one of them or knock one of them over, your time is immediately disqualified. So Dion Hubert every year just complains because, he's a real racing driver in the sense that, they love to ride the curbs and gets very frustrated that he's not allowed to.
The first time I raced, Sasha, it was more of an exhibition drive. It was in a Jaguar SUV. And at that year, they didn't have the policeman yet.
Okay.
And there was actually quite a serious incident where the late, also Dion, his surname escapes me, he was the editor of Top Car magazine.
Yeah, Dion,
Yeah, he dropped a wheel on his Jag in a convertible. He just dropped it off the tarmac. And it sort of flipped the car over. And what the organizers also explained that the competitors running right to the raggedy edge of the tarmac were starting to actually destroy the edges of the tarmac. And so this system of the policeman has been implemented.
There we go. The late Dion Skuman.
Dion Skuman.
Yes.
There we go.
Yeah. I think he also had a bit of an incident with the Alpha 4C a couple of years ago.
Okay.
Here as
lovely guy and rest in peace.
Sadly missed. So hopefully, we're still waiting for somebody to clear Lucy's car. And then, of course, we'll continue with the second free practice session. There's got to be a little bit of anxiety now. Even though you're still in practice sessions, you've had your first run and you're going, okay, that wasn't so great, or that was quite good. You want to keep that momentum going. These delays surely going to have an effect.
Yeah, your adrenaline spikes every time you go up the hill, and that long cruise down the access road through the Simola Hotel, the Simola estate, you start to calm down a little bit, and you've still on a little bit of a high. You get back into the pits and you chat to your team and your friends and your family and your colleagues, and you start to come down a little bit. But then as soon as those marshals start waving those flags, bang, the acceleration's back up. Sorry, the adrenaline is back up again, and you're wired for the run. And actually, those spikes of adrenaline actually tire you out by the end of the day. I mean, it's 6 short runs, but you're actually a bit knackered by the end of the day.
It's so different to hill climb racing as opposed to circuit racing or rallying. Well, more sort of circuit racing, in the sense that you can have a lap and you can make a little bit of a mistake and you can maybe hopefully make it up over the next lap. Where here, that little mistake can compound because you're going up a hill, can compound. You make a mistake, as you say, turn 3 so difficult. You get it wrong there, Chiro. I mean, it can really hurt you all the way up the hill.
Yeah, do you know what is actually quite an odd feeling is when you haven't launched properly, or you haven't taken turn 1 optimally, and then in my case turn 3, it was my bogey corner, unfortunately. But it can be a little disheartening. You think, have I wasted this run? But at the same time, you've got to push on. You've got to sort of swallow that feeling and just make sure that you nail the next few corners, because essentially all you're doing is practicing for the next run, And I suppose, like you say, hill climb is all about just consistency, trying to get every run slightly faster. But I suppose you're right, it's less like circuit racing, because circuit racing you maybe got 20, 30 laps and maybe your competitor makes a mistake and you catch him a little bit, So hill climb is really about the pursuit of perfection, really.
Without a doubt. We're waiting for some action to get back on track. Car 57, Brian Bruce in the Jaguar D-Type coming up. Rodrigo, this is a question I don't recall asking you last year. Have you ever personally done a hill climb?
Not yet officially. I've ridden on a lot of and driven a lot of hill climb cars until now, but I have tried to separate both my job and the leisure of driving officially a car like that. I know that the moment I do it, I will start veering off way too hard into the competition side. So let's hold it off a little more, and I don't know. I think the plan is 2 years from now, maybe I will arrange something and do a full season of one championship. I was still to reveal.
I look forward to that. Well, listen, Chiro drove all the way from Cape Town. You came in a semi-classic car.
Well, luckily it's one of my pride and joy. It really is 2009 C63, and that's the one with the big 6.2 liter V8.
Surely that's legitimate to go up the hill.
Well, funny enough, I do have.
I heard somebody withdrew. There's a spot.
Oh, look, I also love commentating, so it's tough to choose between the two. But funnily enough, my little Mazda MX-5 with the pop-ups.
Oh, I love that car.
That's supercharged. That's a 1990, which means it now qualifies for Classic Car Friday. So maybe next year you'll see me out on the track instead of here in the booth with you. I am thinking about it.
Man, I think that is. Oh, and I love that car.
It's a sweet little thing. It's a little red monster.
It's very, very special. All right, so we're waiting for some action. We've got Rodrigo de Oliveira from Hill Climb Monsters with us the whole weekend, as he was with us last year as well. It seems as though Lucy, in the oldest car, the 1926 Austin 7, just came to a halt just near the top of the hill. More gremlins this year than I can recall over the whole of the weekend last year. Maybe, various little maybe just too much extra work, Rodrigo, being done on the cars as opposed to just leave them the way that they are.
No, I just think these are classics. They are dusting off the cobwebs, I think, for now. So we'll have to give it a bit of time. They have to get warmed up. Some of them have to cool down. The opposite, but through the day, I think we'll see things going a bit more smoothly. I think that's the goal for now, because as you have said before, maybe we are running a bit late, but this is classic Friday, and in the end, people will enjoy it. And at the very top, they are taking it very seriously, but the most of the field, they are here to enjoy. Probably the one or two times they take the cars out and can race it sort of fast. Just taking a bit of care always.
Yeah, it is a lot of fun, I think, getting the car out the garage, working on it a little bit, getting it prepared for the weekend. Probably, as far as hobbies go, probably one of the more exciting hobbies that you can choose, to look after a classic car and then race it at Classic Car Friday. Yeah. But as Rodrigo says, at the top of the field, it's really competitive. It looks like Scribante is the man to beat. And there was that debate we were having just now with Colin, Sasha, where the Fiat Uno has a modern engine, and the Chevron B26 of Scribante has an incredibly unique engine. It's two motorbike engines, two four-cylinder engines mated together to form a V8. So it's not the original motor in that Chevron, and it does raise an interesting question. Is it still a classic? What do you think, Rodrigo?
Little correction just on the V8 with two Hayabusa motors. It's not two engines mated together proper. It's two engine Hayabusa heads mated together, and the block it's custom made for everything.
Okay, all right.
But about it being as legal as a classic car, it's hard to say, because a lot of, I don't know the rule book by heart, but when it comes to some cars like the Lolas and the Chevrons, they always sold the chassis separately from the engines, even as back as 70s and 80s. So at the time they were using the FVs and some of the older American stuff, and even Rover V8 engines, and that was always legal. Maybe that maintains those chassis as being sold separately. Maybe they maintain that status, and they can still, as long as the engine maintains the same number of cylinders and sort of and approximately the same displacement, they may be legal. I think there's some workaround down there, but not totally sure. Here in Europe, that's how it works.
It is a very interesting debate. Is a car period because it came out with carburetors and now it's got fuel injection? But I think, as Rodrigo says, I think we can't just stop progress. I think that's what museums are for. A museum must have a totally period perfect example of the car. And I think when we come to here, some of these cars running on old drum brakes, might not make it up the way. So I'm for progress, but not too much. I don't know this. A Cortina, for example, came with a 1600 and a four-cylinder. Now it's got a V8 inside it. That I'm not entirely sure is correct. But then again, I think it does come down to the regulations, and I'm not au fait with all of those regulations.
Yeah, it's interesting what Rodrigo said, and Rodrigo, it's so great to have you on board and your incredible depth of knowledge. But perhaps the fact that the chassis goes back to, I think, in the case of the B26, it's the 80s, if I'm not mistaken. Was it further back, Rodrigo? Is it a 70? Is it 70 chassis? 77, somewhere around there. Yeah. So at the same time as well, you want the drivers to be safe. I mean,
100%.
Franco and Bezaida Note Volk, they're going at serious speeds. Sure. And the technology in brakes has certainly come a long way. So definitely not trying to be disparaging or in any way disrespectful to any of the participants. But it is an interesting debate to have on Classic Car Friday. And I think as well, another point that Rodrigo made is, as long as the cars have the same number of cylinders, it's also bringing them close to their original state.
Well, hopefully we're getting some action. Car number 60. This is the fifth time. Yeah, 5 in a row. Callum Price in the Austin Special. This is a little 1500 that is going to make its way up. I was just checking. The smallest engine in our Classic Car Friday is the 750cc. And the biggest engine in Classic Car Friday is an 8-litre. 8-litre Ford engine in a Cobra. So it's quite incredible.
They must have towed a Fenta trailer full of fuel here along with
that's for sure. Oh, beautifully done. I love the yellow rims. Sounding a little shaky.
Can hear that thing coming from a long way away.
and no, don't worry, it's not slow motion. That is how it's going. No, it's wonderful. Just want to let everybody know, huge thank you to the Vintage Club of South Africa. They are responsible for all of our pit camera footage today with Colin and over the weekend. So huge thanks to the VCSA.
And here's my colleague Gero Lalaika from Cars.co.za. He is wrestling that Ford up the hill. That is quite a beast, that car.
Chiro, there seems to be a seat next to him. I think you should go up there and do a little commentary on the next run.
Do you think they'll let me go with your flight helmet?
I think
I didn't bring a helmet this year.
Yeah, I think they would. Oh, the beautiful D-Type. Brian Bruce, his 10th running this year. A very, very special, beautifully designed car, the Jaguar D-Type.
That is just one of those eternal classics, isn't it? The D-Type, the E-Type. If I'm not mistaken, Enzo Ferrari himself said that the Jaguar E-Type was the most beautiful car ever designed.
Yeah.
Which is quite high praise. And the D-Type more a design for racing.
Correct.
I mean, look how low that car is to the ground. How low the entire body, but the whole bodywork, everything. You're basically on the floor in that car.
Very, very special car, and I mean that is a great example. But if ever you're down in the Western Cape in the Franschhoek area and you go to the Franschhoek Motor Museum, there's one of the finest examples of a D-Type in the world, I think, at that museum. Very, very special. Enzo did say that, but he didn't see the Alfa Romeo 33. And then when he saw that, then he changed his mind.
The Ford GT40 pulling up to the line. And a lot of these cars are owned by Brian Bruce, actually. This is one of Brian Bruce's personal cars. He is an incredible collector and passionate classic car enthusiast. I've been really lucky to tour his collection.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he has multiple workshops on site. He also has a skills development center as well, where he's training up young Neisner locals to be mechanics, to work with cars.
So he's locally based as well?
Yeah, he's based here in Neisner, yeah. He was very kind to give us a tour of his cars. He's a GT40 aficionado. If I'm not mistaken, he has 3 of them. They're quite something to see. And he has lent the car very kindly to Peter McPherson for this year's Classic Car Friday.
Wonderful. And it's so lovely when people have got these classic cars and share them and like to have them out and being driven. You know, you read a story of somebody who's selling his McLaren F1, which they reckon will fetch over £20 million, and in 3 years he's driven 14 kilometers. What's the point?
Yeah.
Here's Jennifer Abbott going up in the 914, and for those who've been familiar with the hill climb over the years, it's the same color, but it's a completely different car. They have an array of Porsche to the Abbott family.
That is probably one of the most unrecognizable Porsches.
Yes.
I mean, it I think was one of the great classic designs. But you wouldn't look at that and think immediately that was a Porsche. But it is a stunning little car. And Sasha, you're talking about the McLaren F1 that's done 4 kilometers or something. Yeah. I mean, I always say, if you want to look at your money, buy a painting. But you can't race a painting up to the Simola Hill Climb, So
what? Yeah, she's got it proper sideways, Jennifer.
She stays on the black stuff.
There we go.
Oh, gosh, that was well held.
Don't stall.
And managed to miss the tires, miss the policeman.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, if you're going to spin around, that is about as elegantly as you can do it.
Yeah, I don't know. She's a very capable young lady. Good to see her giving a little bit of a push. And when I after her first run, I saw her and had a chat to her, and I said, it just sounds and it feels a lot stronger this one than last year. And she says, no, it is a better race car. Oh, behind. I do trust. I think on the left-hand side there would have been the yellows
just out
on
of our
the,
picture.
Yeah, out of our picture. So
Jennifer Abbott,
no damage.
Sure, doing a stunning job of controlling that oversteer. Really impressive to see, and she lives to fight another day. She'll make it back down the access road, back into the pits, and you steady yourself and get back out on the track.
Here we go. Headley, Whitehead in the, well, it looks like a Mini, but it's an Austin Cooper, which is a Mini. And yes, it is a Mini. And he's going to go up the hill.
Those are such lovely cars.
Oh, it's like little go-karts.
Rodrigo, do you see a lot of modified classic Minis on in the European circuit?
Huge number. I don't know how big the mini scene is in South Africa, but here in Europe it's damn huge. Now they are getting a bit pricier, and the classical status has made prices really go up. But the interest and the amount of different versions I have seen, it's amazing. Curiously, last week I have been talking with someone who has a Mini with the V8 Hayabusa engine, like Franco has on the Chevron.
Wow.
No, that's crazy.
I mean, how much can that weigh? 400-500 kilograms, somewhere there, with a V8 in the back? That's incredible.
That car specifically, it's 380 horsepower and 515 kilos.
Gee.
That's mad.
No, they can be really quick, and I suppose relatively easy to modify. Pushing
hard, wonderful.
Very, very appropriately, the owner of that Mini is called RV Tess.
There we go. Got it. Oh, look at the classic Ford Escort. Wow. Just iconic in all ways. Of course, the RS Cosworth came from this as well, or became one of these cars. Very sought after vehicle. This one, it's Craig Redlinghase in the Ford Escort, 1980, but it's got a 1700 cc engine in it. A little bit of wheel spin off the line.
Seems we are actually having a much smoother session here in qualifying too.
Yes.
Which is good, because unfortunately we're running a little bit behind time, but I know that the organizers and the clerk of the court, Sparky, will be working to catch up.
Yeah. Of course, a lot of people don't realize that, we get a lot of viewers from the Northern Hemisphere. And don't forget, we are now going into autumn, winter, so all of a sudden the sun goes down, so we are limited in terms of daylight hours. So, by 5:30 p.m., all of a sudden it's pretty dark. Oh, that Escort is going. Oh, I love it.
Yeah, the topography of Knysna is incredible. I mean, there's just hills everywhere, and the track is in a valley. In the morning, your first run, the track's cold.
Yes.
It's really cold, actually. You do have to be a little bit careful, especially if you don't have tire warmers as well. But today, that is not a problem. Today, it's the opposite problem. It's probably about 33 degrees out there. Well, I'm sure Colin knows more about it than we do at this stage.
I think he's feeling it.
Did you notice the tweeds jacket went,
Yes,
Sasha?
disappeared very early.
No, that went in the bin. It's really hot out there today.
Yeah.
And we think about the competitors as well in their Nomex race suits. That's hot.
It's very, very warm today. And also amazingly about Knysna, at the top of this hill, if you had to carry on driving, you get into I mean, as you can see, there's a tremendous amount of greenery. Woo, pushing that 944. And as you go further, you get into what they call the forest. And amazingly, there is still a lone female elephant.
Just one.
Just one in the area. Yeah.
Heavily protected.
Heavily protected.
Yeah.
Yes. Quite amazing.
Elephants did used to roam here.
Yes.
A lot more prevalent before people settled.
Quite amazing. Okay, we are in practice 2. The time 11:45. You can see it on there. Currently at the moment in this practice session, the times do not count. So they're just for the competitors, just to go and have a couple of runs up the hill. Thereafterwards, of course, then we go into qualifying 1, 2, and 3, and then from there, of course, we get class certifications, and then we go into the top for the Classic Car Friday.
So just for clarity, top of the timing board right now, you'll see BEZ, which is also Bezuidenhout. It is Andre Bezuidenhout's son,
yes.
Yandre, in the Porsche 944 Turbo. So you will see BEZ twice on the notice board with 2 very different times, with Andre in the Lola, the single-seat race car.
Yeah, magic. That's one of the Fiats. Quite a number of Fiats. We've got a little 600 Abarth, and then we've got a couple of 131s. So there we go. There's one of the Abarths.
That's a true classic, isn't it?
Very true classic.
I mean, you can't even close the boot lid.
Yeah, and also a car that comes from... Oh, that wasn't a great start. Also comes from the Czech Flag Museum in Johannesburg.
How do you get an invite to this museum? I really want to find out.
I know a guy.
Oh, there we go.
I know a guy.
We'll talk after the
Yeah,
broadcast.
I know a guy.
Rodrigo, there's another one to tick off your list when you come down.
Yes.
Have you guys ever driven one of those little 500 A-Marks, the old ones?
Yes, I have. I mean, it's just fantastic. Absolutely bonkers.
Be sure. I know a couple of guys who have pretty damn big car collection, Ferraris and Porsches and stuff, and they both have one of those, and they prefer to drive it most of the time. I see them around with that thing, and they love it to death. And it's curious, I know quite 2 cases of that.
I know,
so
they're
there's something to them.
Yeah, they're very, very special cars. I used to have a 1957 Fiat 500. Not Abarth, but just a normal one.
Oh, lovely.
And I mean, used to go out and you could be amongst Porsches and Lambos and Ferraris, and more people would pay attention to the little 500 than anything else. Beautiful little car. I wish I still had it. Oh, this car is beautifully prepared.
Yeah,
for GT.
We could actually feel that car leaving the line. Never mind, hear it.
Whoa.
Big V8 in there.
Another one of the Fiat 131s. That's the 2-litre going up. What car did you learn how to drive on, Chiro?
You're not going to believe this. A Toyota Condor. The 7-seater.
Oh my word, the 7-seater.
Yeah.
Are you that young?
It was our family car. And the one day, my dad just said to me, I think you should drive home from school. And I did have my learners.
Yeah.
And I just jumped in and I drove us all home. And that was it. And then luckily, my dad handed me down an E30 320i.
Okay.
And unfortunately, some years later, he actually wrote it off. He was fine. But, normally it's sons writing off their dad's cars, not the other way around.
Wow.
And oh my word, the tears in my eyes when they took that car away. I bonded so much with that car.
Oh, no shame.
Yeah, I'll get one back. It's definitely on the bucket list to get one back.
Yeah.
I don't mind not having a Toyota Condor. That's fine.
Rodrigo, what car did you learn to drive on? Drive in.
A Mercedes 190.
A Mercedes 190. Cool. Wow. Okay. Magic.
But my story is a bit sadder than Ciro's because I was the one riding it off.
Oh no. Sorry. Okay, as long as you were okay. That's the most important part.
You know what? On our YouTube channel, why don't while we're going through the free practices, why don't you tell us what car you learned to drive in? There we go. Let us know on the YouTube channel. We'll pick up some of the comments. I learned to drive in a Fiat 131 Mirafiore.
Okay.
Which was a fantastic 4-cylinder 1600. The only problem is the way that they designed it is that the spark plugs were at the bottom of the car. Underneath.
All right.
So when it rained,
when they got wet,
and as soon as you drove over a puddle, car just stopped.
I mean, that just sounds, I'm not going to lie, it sounds very Italian.
No, the design must be beautiful. Yeah, but it's not very practical.
Yes.
I don't care.
Yeah.
Just make it beautiful. Yeah, there we go. So, free practice. That is what's happening. It's Classic Car Friday, Simola Hill Climb 2014. It is the 14th edition, which is wonderful. So LaRue says he learned how to drive in a 1983 Datsun Skyline 2-liter GLX.
Well,
wow.
Sounds fancy.
Yeah. Ed will do it. A Hyundai Terracan. So he must be about 20 years old. Simeon Fenter VW Beach Buggy and a 1600 with a 1600 Golf engine and Ford Escort MK1 1100 GT. Lots more coming in. Yeah, keep them on. What is the car that you learned to drive in? Because those are, a lot of them would be classics now.
Well, some of them might be on the hill.
Yeah.
Yeah. They could be running up the hill and probably.
Very curious. Yeah. Very curious that on my channel the responses are way different.
Oh really? Give us a few.
VW Combi, Peugeot 5504. Opel Kadett C, the 83 one, Proton Saga, Proton, it's fantastic.
Wow.
500, Golf 1, Mini Cooper 2007, so this must be someone really young.
Yes.
A Ford Taunus, wow, fantastic. And the guy still has it. Amazing.
Sure.
Mitsubishi Lancer, the 70s model, a 1979 Fiat 132. Wow, there's some really rare things. Opel Monza and the Trabant. Trabant is fat. It's the greatest answer so far.
Trabant? Wow.
You guys know what a Trabant is?
I drove the Trabant in Hungary when I went to the Grand Prix a couple of years ago. I actually met up with the Trabant club, and they set up a whole day for us. It is just crazy. It's just solid metal. But it was fabulous fun. Lots of fun.
Yes.
Oh, incredible.
Somewhat solid.
Yeah. Also, lots coming through here. Opel Record 2.2, 1979 VW Combi, 2004 Opel Corsa, Ford Fiesta, Toyota 86. Wow. Okay, so somebody also young. Fiat Uno. MK3 Escort 1600 GLE, Land Rover 110 model, Fiat 125S, Nissan 1400. Man, that was a good car, yeah. Ford Cortina and a 1600 Ford Fiesta. More Escorts. Wow, magic.
I think I have the winner on my channel. There's some guy that learned to drive on a Lancer Fulvio.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? Then that person's exceptionally lucky. I thought the Trabant would be the winner.
That beautiful.
Yeah, pretty close to the top, but the Fulvio, goddamn.
That beautiful blue Alpha making its way over the finish line.
Oh,
pretty car that.
It does make me cry, Chiro. I used to have one of those. Can you believe it? A 55 Giulietta Sprint. Here comes the old dog. I think it's Graham Nathan. In the BMW.
So getting towards the business end of the field here, Classic Car Friday, where it starts to become really competitive. You've got probably the two names I think vying for the title this year will be Andre Bezzanonotes in the Lola and Franco Scribante in the B26 Chevron.
Yes.
They are going to be going neck and neck.
But then there afterwards, Well, I mean, listen, there's a long way to go. Long way to go. Anything can happen in the world of motor racing. That's for sure.
Yeah, one of our classic BMWs making up the, I think, 2002, if I'm not mistaken.
Ah, beautiful car.
I got to drive one of those at BMW Classic in Germany that had 8,000 Ks on it.
Is that all?
Yeah,
Wow.
it was a real museum piece.
Goodness.
A lot of responsibility driving a car like that. I mean,
of course.
You know, you knock something like, I don't know, a modern Toyota Corolla or something, you can get a bumper from anywhere. But, you know, in these 70s, 80s cars, they're pretty much irreplaceable.
Yeah.
But a real honor as well to drive something like that.
All right, we can hear some of the beasts out of our commentary booth. I mean, I love the fact that our engineering and technical team are outstanding. We have air conditioning. We have a brilliant, brilliant studio. It is much more soundproof than last year, which is rather disappointing. I mean, thanks, guys, but we want to hear the noise, man.
The E9 BMW of Graham Nathan doing a massive burnout in the pit. Real crowd-pleasing car, that, and very, very quick.
And for those who don't know Graham Nathan, just to let you know, he is 6'4", and probably 110 kilos. He's a really, really big man. And it's huge lockup, huge lockup. Spins it round. Oh, I tell you, he got very lucky there. Massive lockup going into the bridge. And,
there's a big stony drainage that you can actually see it in your picture now.
Coming down,
on the left. And, if you catch that, there's a huge chance of damage to the suspension. Is he going to pull it out of there?
Well done.
He looks like he might live to fight another day. Look at those tire marks that he's left on the track. That was a big moment.
That was mad. Hopefully our team can get it. Is this the replay? Oh no, that's him coming up to the end.
Pretty quickly there.
Yes, no, well, that's Graham. It's either your foot is on or foot is off. But I was just in the corner of my eye, just watching, and I just saw that huge lockup. And then I thought, it's going to be quite tough. Fortunately, he's okay. Probably needs a new set of tires. I'm sure we'll get a replay towards the end of the session.
I really do think, as a form of motorsport, that hill climb racing is pretty brave, because it's actually closer to rallying than it is to circuit racing. Because circuit racing, especially on modern circuits, you have enormous runoffs and gravel traps. And, it has to be a pretty serious... Oh, here we go. Here's the replay.
Replay brought to us by Shield. Look at that. Just locks it up.
No, he was too late on the brakes.
Way too late on the brakes, and then caught the back onto the gravel, lost all of the traction. And I tell you, got very lucky. Got exceptionally lucky.
Yeah.
A little bit more speed into there, and that car would have gone up that bankment. So thankfully he's okay.
Rodrigo, on some of the European hill climb circuits, do they have a bit of runoff? I mean, is that a feature in Europe, or is it closer to a rally stage?
Depends on the country, but overall it's closer to a rally stage. Up to the point where you have the Italian hill climbs, which are even more hardcore than some rally stages. It's kind of crazy. But up north, England, even Germany, they are shorter, sort of smoother, a bit wider. But when you go to Italy, Greece, Spain, they are pretty much rally stages, both in length and width, and it gets kind of crazy. If you guys go to my channel, I've posted a full-on board of a Lotus doing Trento Bondone, and Trento Bondone, it's pretty much the European version of Pikes Peak. It's 17.3 kilometers in total.
Wow.
And it takes even for a massively fast car, it takes around 10 to 11 minutes to finish. And as far as layout goes, it's even crazier than Pikes Peak. Pikes Peak offers another type of challenge with the engineering side of things and all that, and the air getting the rarefaction of the air and all that. But Trento Bondone, as far as the bit of road goes, it's as much of a roller coaster as a road can get.
17 Ks long. The course here is 1.9, so I mean close to 10 times the length.
Unbelievable.
Yes.
We just saw Paige Lindenberg go up in the fair lane. Rodrigo, I think we've got a new winner on who learnt in the most difficult vehicle. We've got a 6610 Ford tractor.
All right. I have to end it.
We'll leave it there. We've got Matthew Williams watching all the way from China, which is magic to have you along.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
The beauty of live streaming.
Oh, it's magic. Just love it. Paige Lindenberg holding this Ford Fairlane. I mean, you know, that it's got the aerodynamics of a...
No, that is like piloting a house up a racetrack.
Yes, exactly.
Basically.
Driving your dining room table.
No, massive respect to her for taking that car up the track.
There's a lot of power in that Ford Capri.
Little bit of oversteer through there. That's brave through the S's. So the Simola hill climb is relatively short, I would say, by international standards, 1.9 Ks. However, one of the standout features of the Simola hill climb is the elevation change, 160 meters, and it is one of the fastest hill climbs in the world, with the average speed of 200 kilometers an hour set by Andre Bezuidenhout in his Gould.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you think from a standing start to then average 200 Ks an hour, I mean, it's just absolutely bonkers, to be honest.
And it's not going straight. Unbelievable. Yeah, very, very special.
No, it's a quick hill climb, this. And, of course, every effort made by the organizers to aid in the safety of the participants, as you'll see all around the circuit.
10th edition for Richard Evans in his Corvette Stingray 7.4 litre. Yeah, just American muscle. That's all you could say.
Those are wild. I mean, American muscle cars were very good at going in a straight line.
Yes.
There aren't any corners in America. Well, most towns and cities. Grid design. Rodrigo, correct me if I'm wrong, but does Pikes Peak have a rolling start?
Sort of. The thing about Pikes Peak is that the time cell it's something like 70 or 80 meters after the launch. You'll see a huge banner right off, because they start in sort of a little corner to the left, and on the middle of that corner there's a huge banner with Pikes Peak and everything, and it's on that banner that timing starts.
I see. Thank you.
Oh man, there are all sorts of trouble for the Ford. Yeah, the 20M Ford. This is the second run and second time there's been a mechanical issue, which is very, very sad.
That car wants to go home.
Yeah, and it's just so beautifully prepared. It's just been done. There we go.
Take me back to the museum.
Okay, I found it.
There we go.
I found a gear. It's just one. I only need one.
Back. It's
all right, let's get back to Jennifer Abbott in the orange Porsche 914, who also had an issue. Oh, this M20 is just not happy. Yeah.
Let's look at our shield replay here. This is the top of the course through the S's. There's the oversteer moment.
Yeah.
And that's when the car will snap around on you as soon as you get off the power. Hard on the brakes, all the wheels locked up there.
Yeah.
And actually, she also had the presence of mind to clutch in there, because
definitely,
when you're rolling backwards like that, you can run the engine backwards, and then that's catastrophic. So on the brakes, on the clutch, and she'll live to fight another day.
Yeah, there we go. But it is one of those moments where parts of your body do freeze up a little. Yeah.
I think there's a obviously a certain amount of instinct develops. I always say to people who are learning to drive, it's important to know what it feels like to lose control of a car.
Yeah.
Better to do that on a skid pan, obviously, than on a public road. But an experienced campaigner like that, it seems like she kept a cool head and managed to stay out of the barriers, which is great to see. We never want to see anyone go into the barriers. And we look forward to seeing her run again.
Yeah, that M20 is having problems. Hopefully they can fix it for the third free practice run, and hopefully we will see that car a little bit later. Let's cross over to the Dapper and Debonair, and probably pretty hot in terms of temperature. Colin Hasty in the pits.
Graham Nathan, that was the largest burnout in the history of burnouts. It was quite spectacular. Did you enjoy that?
I loved it. That's the fantastic part of this whole weekend, is that you get to play with your toys. Where else do you play like that?
Well, absolutely magnificent. And then you had to pull away and the smoke was still billowing out the window. And then did the car run out of grip, or did you run out of talent?
You open the window, otherwise I couldn't see where I was going. No, I've got a little bit of a misfire, and going in under the bridge, when I got back on it, there's a problem with the throttle transition, and it cut out, and then there was nothing to help. So I thought, well, better I stop this thing before I bin it, and I got very close to binning it anyway. So, yeah.
So is that, should we call that driver's reason number 345-1?
Well, it's better than driver's reason 1, which is running out of talent.
Graham, you always are an entertainer.
If you have a good look here, there's no brown spots?
No, because it's all caught in your underwear.
Exactly. Notice the real shit.
Well done, Graham. You are the entertainer.
Anytime.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Proper entertainer. Let the cars do the rest of the talking.
We're back underway.
Yeah, another one of the checker flag Porsches. They come as a pairing. Hopefully going to do quite well this weekend. I do hope they figure out, Chiro, the problem with that M20 Ford. Just, yeah. But I suppose some of these things cannot be cured.
Wants to go home.
Simple as that.
Why have you bothered me and taken me out to the sauna? You should have left me in the museum. No shame. I'm sure they'll sort it out.
Yeah, Quivers de Kock in the 944 Turbo, the 2.5 litre. 1986. That car is immaculate. If you go and look at that car, you'd think it came off the showroom yesterday. It is beautiful.
You know, we're talking about the joy and pain of classic motoring, and there's something about a classic car that has its foibles and has its idiosyncrasies and its troubles that allows you to bond with the machine in a way that you can't bond with a modern car. And so, for instance, I mean, that electric car that I drove, for all its impressive technicality, you know, there wasn't a romance there. And I think that the 20M having its troubles and all the rest of it, the reason why it's here is someone loves it. And someone wants to send it up the hill, and they'll probably love it more after they go home, even though it's given them so much stick. But that is why we love classic cars. It's we really bond to these machines.
Yeah, someone loves it, someone will love it again, and someone forgot to tighten something. Okay, this is the Golf, isn't it? It is crazy. Okay, we're looking at the Porsche coming to the end of the run. I'm just trying to see. I couldn't pick up which car number it was.
Colin did an amazing job of asking the drivers to provide some extra info on the cars.
Yes.
And Rob Press, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing his name correctly in this Golf Manufacturer Challenge, he says, once again this year my main concern is to not scratch Brian's special car.
It's actually quite amazing how many of the drivers of the cars on the Simola hill climb, whether it be Classic Car Friday or when we get to King of the Hill tomorrow and Sunday, are driving somebody else's cars, not even their own car.
Yeah, that's something that drives up my anxiety like crazy.
Wow.
I hate lending cars to people.
Sure.
Especially not to my dad. That didn't go well.
Yes, no,
Yeah.
we've learned from that mistake. Okay, so currently... Oh, sorry, yeah.
He's going for it.
Yeah, currently James Temple in the Shelby, the Daytona. He's sitting quickest, but these times are not not relevant, as we are still in free practice. We are actually, it's showing practice 3, so I think they've cancelled practice 2.
That might be.
That's what I think they've done, due to, so basically 2 rounds of practice. Rui Campos.
That's quick.
So I think there has been a change to the running order. There will be 2 practice sessions, and then after this we are going to get into qualifying round, because we are already running late.
Of smoke.
Yo, there's a lot of smoke there.
In the Golf. Oh, hopefully he hasn't dropped oil, because that's a difficult thing to sort out.
That's a mess.
He's made it to the top.
Yeah, that could also been body work, rubbing on a tire. Okay, doesn't seem to have affected anybody so far.
Yeah, you do not want to be the next competitor after someone's
oil.
dropped oil on the track, but they would have yellow flagged it, I think.
I think they've definitely got to check the track, that's for sure.
Yeah, if the Golf dropped oil there.
All right, apparently getting confirmation there was oil dropped. Rui Campos does go quickest with a 48.8, so I'm sure they're going to check the circuit. But as you say, I mean, you don't want to be the next car on the track and go, yellow flag comes out and you could still be too late.
And Campos didn't tap off there.
No, yeah.
That might hold up proceedings again. We'll get confirmation now from the clerk of the court's office, and Enzo Kuhn being held up on the line in his stunning F355 Targa.
Very special car. Beautiful sounding engine. Well, exhausts.
Really interesting to hear the Kuhn family legacy. His dad raced in the Monte Carlo Rally 1973. That's quite special, and honoring his dad with that sticker on the front of the Ferrari.
Very special.
I think that happens a lot where you have these motorsport families, and you sort of have these dynasties, and the passion gets passed down. And I mean, the Lindenbergs are a classic example.
Incredible, and everyone. Yes, I mean, Calvin and Sheldon are doing this incredible job, especially on the massive international stage. But you've got to go all the way back to Henny van der Linde. Their grandfather. It's just remarkable. Wonderful. What a legacy that is. Ferrari F355 Targa going up the hill in the hands of Enzo Kuhn. We're getting towards the end of practice 3. It seems as though there are only just going to be 2 practice sessions. Practice 2, I think, has been abolished. And thereafter, we start getting into the qualifying heats as well.
Rodrigo, are you seeing a lot of growth in classic car hill climbing in Europe?
Not so much growth, but it always has a lot of power, and with the rise of popularity with the Goodwood Festival and the Goodwood events on their circuit, that part has really grown, because now many of the guys who own these cars have a place and everything live stream and all that. So there's a lot of incentive to race those cars. There in Spa, there's also a lot of events. And for those braver, there is a classic section in the European Hill Climb Championship, and even there we see it released with something like 50 to 60 or 70 cars always. So the interest is there, the people have the cars, and some people don't mind that they are appreciating like mad, and they don't keep them on air-conditioned garages, which I really praise.
It is very brave, isn't it? Some of these classic cars are worth a lot of money now, and only going in one direction as well. The Lola looks quick.
Looks very, very quick. Nice and sideways, getting a little bit of four-wheel drift. Well, I mean, if this is their last run before the qualifiers, you really got to start laying down, finding out where your limit is. We're talking about the Kun family, and Kobus Conradi has come through saying his first rally that he went to was the International Castrol Rally into Swaziland with Jannie Kun and Ben van der Westhuizen. Incredible.
So Campos remains at the top for practice 3, and Anthony Ricks looked very, very fast in the Lola, but posted a 50. Campos still fastest.
Yeah, James Temple second, but I think some of the big guns are coming. Here comes Franco Scribante. Is that Robert Wolk going up in the Van Diemen?
This is just practice, but Franco looks like he's giving it the beads up the hill. He's not hanging around. I suspect that'll be. That was quick over the line.
It's a full second quicker than before. Okay, great to see Ian Schofield back. He had a gearbox issue the first time around.
He has posted a best time of 41.6 in the past.
Okay.
Last year, 2023. So he does have he does have the car underneath him to go fastest. But he might just keep a little bit in the bag just for the qualifying rounds.
So Scribante 42.7, and that was quicker than his first run as well. We've got Ian Schofield with his probably only run before the qualifiers. Here comes Andre Bezuidenhout.
And we can hear that car right through our soundproof commentary box.
Beautiful.
Yeah, Ian looking a little bit gingerly through the S's. Andre Bezuidenhout, of course, 6 times winner of King of the Hill in his Gould. But there's been some big news there.
Yes, there has.
With the Gould.
Very big news with Andre Bezuidenhout's Gould. We'll talk about that a little bit later during the course of the day. Just trying to see Scribante.
Still fastest.
So Schofield, not bad for just one run.
Yeah.
Regardless of the time, he had that little bit of a moment, a little bit of a scare. Also just checking that everything mechanically is sound. So, yeah, Ian Schofield, that's old Knowles Niemann's car.
Well, they did pretty much open heart surgery on that car in the pits after that accident. He had that to get into the transmission and probably get a few cogs out of there. It sounded like his transmission did seize, which caused that accident. So probably just make sure that everything's working, basically. So he posts a 47. I think that brings us to the end of our run, Sasha. Rodrigo,
I think
what
so.
do you think?
Yeah. It looks like it is, with the delays, Rodrigo, only two runs for all of the guys. I suppose this is the nature of motor racing. Sometimes things change, and you got to make sure that you're on it from the beginning.
Very much so the reality in hill climb racing. We see that happening all over, and thankfully here it was not because of the weather, but sadly it was because of some problems with the cars. But
yeah,
that's to be expected. But in the end, we're starting to see the guys up front getting faster and faster, and both Bezuidenhout and Scribante with a 42 and a 43. Well, what I said earlier about the conditions and the weather being good for records this year, it's starting to materialize.
Oh, without a doubt. I think, the heat, the rubber getting very, very sticky, Chiro. You just got to make, hopefully you get your tire, pretty warm off the line, and then from there you've got the grip. That's for sure.
Yeah, the more sort of the guys racing for the title here, I think all running tire warmers from what I could see with my quick pit walk, and again, very different to circuit racing where you've got an opportunity to warm up your tires over the course of the race. Whereas with hill climb, it's tire warmers off and off you go, or no tire warmers and you set off with cold tires. So that's another challenge that the drivers face as well with hill climb racing.
Wonder if they should ever do like a downhill race.
Just hang on, basically. Here's that replay.
Yeah, Jennifer Abbott in the 914. We had a couple of moments. She managed to save that one very, very well. And I'm sure we'll get that replay as well of Graham Nathan. But there we go. A little bit quiet. I think now it's a little bit of fine-tuning because these are the runs that count. So you got to try and make sure that you lay down a marker. You've got 3 qualifying runs, but you want to make sure that you get into it as quickly. Well, you lay down something as quickly as possible so you don't have more pressure as the day progresses.
So the best time of your qualifying counts. That's what takes you through to the class finals and eventually the shootout. So you don't have to post your best time in qualifying 3 or 1. You've got to it's the best time out of the 3 runs. So that's what the competitors will be aiming for. Maybe qualifying 1, qualifying 2, qualifying 3, trying to get a little bit faster each time.
Yeah, okay. Let's have a look at probably the could have been a much scarier incident than what actually transpired. But Graham Nathan pushing as Graham Nathan only knows how to do, and loses. Sort of goes in a little bit hot and deep on the brakes. There we go. Oh.
He said when he came off the throttle, he had a misfire, and he sort of alluded to the fact that his engine died, which I suppose would have meant loss of braking power, but it just looked like to me he was just very, very late on the brakes there, or maybe he was early on the brakes and just had a huge lockup halfway through the braking zone. I don't know, Rodrigo, how did you read that incident?
Always asked to say or criticize from the outside, but I would agree with you. It's a combination of thinner tires, late braking, probably turning and braking pretty hard, and all the way up to the apex. Probably a little bit of trying to do a trail braking there, and in the end, it's a classic car, and all transfers of mass are way exaggerated when compared to the modern stuff. It can happen.
Yeah, that's a good point. And look, Graham Nathan, a lot braver than me, taking that E9 up the hill at pace. So, but he's in good spirits. Colin having a chat with him afterwards, and he doesn't seem to have been at all affected by his incident. And he made it up the rest of the hill at quite a bit of pace as well. So the car seems fine. As we mentioned, there's that stone gully that runs along the left-hand side of the road the whole way up, which is obviously just a sort of water gully. But putting a wheel or two in there usually results in some damage to your suspension. But he did seem to end up in the gully, but maybe just sort of just sort of rolled in, and he looks like he and the car survived.
I'm sure him and his whole team will be giving the car a proper once-over just to make sure that there's no little dings, little bends on various suspension parts. So they'll definitely give it a go. Some of the cars returning. So what happens at the Simola hill climb? The initial first set of cars, as they go up the hill, they go through the magnificent Simola estate and make their way all the way back down. But then basically from halfway through, the cars are kept at the top, and once the session is finished, they actually go down the hill to get back to their pits. Yeah, right, I think. Sorry, Chiro, carry on.
No, just one of the challenges is that there are speed bumps on the return road.
Yes,
so the flats, what they call them, the flatties, have to come back down the racetrack.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so I think we've got Colin in the pits. Colin, how's the heat treating you, and how's the tension? Oh, Colin's not. Colin's doing other things at present.
He went shopping for deodorant, I think.
Yeah, or sun cream.
Yeah, both.
Yeah. The pit lane at the Simola Hill Climb, full, oversubscribed yet again. We've got some very interesting cars this year on Classic Car Friday, and of course, very, very interesting cars that are going to be on display and firing up the hill tomorrow. And Sunday on King of the Hill.
Sold out crowd.
Which is also
second
wonderful.
Year in a row. Huge congratulations to the organizers. I mean, you know, if you're watching from overseas and you're not familiar with the town of Neisner, it's a pretty small town.
Sure.
And when the hill climb comes to town, it takes over. And the logistical exercise of making this happen it really is second to none. I think in South Africa at the moment, I mean, it is the biggest motorsport event in South Africa, but the logistics of not actually having a racetrack and turning a road into a racetrack is very, very challenging. Because when this is all done, you have to take absolutely everything you see on your screens down and turn it back into a public road. So it's a huge effort, it really is, and Ian Shrosby and Chick Ramsey, the visionaries behind it, but of course a huge team contributing to each and every Simola Hill climb.
Without a doubt, and well done to everybody. So there's the 20M, it has made it back. Okay, it was much easier this time because it had to just go down the hill.
Yes, gravity.
But hopefully they can get that car ready and find out what the little gremlin is, because on both runs it has had, unfortunately, an unsuccessful run up towards the top.
You do want to see every car make it to the top. Unfortunately, I think the only other car we lost in that round was the oldest car in the field, the Austin from 1926. Unfortunately, the pilot there just had to park it off to the side of the track. But other than that, things do seem to be getting a little bit smoother. And the Fiat.
I think the Fiat Uno of Eugene Herbert.
I don't think that went out, actually.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it. Did it go out in the second round? I'm not sure.
I didn't see it go out in the second round.
Yeah.
And hopefully Lucy fixes that Austin 7 and has a go. I mean, her goal is to get up the hill 6 times. And that's all they want to do. And that's the beautiful thing about this as well. You know, their cars here, they spend the whole year, Rodrigo, working on their cars, and they're not coming here to win the top of the timesheets, but they might be just coming here to improve on the time that they set the previous year or the previous years.
It is a test to both machine and driver. But we touched upon this subject earlier about the type of driver that excels in hill climb racing. There's a bit of an art behind all this, because focusing during a whole day just to do a couple runs, or at the most 3 or 4. Normally, Neisner year Simola year is very good, because you guys provide a way to race quite a bit more. But even then, you have to really focus. You have to, every year you come back, you learn a bit more, and you calm your nerves. And when you're on the start line, you learn to shut everything off and then focus on that single run. And well, sometimes things don't go our way. But even then, the challenge never dies. So I think everyone will keep getting back, because that's the magic of hill climb racing.
That's without a doubt. Let's go to our pit man. We've got Colin Hasty, who's there, and then of course we'll start getting ready for the qualifying rounds. Colin, what's happening?
Oh, there's a whole lot of heat going on here. We're managing to survive. Thank you for getting me to stand in the shade, which is quite great. Top of the run, the fastest cars, the fight between Franco Scribante and Andre Bezuidenhout. Franco on a 42.7 and Andre on a 43.7, and then Ian Schofield on a 47. So they found a bit of an issue in the gearbox. The biggest, and it was a selector fork thing that I'm told, the biggest problem they had was that one of the rocks that he drove into broke off the The single selection of gears was correct.
I think we lost Colin there.
Yeah, I
Top
think.
10.
Yeah, I think Colin. Oh, here he is. He's back.
So I'm hoping that you all got that. 3 qualifying runs again, going into class final and the top 10 shootout. I had James Temple with me just now, who ended up leading his class again, but he's got the bonnet opening and he's looking a little bit very interested. James, you don't look entirely happy.
How's it, Colin?
Well, how are you?
Yeah, we happy but not happy. So there's a few changes, but I think the circuit, if you want to call it that, is a little bit dirty still. So I don't think it's quite as quick. But we're going to make some changes and a few clicks here and there and see what we can do. Just we don't want to try to chase the setup too much, but also we don't want to wait because I mean it's a one-day event today, so we don't have time, you know.
And I mean the temperature is really climbing. That also plays havoc with the handling.
Yeah, it does. For us, it suits us, to be honest, with this type of historic kind of race tyre. It is important to get the temperature up. But then again, there's a fine line on these between too hot and too cold, so it's a balance. So that's why the setup is mainly around tyre temp and trying to get it faster near the end of the run. But yeah, we'll see. Circuit might come to us. Let's see.
Good luck. Have fun.
Thanks,
Of course, running cross-ply tyres on the historic car of the Cobra. This one looks, Paige Lindenberg's car's got radial. So we're going to see Paige right over here. Let's have a chat to her. Paige, sorry to interrupt. Are you well?
I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic, thanks. You've had 2 runs. Yes. Battleship, boat, Galaxy. Which one is it now?
Fairlane. Battleship boat. It was definitely a boat this morning. That first one was really slippery. You saw how delayed we were. There were so many incidents. So this morning was really slippery. This last run now was much better. Our times are not far off where we finished last year. So it seems to be a bit faster than last year. So it's looking good.
And Graham Nason went ahead of you and did that most ridiculous burnout ever. The smoke all came into your car. It's not so nice, is it?
No, it was terrible. My eyes were burning, but at least he went off a bit, so it gave me time to just get the smoke out my car and regroup, and then I got a fresh run, so it was good.
Earlier we were talking about when you've got a big delay in it. You get to the front of the queue and you've psyched yourself in, and then you've got a delay. How does that play with your mind?
Yeah, look, I think it's just to keep focused. There's so many distractions here, and I think once your helmet goes on, at least for me, once my helmet goes on, everything sort of blacks out, and I just focus on what's ahead of me and cancel out all the noise. So for me, it was okay. It wasn't too bad. It was actually nice to have a little break, because leading up, you know, these cars are so difficult. You got to make sure you don't run the clutch. You got to make sure you don't overheat. So this little stretch here can be a bit stressful with these cars. So it was actually a nice little break to just center yourself and get going again. But I'm lucky. I think when my helmet goes on, I know that it's race mode and I focus.
Going into your own little bubble.
Yeah, I have to. With everything going on around you, you got to focus.
You got 3 runs, then hopefully class finals and top 10 shootout if you quick enough.
Yeah, it's looking good. I mean, we really had a good start today if we look at the times from last year. So I'm hoping we'll make class finals and going to try really hard for the top 10, but you never know. Just got to keep it on the black stuff and try and improve our times every run, but not be silly and, yeah, look after the cars.
Awesome. Thanks a lot for chatting to us. Good luck.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Always good to chat with Paige. I wanted to get hold of George Smallberger, but I think he's off having a beer somewhere and just being chilled out. Trevorini Takini. You didn't have such a good first run.
First one was alright. Second one was a bit squirrely and got a small fuel pressure issue. So she's all old stuff in it. So, you know, just trying to get it all working again. But she's going okay.
You said that you were here more for entertainment and to be part of it than to go and win it.
Yeah, look, the hill climb for us is a special event. We've had so many years of good, good running with the other alphas, and we try and mix it up a bit. I think the crowd want to see different cars. The fans come here to see variety. And, we try and just mix it up. So we've brought a really, really old girl with us this year. And, it's just in the spirit of the celebrations for the 70th anniversary of Julieta. And it's just great, to drive a really, really old Alfa Romeo, with a wooden steering wheel.
A lovely thin wooden rim.
I mean, I'm struggling to hold on to the wheel going up the hill. It's sort of trying to get away from me. But it's just such a special experience to be in a car like that. The car's sort of 25 years older than me almost. So it's just great to be here and to see the fans. And they love the car, which is great. So
Nice to see how serious you take driver personal safety. Proper fireproof underwear, racing boots, proper overall, good helmet. It's important even in these slow-ish cars.
The cars aren't slow when they hit something. So if you hit a wall in a car like this, it hurts just as badly as in a road car. And safety is a critical item, and people have to take it more seriously, especially in a sport like this. People our age now, we can't afford to die behind the wheel of a race car. So I would advocate it. Hunts devices, proper belts, proper seats, proper suit, fireproof stuff. You only live once, so don't die in a race car.
When you say proper seat belts, you're talking about a 6-point.
You should only have a 6-point harness in your car.
I think if you and I had our...
Okay, well, here we go. We're going into qualifying one. First car out there. Unfortunately, a little bit of comms communication with Colin, but I'm sure we'll get back to him a little bit later. 3 runs, Chiro. Times, well, listen, you just got to get one quick time to basically get into your group sort of finals.
Yeah, I think in that sense, Simola's maybe a little bit more forgiving in that you do have 3 opportunities to post your best time. Rodrigo, you were saying that Simola does allow for a lot more running, perhaps, than some overseas competitions?
A lot more. I think you guys have the format nailed down, even more than us here in Europe. We are way more cutthroat because of the huge entry lists. For example, this last weekend, it was the first race of the European, the 2024 European Championship in Austria, and in total there were during all weekend there were only 5 runs, 3 on Saturday and 2 on Sunday, and 3 on Saturday we were all a bit lucky because we were expecting only 2, so 4 runs in total. Imagine the difference to Simola.
Wow. So that's it. So 4 runs, and the winner is decided in that number of runs, basically.
No, the winner is decided on the 2 runs in Sunday. It's 2 practice runs in Saturday and 2 race runs in Sunday normally.
Wow.
Because, for example, in Austria there were something like 260 or 270 cars entering.
Wow.
So it gets
Yeah,
logistically it's quite insane.
That's a lot of cars. Unfortunately, just looking at the first run there for Patrick Gearing in the Riley, there it is. Something is broken down there. Is the car stuck in gear? No, there we go. It is in neutral. They can push the car off the track. That's very, very unfortunate. That car's been here, I think, for its 3rd year, and it's been incredibly reliable up until now. Commentator's curse. Here's your mate, Chiro.
Yes, Giro. Sometimes mistaken for me. Our names are quite similar.
Yeah, I'm telling you, one of us should be in that car next to him. Taking some photos.
Look, next year we'll put Rodrigo in there. What do you think, Rodrigo?
Yeah, but there you see, look, he's got an umbrella. This is what I love. Yeah, there we go. Just put in a proper harness. I'll go and sit in there. And a helmet. I mean, isn't that just a picture? Wonderful. So the slight delay is Patrick Gearing's Riley, unfortunately, is had a little bit of a stop, and so we are just waiting, and then of course the next cars will go up. 3 runs of qualifying, and then of course it is the class shootout and then the top 10.
You know, Gera didn't think this umbrella thing through, because I mean that just adds unnecessary weight.
Yeah,
you know?
too much weight.
It's just no point. No point to that.
Yeah, I didn't think about that.
This Ford Model A. Let me actually pull up the year here. I can't see it, unfortunately. But that is probably one of the heaviest cars on the hill, I can imagine. And look how skinny the tires are.
It's incredible.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's
that's...
wrestling that thing up the hill.
Oh, no, I can imagine.
Oh, there we go. Should have thrown the umbrella out. And he's off.
Oh, listen to that. Man.
A little bit of wheel spin off the line.
A little bit of squealing off the wheels there. Well, this is where it counts. You want to try and be as fast as you can. These are cars all in what we call the H1 category. Okay, so, you know, these H1s are invitational pre-war cars. I just love to go out on a Sunday for a drive somewhere in that car. I mean, I think it's just beautiful.
Another one of Brian Bruce's cars, actually.
Yeah.
Part of his collection. I think the oldest car I have had the good fortune of driving was a 1936 Rolls Royce.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I pulled up outside a sort of a friend's dealership, and it was standing there, and he said, "You want to take it for a drive?" And simultaneously one of the best and scariest things I've ever done. I mean, those old cars, it's just there's very little to do with how new cars work, you know.
Of course.
I don't remember really how the gear shift worked or anything, but it's completely unlike a modern car, and you have to rewire your brain a little bit on the fly. So a lot of respect for these guys taking these pre-war cars up the hill.
Yeah, there we go. There is that Ford Model A making its way up. And then, of course, we got Callum Price, which is his 5th entry into Simola in the Austin Special. He's also making his way. It's all of a sudden there's like a different form of energy coming from the drivers. It just feels everyone's like going, okay, time to put our foot down.
Yeah, it counts now. Rodrigo, what's the oldest car you've driven?
I think there I won't impress anyone. It should go to something like in the 60s, maybe some Ford Taunus, something like. I'm really not sure, because one thing I really don't like, it's the old responsibility of driving something super old. I had a couple of opportunities in Chesley Walsh on that old Hillclimb in England. I had the opportunity to drive a couple of pre-war cars, and I ran from the opportunity like out, because I really didn't want the responsibility of necking a gear or something like that, because those gearboxes are so finicky and they have so much tricks. You have to you have to declutch everything, and I know how the owners are, and I went, okay, no, that's not for me.
Yeah, no, I can relate to that.
Well, there we go. Brian Bruce in his 10th edition. He's the man with all of the cars in his D-Type, 1956, 3.8 6-cylinder. This should be a joy to listen to going up the hill.
We have something running very slowly at the top, just before the S's. That'll probably be yellow flagged.
Yeah, it's going to be a problem for Brian's time if he does get caught up in that yellow flag, which I think he will.
The thing is, the S's are blind, so you'll need to get a warning. You'll need to tap off here. He's going to very suddenly come upon a green Austin.
Yeah.
That's now stopped. Yeah, I think Brian knew about it. That's a tough day out for the classics.
Sure, wow.
And I personally suspect the weather has something to do with it. Classics just don't like running this hot. And But I think more of a sense of occasion for a lot of the drivers here today. As we were chatting to that man with a really fascinating Italian name, I can't get it in the Alpha.
Tacquini.
There we go, Tacquini.
There we go. Tacquini.
Yeah, I mean, he was saying, it's just a special.
Yes, a special. We'll see. Let's see how his runs go. Very competitive class. So we got the yellow flag. It seems another one of the pre-war cars, unfortunately. Seems to have a little bit of an issue. In front of you on your screen, of course, the magnificent Ford GT40 4.9 litre 8-cylinder Peter McPherson category H2. So the categories, I mean, some of them, all of them, Chiro and Rodrigo, very, very competitive. It must be in Europe when you've got 250 odd cars competing in one day. Is it not something that they should reconsider to do it over 2 days or 3 days, or 2 different weekends? Because it seems as though an incredible amount of effort for, as you say, probably 4 runs.
The thing is, people are used to things going this way at this point. I would agree with you. Something to work around the huge nightmare of logistics that these races have become would be welcome, but at the same time, a lot of these guys are running these races for something like 20-30 years and telling them, okay, now we are limiting a race for something like 70 or 80 entries only, so everyone can run more and all that. It's a fine balance to strike with everything, and here people are used to do it this way. Me not really agreeing. I am organizing two races here in Europe, the one in England and one in Croatia, where we limit entries to 80 cars tops. So we can have something like 6 runs during, or 6 or more runs during all weekend. And both races were very successful with drivers because of that. But then again, I am building something totally new, when we have the luxury of imposing the rules straight ahead because there's no ground laid before. For the races with a curriculum of over 40 or 50 years, they really don't have that luxury. So I think it'll stay this way.
Okay, yeah.
So you're now on the organizing side of hill climbs as well, Rodrigo?
Yeah, that was always the goal, one of the goals, because at the end of the day, I really love making the videos and showing the cars, but even better than that would be to have some control of the races, where the cars race, and being the one inviting the cars and knowing what I know and how I think a race should be enjoyed and what are the cars that people want to see. Being behind everything and really having another level of control helps a lot. So the race we have in England, it's not exactly a hill climb per se, it's a mix between a hill climb and a time attack event, because it's run on a track, but we run it with sort of a hill climb layout and with a standing start. The other one, it's a full-on hill climb on a fantastic location. Pretty similar location to Simola in some ways, but on both we don't have any FIA connection, so the freedom we have to get in crazy machinery there and everything. It's much larger, and hopefully all will go well.
And are you finding that you're having to turn cars away?
Sometimes. Sometimes very. I really don't like to do it, but at the end we have to, because I have a brand that is recognizable through the monsters, the monster cars and all that. It becomes, the competition becomes getting the cars that fit the motto the best. So
when we are exceeding the number of the limit number, I have to start going and see, okay, which are the lesser cars, so to say, and start cutting there and leaving just the very top.
All right, wonderful. Sorry, Rodrigo. Okay, we are back live action, which is happening at Simola. This is the first qualifying run for Classic Car Friday. We are into one of the Ford GTs. And just there we go. Chiro's got a torch. Somehow the powers that be at the municipality in Nice have decided that, well, you don't really need any power at the moment. But we're still going. One of the Ford GTs, I think it's Peter McPherson in that GT.
Jaguar D-Type has already gone out. So this is Alexander Krahe in the Jaguar MK2. Also a very valuable car these days as well. Quite brave to take it up the hill. But it is lovely. Well, that GT40 was moving over the finish line. We don't have the live timing at the moment. Ah, here we go. The Porsche 914 is back out.
Yep, Jennifer Abbott back out there. She had a bit of a moment in her last practice run. Let's see, how she does this time. Do you think she should be more tentative? A racing driver just says, put it behind you, go.
I think, as one of the drivers was saying, the track is getting cleaner and cleaner. It is obviously a public road, but you can't go sweep the whole thing. So what happens is the first cars sweep the road for you. And as more and more cars go, you get less and less dust. You get a bit more rubber down. So here we go. She's going back through the S's now. Let's see how she takes it. But still quite quick through there. Maybe a little bit slower, and she'll pick it up in qualifying 2 and 3.
Yeah, there we go. Well, she goes second with a 1 minute exactly 0.6 at the moment. Fastest Peter McPherson. He is sitting there at 54.5. Of course, you can see that on your screen. Mini going out, well, the Austin Mini going out, Andrea Krah. So she's out there as well. Big guns still to come. 3 qualifying. We go down from 64 cars to 24 cars after the lunch break, and then of course the top 10 shootout from all of the categories. So we've got H1, H2 all the way down to H9, and then from there we will have a top 10 shootout.
Car number 52, Dave van der Merwe, Ford Anglia. Made famous, of course, by the Harry Potter films. This one I don't think is going to take off at any point.
We hope not.
It'll make it easier to get up the hill, that's for sure.
Yeah, straight line.
Yeah, as the crow flies.
As it goes. Car number 52, yeah, Dave van der Merwe, 1965.
Oh, I do love an old Escort.
Yeah, beautiful. Just beautiful. Craig Redling-Hayes, it is an Escort, but it's got a 1700 1.7 litre engine inside there, which I think is one of those Pinto, Ford Pinto engines. Yeah.
So not a matching numbers car then, but that's okay.
No.
We don't, we don't keep score yet.
Yeah, well, who are we to judge?
Yeah.
As long as it fits within the rules that that the organisers like, then we have no issue.
There is also scrutineering, very intense scrutineering here at Simola as well. So every single car is checked before it's allowed on the hill to have all the safety requirements in place. It's a really thorough event. It's a 4-day event. Scrutineering started yesterday, the Thursday, and takes all year round to prepare as well. The team never sleeps, I don't think.
Yeah, no, very much so, and I must endorse that as well. The scrutineering and the checks during the event as well is exceptionally well controlled.
do it
Quick
for
question,
9.
guys.
Yeah, sure.
I was thinking the Escort Mark II going up the hill. You guys are asking me what kind of cars are popular here or not. How popular are the classic Escorts here?
Interestingly, what's happening, Rodrigo, is because we live in a very dry country, we don't put salt on our roads. A lot of the older Escorts are being exported and sold overseas at great profit, actually. There's almost a whole industry now out of exporting cars that lived here in very dry environments with no humidity. And those older cars, of course, didn't have the great rust protection that modern cars have, the corrosion protection. And so in wet countries and countries where they put salt on the road, they sort of tend to fall to pieces. So yeah, we really, this country is sought after. It's obviously a little bit sad to see cars leaving the country, but that's the reality at the moment.
All right, makes a lot of sense. Thanks for the explanation. I was asking because these things here in Europe, they are massively popular. If you go to anything closer to a classic rally, you will see something like 20 or 30 units, and very developed units, crazily so. And I never saw many there on South Africa, and it always bugged me.
Yeah, I think the Escorts, if you've got one in good condition, you probably keep it in good condition, I would say.
Yeah.
There was also extremely popular car in Europe, and I imagine there's lots of them hanging around if they haven't rusted.
Yeah, and listen, there were lots, as you say, lots here, lots being exported, but a lot, I think, unfortunately, just, people never ever saw the value in them. They were just the vehicle. A Citroen on the track, an Abarth on the track, Burnout fastest, McPherson second at the moment. Qualifying one of the classic car Friday. As you can see, the little Citroen always bending and leaning a little bit to the left. Notorious for European cars.
I wonder what suspension that Citroen's running, if they've stripped out, or if it originally was fitted with the pneumatic suspension.
I love Citroens.
Yeah.
Oh, I just love it.
Oleo-pneumatic, I think, was the technical term. I actually raced a 1957 Citroen DS in the Cape 1000 rally.
Man.
Yeah, I came first in my class with no aircon. We did 1,600 Ks in 4 days through the Cape. And without much of a seatbelt either. I mean, it was a sort of it was like a testimony to a seatbelt. It was, I mean, what's the word?
But what a beautiful car, isn't it?
Incredible
oh, what a car.
It ran absolutely perfectly the whole time. And it will always be a great memory for me. And sadly, that car's been exported as well.
Oh, no.
Yeah, belonged to my colleague and sold it overseas to a collector. But great memories for me.
All right, we've got one of the Ford GT40 MK1s that's on the track. That's Robert Fluke's car. Is so beautifully set out. Getting into the H5 category, I think going to be incredibly competitive in H5. Here we've got the likes of Fiat, Ford, Datsun, Alfa Romeo, more Fords, even BMW. So going to be a very competitive class H5. But Burnout, the younger Jandre Burnout, the son of Andre Burnout, he's category H3, currently the fastest on track at the moment.
That's not bad going in that 944. I mean, they were quick in their day, not by modern standards, but he can obviously pedal, the young Burnout. Of course, he's got mentored by his dad, of course, who's definitely no slouch up the hill. He's the current record holder, 6 times winner as well. So another one of those families where the racing dynasty gets passed down.
So on the bottom of your screen, JP van der Walt, who in King of the Hill over the weekend is class winner for the last 3 years, and now he's in a Ford with the Pinto engine as well. Of course, it is an Escort. It's got the 2-liter 4-cylinder. This is going to be, I think, an unbelievably quick time. Let's see what happens with JP van der Walt. Datsun GX Coupe out on track as well. Ian Kilburn, 1400 4-cylinder. JP Vanderbilt with a 56.1, sitting in 4th position.
About to see another old Ford coming out, the Cortina, or is it already
I think it's
on the track?
Yeah, I think it's on the track.
Zaydenhout's still quickest.
Yeah.
The 53.169.
I really thought that JP Vanderbilt would have been right up there with that time.
There's that stunning Alfa Romeo. Julius Sprint, eh, Sasha? That's
no. So this was just the GTA.
Okay.
Well, GTA was sort of a replica. Also 2 litre. There's the Ashley Bowd. Tuck should be coming shortly. We're going to have... Something's making a tremendous noise outside our window. So that's the GTA that's out there. This is a Ford Cortina. Yes, as you can tell, that very... very standard. Very standard. As you bought it in the showroom 50 years ago. But all within the regulations.
Such a classic shape, though.
Yeah.
The Cortina, real legend in South Africa. I think that's the Mustang making all that noise.
Wow. Could be. That's the Datsun GX Coupe going out.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
That front end tricked me.
Cortina giving it a full go. So nobody thus far beating the 53.1. Gavin Rook quite up there, very close. Okay, so this is Peter K. Eddy, I think.
Yeah.
W2002.
2002. That K. Eddy, long associated with South African motorsports as well.
Incredible.
My uncle, Sasha, actually, and Rodrigo, my uncle was Portuguese, and he was JSN head mechanic for the E30. Rebuilt a lot of cars for Robbie Smith.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, won a championship with Robbie, and quite interestingly as well, he built, when JSN had the AC Schnitzer license in South Africa, my uncle built every single AC Schnitzer on the road in
Is
South
that
Africa.
so?
Yeah, so if you ever see
Wow.
one, it was built by him. His name was Louis Lopez, or Lopes.
Louis Lopez. Oh, that's amazing. What a brilliant
he's still
story.
with us, and he has the most amazing stories.
One can imagine. Here we go, bottom of your screen, Trevor Tuck. Ian Kilburn's put in a proper time in category H5 at 53.8. He's only 7/10 off Jandre Bezaidenhout, but 2 categories below him. So Ian Kilburn, H5, that is the man. JP Vanderbilt is 3 seconds slower than that. So Ian Kilburn is definitely the man to catch in that category.
Capri Piranha, another South African classic.
Classic car.
And this car has achieved a podium in Classic Car Friday.
Yeah.
So he is very competitive. And here's Graham Nathan again. Looks like he did another burnout.
Yeah, smoke all over the place.
Your brakes.
So very interesting. In category H3, Jandre Bezaidenhout with a 53.1. No one close to him in his category. Genuinely no one close to him. Gavin Rook, H4, he's done a 53.3. The next is a 57.7. Ian Kilburn, a 53.8 in H5. The next closest is Trevor Tuck in a 55.7. Yeah, so that seems to be the closest out of everyone so far. Here comes Paige Lindenberg in your dining room table.
Yeah, all credit to her.
That's a beast.
That is a monster to wrestle up the hill. And Graham Nathan very slowly over the finish line there. Something went.
Maybe too many burnouts.
Daytona Coupe, absolutely stunning car.
Beautiful car.
Yep, Paige not hanging about either.
53.6 for Paige Lindenberg. That's a magic time.
That is really impressive. I mean, she's 0.4 of a second off of Bezuidenhout in the 944.
Yeah.
No, that's really impressive. So we can feel something literally coming through us. Through our feet here, the commentary box.
Oh, something looked very sideways there in that Shelby Daytona.
That was a bit sideways off the line.
There comes the Corvette.
But James Temple going fastest, 48.7.
Wow, that's quick.
In class H6.
Yeah. So that is that was the Shelby.
So Lindenberg in H6 as well. They'll probably, the two of them will go through.
Yeah. There's a 5-second difference. 5-second difference. Wow.
Oh, that Daytona Coupe was quick.
Sure, very quick.
Really quick. Oh, huge burnout off the line.
Yeah.
See what this 1969 Corvette Stingray can do in the hands of Richard Evans. Slowing down a bit there. Not full, didn't look like full beans.
No, it
through
doesn't look
the
like.
S's.
I think, yeah. Ooh, somebody making a lot of noise off the line.
Just nursing it over the line, I think there. What's quite interesting about the finish line here is it sort of crests. And some of the bigger incidents we've seen over the years actually just over the finish line. You're obviously really moving at that point, and the suspension goes a little bit light, the car goes a bit light, and if you've got a bit of steering angle in when the car settles again, you can be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah.
So the finish line at Simola is actually one of the trickiest parts of the course. So you can't relax until it's not over until you're in the braking zone after the finish line, basically.
The twins coming out on the track, Clive Weston and Mike O'Sullivan in the Porsche 924s. These, of course, were originally just Audi engines, and Porsche made the 924, and then, of course, they made the 924 Turbo. Let's see if this car can make it to the top.
The 944, if I'm not mistaken, this is the 924. It's actually going to be badged as a VW.
I think it was.
Last minute, I think they changed it.
Yeah, but it's still the Audi engine.
Yeah, well,
a VW Audi.
A lot of part sharing.
Yes.
On there.
Well, I mean, just as it is with, Bugatti, Lamborghini, Polo.
Yeah.
People tend to forget just how bad the economic situation with Porsche was at a point during the late 80s and early 90s.
Yes, very true.
Nowadays, well, powerhouse. But back then, it was quite rough.
That was the 20M, Sasha?
It was the 20M, yes.
There,
so it's done it.
Here we go.
Yes! Well done.
They sorted it. There we go.
Well done. Checkered flag music. Whoa, no, he's still going through. Oh, no, he's through. Wonderful.
Brooke Dangor now at the bottom of your screens in the BMW E30 M3. And the Manufacturer Challenge Golf, I think, is probably just finished.
Yeah.
Here comes Dangor. Let's see what he can do. He's very near the top of the course now. Dangor goes second fastest for the session, although he is in a different class.
Yeah. Yeah, Farouk is in H7.
H7. Rui Campos in the Martini branded Porsche. Stunning car. He's usually very quick up the hill, using all of the track on the exit of turn 3 up into the second straight, approaching the S's at pace here. You'll probably see the Porsche step out a little bit. He'll dial in a little bit of oversteer there. No, quite neat.
Yeah, it should be quite close between him and Temple. Oh, wow.
That's quick.
1.4 seconds.
Yep. Campus goes fastest for
Sure,
the session.
put it down there.
47.3. He's in class H8.
Enzo Kuhn usually about 4 seconds slower than Rui Campos in the same class. So let's see what Enzo can do.
From what I understand, the F355 is full road car spec. So
Oh yeah, no, he drives it here.
Yeah, yeah. Oh no, he drives the car.
He drives the car.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh,
yes.
amazing.
No, Enzo drives it here and then drives it home.
Oh wow, that saves a lot of fat on trailering the car. That's for
Exactly. So yeah, he goes third fastest, 52.3. We've got the Lola. We're getting to the top end of the guys. The Lola is out there, H9.
The 9 class H9. The rest of the field from this point on, from the Lola on, are all in H9. And they will be fighting for the top 3 spots over the 3 qualifying sessions.
Yeah. There's Robbie Walk in the Van Diemen. Quite amazing. Just a 1600 cc, but like 500 kilos of weight.
I think someone said 380.
380 kilos?
Yeah. Sorry, Rodrigo. 370.
Normally, could be more, but normally the rule books on these Formula 4 type of cars, Van Diemen's and all that, was always 370. That's the limit.
Driver almost weighs more than the car.
Yeah, you just, you just pick it up by one hand and put it in the boot. Whoa! Got a little bit wide there, but that's, yeah, Robbie Walk. This should be pretty impressive.
Sure, got almost a 4-wheel drift there through the S's.
Super talented kid.
Ew.
Wow.
That
48.3, but I mean it's a second off Campos.
Yeah.
But I mean completely different vehicles. It's just crazy. All right, what are? Oh, okay. So some of the drivers have decided not to go out. It seems for their first qualifying run. Could be saving tires for the qualifying 2 and 3. Looks like some different kind of track action.
I think I actually spotted that Lumina in town.
I think it's
some
Jim.
fuel. and it had the wildest cam I think I've ever heard on a car. It was one of the roughest idles I've ever heard, sitting in a Shell petrol station just getting some fuel.
Ah, okay, the cars are coming out. Here we go.
Here they
Scribante wants something, wasn't happy about something on his way out. Curvis just helping getting the car to the front.
We've been lucky to film Scribante's workshop for the Cars.co.za YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And I mean, he is living, I think, every childhood boyhood dream.
Goodness gracious, yeah.
Just building the greatest cars and keeping them on the road. And I mean, tomorrow he'll bring the Sheriff out.
Yes, and if you've never seen the Sheriff, believe you me. Okay, let's see what Franco Scribante can do going up the hill. Let's listen to this.
Oh, just hit the rev limiter there, I think. Over the line. Yeah.
Super fast. 42.4 seconds. For Franco Scribante. Well, listen, let's see what Andre Poseidon can do, because I mean it's very much between these two men. Great rivals.
You know what's so interesting about the setup of Simola is these two great rivals, which we've enjoyed over the years. They stand right next to each other in the pits.
Yes.
Literally,
the cars
they
are
are
next
wheel
to each
to
other.
wheel. Yeah, and obviously, you know, I'm sure a couple of side eyes from the mechanics.
Oh, that's a good pull-off. That is a good pull-off.
You know, watching each other work on the different cars.
Ian Schofield getting ready in the classic Noel Schneemann Benson Hedges car. Yeah, car seems to be all good. It'll be interesting to see what Andre Poseidon does. I must say, I thought he had a brilliant pull-off. That wasn't a great pull-off from Ian Schofield.
I have a feeling Poseidon is trying to prove something here. He was very squirrely under braking into turn 3. Looked quick through the S's.
Let me just tell you, that is 6/100ths of a second.
Oh, that's close.
6/100ths of a second between Scribante and Poseidon.
Yeah.
Wow.
I had a feeling he was going for it there.
That is unbelievable. That's phenomenal.
So it's extremely close at the top this year.
Shit, that is super. 0.6 of a second. Here we go. We got Ian Schofield. He could be with the. I don't. He started and looked good on that one.
The beginning of his run wasn't great. Probably about a 44.
Goes into with a 48.
48. Okay.
48.
No, I was way off,
So not his best time.
I wonder if he's still sort of nursing that gearbox up the hill.
Maybe. Charles Arton in the March. This is a Ford BDC, not a BDG. Actually had a chat to him last night. Bumped into him at the restaurant. I was having dinner. Very, very nice man. That was the nice start.
All the way from 1979.
Incredible.
How bumpy the right hand side of the track is there. Some of the flatties, the single seaters, they actually move to the left hand side of the track, but it seems with the older cars the suspension's maybe a little bit more forgiving and they can hit those bumps. This is just a normal public road after all.
Yeah, it is.
That was quick through the S's there.
That's a good time. Charles Arton goes into third position, 45.3. All right, and I think is that it?
I think they went slightly out of order there. Burnout sort of ran in about 4th to last.
I haven't seen Josh Dovey go out.
So 42.4 runs a 42.5.
Yeah, 600ths of a second.
Gosh. All right, it's very close at the top this year. Rodrigo, how did you enjoy that qualifying session?
It's heating up. Now we're seeing the rivalry up top, just getting closer and closer. I wasn't even expecting this amount of competition. Now I'm wondering with the stagnation of Evolution in the times of script, if he's running the Chevron, the B26 or the B19.
No, he is the B19. He is the B19.
Okay. Makes sense because I was hearing intently the live stream just to check the engine noise, and I was thinking, no, this is the B19 for sure. But okay, now I have confirmation and it makes sense. So I guess right until the end we won't know the winner, even if both cars run perfectly. Hopefully so, and we will see it down to the wire.
Oh, without a doubt. I honestly didn't expect it to be this close, and I'm delighted that it is this close. Here we go. A little bit of drifting action. Let's enjoy this.
Drift taxi. Big smiles. Wonder if she'll be smiling that widely by the time she's finished.
Well, I think she's got an open face helmet because if something goes wrong, you don't want to have a closed face helmet.
I've been in a drift car with a guy called James Dean, who's a multiple champion Irish guy, very, very tall actually.
Yes.
And we just went around this track until the tires blew, basically at the back. And one of the most exciting experiences I've ever had, actually. Do you keep an eye on the drift scene, Rodrigo, at all up in Europe?
I do. It's not my cup of tea personally, but I collide with those guys a lot, and I know James, and he's a wizard behind the wheel, not only in drifting. You went with him in the Silvia or in the RX-7?
No, so he was in South Africa for, I think, a promotional tour, and they supplied him with a car down here, which to my memory was something like a Toyota Sora, but obviously with an impressive drivetrain. I think the chassis was a Toyota Sora. Yeah, and fully sideways, and you just go until something explodes. Basically, hopefully not the engine.
Fantastic guy. For those who want to know more about him, he has a YouTube channel too, and he's living the dream, or the drifting dream. But yeah.
So it looks as though, funny enough, the Chevy on the left, I don't know, it doesn't seem to be working. I see Jim getting into the car on the right, and hopefully the ladies join him as well, because it is a thrill to go in a drift car with somebody who knows what they're doing. Jim McFarlane, of course, is our South African champion, and is off to Oman towards the end of the year to go and race in the internationals, which is fabulous. Yeah.
There's quite a lot of talent. Yeah.
Wow.
There's
a lot of talent
coming out of SA at the moment.
Incredible when it comes to drifting. Insane.
But across motorsport, Jordan Pepper came second, I think, in the Nürburgring 6 hour.
Yes.
And
but not drifting.
No. Keeping the car in a straight line, relatively. And then Jonathan Thomas, who I'm fortunate to have become quite friendly with, is racing in an LMP3 class in the European Le Mans Series.
Phenomenal.
And I have a strong feeling that Jonathan is being sort of groomed and mentored to get into LMP1. And that would take him to Le Mans, which would be fantastic. He's a lovely, lovely guy, and I wish him all the best. I think he's got what it takes. So it's really nice to see South African racing talent coming through, and the karting scene is very vibrant as well in South Africa, and that's obviously where it all starts for a lot of these drivers.
Yeah, very, very special. So I don't know why there is this break right now. They've only done one qualifying run.
I think
they might be going towards running with the program. I'm just looking, it's 12:30. We should be doing qualifying too.
Bit of a fashion shoot going on in the pits.
Yeah.
The Monster girls. Monster, a great supporter of the hill climb as well.
And originally Monster Energy, founded by 2 South Africans.
Yes, that's actually a good point.
It's a wonderful story.
That's true. They both went to Wits, I think.
Both went to Wits.
Good friends. And they took over what I think was a sort of failing drinks brand in California and turned it into Monster.
Correct.
And if you had bought, there was some fact of, if you had bought shares in that company when they started, it's the largest share growth in history, I think, of any company ever. They built an empire. They really did. 2 South African guys from Johannesburg, and Monster has, well, it's become a Monster brand.
Yeah, and then I think they sold it out to Coca-Cola. Okay, so it seems as though the track action, I think, is now going to be about some displays, some drifting, etc. They might be taking lunch a little bit earlier. So we're going to take ourselves a little bit break, and then when the action continues, we will be back with you. All right, from all of us, see you in a bit.
I'm coming!
Next up, Kanisile Mokhale.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yes!
Everybody turn to page 6.
Kanye, we love it. You're going ahead. Congratulations.
I am a champion.
If you give me a room, I'll shake it. Keep moving on, keep moving. Keep moving on, keep moving. I am bold. I am an icon. I won't fold, yeah.
It's my first time here at Simola, but I've been following it for years. Know Ian for a long time, and it's such a pleasure being down here in great weather. Oh, what's not to love about one of the best motoring festivals? You got the cream of the crop for all motorsports. Everyone wants to go up this mountain. For me, it's one of the most prestigious motoring events in the country.
We're very excited for this year. We've got a very good crowd. We expected the pre-ticket sales have gone brilliantly. The cars that we've put in the field are super, and the weather's playing along this year too. So yeah, we're excited. I think it's going to be another great event.
Real fellas. Okay. Real fellas.
On the checks on deck. They wonder how I do it like that. Two-step, then I bring it right back. Hey, I wish we could go to the moon. I want you to pack your bags, baby. We'll be leaving soon to do all of the things that you like to do. Baby, I'll be coming for you. I wish we could go to the moon. I want you to pack your bags, baby. We'll be leaving soon.
Live the legacy in the all-new Suzuki Grand Vitara.
Welcome back. It is Simola Hill Climb 2024. It is Classic Car Friday. We are into the second qualifying practice. We've got the full team here. Colin Hasty will be doing the pit lane work with us in the scorching heat. I must just tell you, it is up to about 28 degrees already. Here in Neisner, one of the cars going very slowly, getting caught by another one. And of course, we've got Rodrigo de Oliveira, who's joining us from Hill Climb Monsters, live from Portugal. And sitting next to me, the very astute and knowledgeable Ciro Di Siena from Cars.co.za. Lots of action today. Oh, there we go. Lots of action today. What a nice hat that is, Ciro.
Thank you.
Hey,
yes,
there
I
we
am
go.
Italian, but you know, the French do good hats.
No, they do.
So I thought I'd bring this one out.
I must be honest, if ever you've seen the movie The Rescuers, probably before your time, I think I look like that, I don't know, the bird that flew with the goggles. Anyway.
No, you're really, I must commend you on your headdress, Sasha. That is quite spectacular. Very period correct.
Period correct, because it is Classic Car Friday. It's amazing. We're into Classic qualifying 2 for all of the cars. From here, we go down from 64 cars to 24 cars, and then, of course, we were going to the finals. Back to the track. These are the pre-war cars. Rodrigo, great to have you along for the day. I hope things are going well on your side. Are you enjoying the action so far?
So far, yeah, very much so. The Classic Car Friday is always a great appetizer for the bulk of the action and what my followers are expecting. But to introduce everything and see these classic machines going as to as, I think this is where we're at.
Got Brian Bruce, who's out there on track in the magnificent D-Type Jaguar. We go through all of the classes, 65 entries. We have had one mishap, I think, from this morning, and that was the Fiat of Eugene Herbert. Unfortunately, his car expired on his first run. But besides that, a few more sort of mechanical issues, Ciro, than last year, which could well be down to the weather.
Yeah, from memory, we did have a bit more retirements this year, I think, on Classic Car Friday. I mean, a lot of these cars have been pulled out of museums to come and race up the track. A lot of them don't run probably most of the rest of the year, I would guess. So it's a real best effort exercise, I suppose, by the mechanics and the drivers to get these cars out onto the hill. And as we were saying before the break, you know, it's the joy and the pain of classic motoring. This is why we love these cars. They're full of character, full of soul, even when they go wrong.
That's for sure. They call it a blessing and a curse to own a classic car.
Yeah.
Wonderful stuff. The second qualifying. Whoa, that's going. That's putting it on the limit.
That was quick. Well, at the very least, it looked quick. Yep.
Yeah, it looked quick. We'll keep you up.
54.2.
Yeah, it was a bit slower than what he did. You know, also heat sometimes not the best factor for tyres. It all depends. There's Jennifer Abbott. She had a bit of a moment earlier on, caught it, got into a bit of an oversteer, but thereafter it actually was very, very cool. That 914, just a stunningly prepared car from the Abbott collection. I did ask them, I asked a friend of mine earlier, I said, how many Porsches do the Abbott family own? And he just looked at me and he just went, all of them. I went, okay,
sounds
that explains
good to me.
it. Yeah, that explains it.
So at 914 heading the S's now. It's where Abbott's had a bit of a moment earlier, and all neat and tidy through there.
Fantastic. Got the timing screens on your left-hand side. Of course, they're all in various categories. So at the moment, H2, the fastest, Peter McPherson at 54.2. Jennifer Abbott also in a H2 of 58. And her previous best was a 1 minute. So she's gone 2 seconds quicker. Magic stuff.
It's a beautifully prepared Porsche going up the hill, a little bit sort of outlaw style. Austin Cooper S now. Ooh. That escort going a bit squirrely through the S's there.
Yeah, everyone beginning to push it.
Yeah.
Let's ask Rodrigo. Has any of the cars here surprised you so far? I mean, we've got very much a complement of what we had last year, but some interesting new ones. For example, the Anglia going up here. We've got a couple of the Ford Escort with the Pinto engines coming up. Anything that's caught your eye?
Normally, the thing that always. Not that it surprises me, but I always appreciate a lot. It's the BMW stuff in South Africa. How unique it is, and how many unique models you got for your market. And even when it came to racing, you guys even made it more unique models. You had 7 series, you had E30s, you had 5 series, and I always appreciate one like the one we have today running when one is present, because it's. As much as I think I know about BMWs, South Africa always throws me a curveball.
Well, I mean, I was actually just talking to the CEO of BMW just during that break, and not for today, but from tomorrow, they brought the hydrogen BMW car here, which I think is going to be a great talking point.
There's also the electric i5 M60 coming, and you talk about the good old days of racing in South Africa, the 5 Series, the E30s, Rodrigo. Tomorrow piloting that i5 will be Dion Joubert, who was a huge name in the South African racing scene in the 90s. He piloted the 325 ISs, the Evo 1s and the Evo 2s that those days used to fight Mike Briggs in the Superbus.
Yeah. And and amazing, I mean, Dion Joubert is such an accomplished racing driver with the power of that BMW tomorrow. I'm telling you, don't discount him.
No,
don't discount him.
It's going to be quick.
Okay, we are into the H6 categories. H3 categories at the moment. Here come the Fiat 131s, the Abarth Racing, and the just normal. We got the Kurt Wesson Abarth, which is going to come up in a short while. This is the Francis Cousins, the 131 Abarth Rally.
Very classic Porsche going up there as well. Probably worth a small fortune.
Yeah, I think that is Tim Abbott in the 356, the 1600. Just one of his collection.
Wonder how he chooses which one to bring out.
Something fell off that Citroen.
Oh.
Wow, that looked... I think it was the left mirror. Fell off that Citroen.
Such an interesting, different way of driving that Citroen. He almost has to go into the corner the wrong way, load up the suspension, and then turn into the corner the right way to get it around.
So, Jean-Ray Bezuidenhout in category H3 of 54.1. No other H3 so far. Oh, yes, we've got Francis Cousins. He's at a 1 minute, so 6-second gap there. But H2 looks quite good with Peter McPherson 54, Jennifer 58.
I do love how the Abarth's motor just hangs out the back of the car.
It's just crazy.
I suppose it makes it easy to fix, you know. The whole motor just exposed like that.
And also just to keep cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
And in the end, the real reason is way simpler than that.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's a special little car. It's nice to see it. Jean-Ray Bezuidenhout fastest again in the Porsche 944 for the current runners, 54.152. So he leads
Whoa,
class.
that is leaning on that Fiat. Sure. And I mean, you know this track very, very well, Chiro. There's some hairy moments. It's not nearly as... I would never ever say it's easy. It is a very difficult climb.
Yeah, it's technical. Oof, that's a lot of lean do there. That's brave. I think that it throws a variety of corners your way in a short space of time. You sort of get a bit of a tunnel vision. The road starts to become very narrow, and you just focus everything you've got on getting to the top and going as fast as possible, but also trying to make sure you and the car go home in one piece as well. No, the adrenaline's insane. It really is.
It really is. That magnificent GT40 replica. Now we got the Porsche 911 1973 version 6-cylinder 3.2. Gavin Rook, category H4. Let's see what he goes. There on the left-hand side, you can see your tires.
This Porsche in the hands of Gavin Rook is a full nut and bolt restoration from the ground up.
Wonderful.
Now, there's a lot of that happening in South Africa at the moment. A couple of workshops that specialize in that, real down to the metal stuff, paint off.
So here's a category to watch, going to be extremely competitive. That is the H5 category. JP van der Walt decided after 3 years of winning his class in King of the Hill Saturday and Sunday, decided to go with the classics. So here he is in the Ford Escort with the Pinto engine. So very, very cool.
Gavin Rook has just pipped DeAndre Bezeno's time, but they are in different classes.
Different classes, yes.
So they might go head to head in the
shootout. Yeah. So there we go, just 0.3 of a second.
Rivalry, yeah.
Very good. Oh, is that something going wrong with that Pinto? Ah, that is not going to be fantastic.
Number 38, Sean Van
55.5 for JP van der Walt, but I hope there's nothing wrong with that engine because that's by far his fastest time. That was about 3 seconds faster than his previous run. It's another one of the Fiats going up. Quite a lot of Fiats this year, which is wonderful to see.
Nice
so
to
1,
see
2, 4.
The tricolore. Italian flag going up the hill.
One of my favorite liveries ever, the All-Italian one.
Yeah, it is special, the tricolore. And listen, of course, the Martini racing. Oh, wow. Alpha GTA going up in the hands of Ashley Bowd.
This is Ashley's 8th hill climb.
Oh, wow. Good on him.
Bit of a barn find car, this the GTA as well. Found it in a container.
No.
Yeah, in Joostenburg Vlakte. Abandoned. So rescued and put back on the road.
Wonderful.
A lot of passion goes into these cars.
Ashley Bard goes across to the 103.
So Rook's still the fastest of the session.
Oliver Broom has just gone fastest in category H5 with a 54.9. Here is the Alfa Romeo Giulietta Sprinter Trevorini Tarquini in the livery of the original 70 years celebration of the Alfa Romeo Giulietta. Ian Kilburn goes 53.4. Wow, this category is unbelievably competitive. 53.4, 54.9, 55.5. Ian Kilburn in the Datsun GX Coupe.
Oh, that Alpha just looks lovely going on. It really does.
Oh, wow, he's going broad, giving it full beams, is Trevor Tuck. He's raced in 5 Simolas. He's brought 4 different Alfa Romeos.
Sure.
Just, yeah, which is really, really wonderful. Kilburn at 53.4. Trevor Tuck at 56.0. Slower than he did in the last one. So that is getting very, very hot. Here's Peter K. Eddy. Rodrigo, I mean, when it comes to the classic cars, as you mentioned, you love the South African BMWs, but Alfa Romeo is still one of the big names in classic cars all over the world.
And will always be. I think that there's no discussion there. I think there are even models that are not as recognized as they should be, and in the future they start appearing. You talked earlier of the Tipo 33 Stradale, which was a car that for a number of years was sort of ignored, and in the last, let's say, 5 years, people started referring to it as the most beautiful car ever, which I agree. And I was lucky enough to be beside one once.
Oh wow!
Quite the experience, I have to say. But it goes to prove their reach and their appeal, that in South Africa they are as loved as they seem to be by you guys.
Yeah, I must say, you know, Chirio was speaking a little bit earlier, but unfortunately a lot of the Alfa Romeos also being exported, which is sad from South Africa. But that is the way of the world. Ford Capri. Let's have a listen.
Porsche 944 now, with Cobus de Kock behind the wheel. That's a very decent start from Cobus de Kock in the H7 category.
Yeah, very much. It's amazing. 2 years ago, the lady who owns this car, Michelle, came and drove it up the hill. But as a fully road-going Porsche, all the seats, everything, and then has now sort of slightly modified it. I think it's still got the passenger seat, but it's got a full roll cage and everything else inside it. Some of the cars that come from the Checkered Flag Museum, car number 18. And that is Michael O'Sullivan in the 924, the twins. They'll go out together. A car that was driven by Dion Hubert and by George Fischer a couple of years ago. The late George Fischer.
Here's the 20M back for another shout.
2 not so good, but 2, it has made it to the top. Totally rebuilt.
It just shows you what the mechanics can pull off in the pits with, you know, probably limited tools, not the ideal working situation. Can't really get under the car as you'd like to in a proper workshop, and yeah, picking up a little bit of dirt there on the outside of turn 1. Faster than it looks, that 20M.
Yeah. comes the sister Porsche 924.
From 1981.
Yes, it's incredible. 43 years old. Let's not remind ourselves of age. Here goes the 420M or whatever they had issues with. They seem to have fixed it, and it's going. Wow.
Yeah, being driven hard as well. It's good to see.
59.0. That's a decent time.
I would have never expected that. That's really well driven.
Very well driven. Chris Knezovic.
Volkswagen Golf, 90 kilowatts, but I doubt it weighs very much.
Rodrigo, the VW brand, especially the Golf, must also be huge in Europe.
Not only is it huge in Europe, it is a staple of European brand, more specifically the World Cup stuff, which is the German hill climb series. There's a whole aesthetic and a whole thing about the Mark I Golfs there. You see them in so many different guises, so many bespoke bodyworks were made there through the years. The tuning scene is majorly influenced by the hill climb Mark I Golfs that were built through the years, and we have them with ABF engines, touring car engines. Nowadays they are making 1.2 liter turbo engines because of the regulations. They go crazy on that things.
Yeah, it's amazing. The smaller the engine, all of a sudden the more power they've got. There's the magnificent E30 Farouk Dangor, Speedy Car Sales BMW. Oh, what a beautifully set up machine. Tremendous amount of power as well.
If you're just joining us, the third voice you're hearing on the commentary is that of Rodrigo de Oliveira. He is sitting in his studio in Portugal, and he's joining us from an incredible YouTube channel which he's built up from scratch called Hill Climb Monsters. And we're glad to have him on board with us, and he is covering, and he's done lots of coverage on the Simola Hill Climb, and a lot of it has proved to be very, very popular. This event is definitely going international more and more every single year.
Much appreciated those words.
No, it's great to see what you're doing there, Rodrigo. It really is, and it's also nice to see that some of our South African cars are making it over there, like Peter Zili competing in Europe.
Yeah, I was very glad to help that happen, and I think after he tries some of our stuff here, I think he will be back pretty much every year, and hopefully there will be some exchange in the future, and maybe we will be able to bring some of the European guys down there.
That would be great.
That would be great. Come on, let's just pay our attention. Listen to the sounds of this Porsche 911 RSR and the Ferrari 355 in the hands of Enzo Kuhn.
Campos goes fastest. 47.2. He has been quick the entire day, Rui Campos.
Very quick.
According to the sheets I have here, Sasha, Rui's time last year was a 46.
Wow.
So he's actually slightly off his best at the moment, but obviously he'll give it the full beans in the class final and the shootout as well. So still a little bit more in that beautiful Martini liveried Porsche of Rui Campos. We now have Stefan Wintersoven in the Corvette.
We haven't seen this before. This car hasn't come out this morning.
It ran.
Did it run?
Yeah.
I must have missed it.
It's a really brave. It's brave to send a car like that up the hill again. American cars, the older ones, not famed for going through corners. or making it to the other side of a corner, we should say.
Yeah.
But pushing Wintersoven.
Lola!
It's a real crowd pleaser, that Lola. It sounds
beautiful.
fantastic.
Craig Vessels coming up in the Porsche RSR iRock version. Super light.
Moment of oversteer there, going into S's
In
for
the
Lola.
Lola.
48.7. So Campos still fastest of the session.
We get to some of the single seaters. Robert Walk in the Van Diemen. A little 1 litre. $370 odd kilograms.
Have you ever driven a single seater, Sasha?
I have driven a few.
It's
and it's
something, yeah.
it's unbelievably foreign when you've never driven them before. So it takes quite a lot of adjustment.
Yeah.
Especially going into a corners. You think, no, that's my normal line. No. But yeah, a tremendous amount of fun once you start understanding and learning the.
And I mean, the engine is literally up against your back.
Yo!
Yeah, it's a very visceral experience. Really
Very
is.
much so.
Right, Scribante up next.
And it was 0.06 of a second between Scribante and Andre Bezuidenhout in the last qualifying session. So, I mean, these times are necessary, but there's definitely a wonderful duel going on between the two of them.
They built the revs for that takeoff.
Yeah. Robbie Walk goes second. I love the marshals waving him on to go faster and faster, and you're going, what happens if they do it with a flag in their hand? Whoa, that is fast. 42.1.
He was pushing there.
Yo, super fast from Franco Scribante. So 1 second quicker than he was in the previous run. So it's amazing. Is it one of those where you want to chase, or do you want to set the time first?
Yeah, I think between with the Bezuidenhout's last run, it looked like he had something to prove in there. So they're definitely pushing each other this year.
Yeah.
But Scribante finding a second out on the track is
incredible.
Is pretty damn impressive at this when you're running the 42s.
56.4. Here comes Andre Bezuidenhout. This is the Lola with a Cosworth 2-litre engine in it. 1976 car. Oh, that's very, very tight through there. That's good.
So Scribante, a 3 times winner of Classic Car Friday, Classic Car Conqueror, and he'll be looking to make it 4 this weekend.
Yeah.
He's also won King of the Hill as well, of course, so he's won in both competitions. It was a really wonderful few years where Andre Brezedenhout ran the Delara, the F1 car.
That's correct.
That was great to see. It
Magic.
really was. Yeah,
Magic.
Very special.
Yeah, Bez, half a second, 4/10 down on Scribante. So he also picked up time as well, but the two of them really pushing each other. Speaking of F1 cars, there is the original Sassel Jordan from 1991. The Stefano Modena car is here with a Cosworth engine, not with the original Yamaha engine. And that is going to be doing a couple of runs in the hands of Robert Walk just as a demonstration during the course of the weekend. That is the end of qualifying 2 times, getting closer and closer. You want to be number 1 in the top 3 in your group in order to get into the top 24, and then of course we go for the final. Couple of categories, Rodrigo, that are much more competitive than others, as one would expect.
Yes, and not only do we expect it, it's expectable to be those at the very top, to be the ones where everyone is pushing harder and harder. And Scribante has a title to defend, but Brezedenhout has a title to chase.
Yeah.
We're seeing them going head to head. Scribante seems to be pulling a bit ahead, but well, there's a whole afternoon to race, and even for something as relaxed as Classic Car Friday, people will go flat out.
Yeah, that's for sure. Just to let you know, Andre Brezedenhout, even though he put in a 42.4, is 42.5 on the screen, that time has been deleted. So I've got a different timing screen in front of me. It looks as though it's deleted. So perhaps he hit one of the policemen on the way up. I'm sure we'll get some clarity on that in a short while. But the way that I see it, it has been deleted.
Still.
So Scribante then leading the qualifying at the moment. There'll be one more qualifying session. And then we get into the class finals and the shootout. Scribante is in the stunning orange Chevron B19, and his key rival, Andre Brezedenhout, in the Lola, the single-seater. So those will be the 2 men to watch at the top of the field. But there are rivalries all the way down pit lane this year. Rui Campos, definitely one to watch as well.
Yeah.
He's been quick all weekend in Class H8.
Yeah, no, 100%. And also H7, you've got the likes of Farouk Dangor. Those are guys you've got to watch out. Then we go to H6, and the Porsches up against the Fords, the BMW, Graham Nathan in there as well. H5 is very, very competitive. So as we wait for all of the cars, or some of the cars, to make their way back down the hill so we can get to qualifying 3, let's cross over to Colin. He's in the pits and he's got all the information that we've been waiting for. Cole,
Listen,
what's going on?
You said you're frustrated. Why?
Well, you know, first of all, we had a few breakdowns today, and of course the program has now been cancelled. It's like we've got, 2 instead of 3 qualies, and now we've got, which is unfortunate because it's.
Graham Nathan didn't run that session.
It's freezing.
When you say problems with the car, what sort of problems have you been having?
I don't know why we don't shut down and reload.
The qualifying times, we've got 2 qualies, and looks like you're top of the class so far.
I am, fortunately.
That must make you very happy.
Yeah, super.
Car all sorted. It's looking quite magnificent.
The car's been lovely. It was misfiring last year, so I was very surprised to actually win my class. So this year I was hoping to get better times, but maybe the heat's got something to do with it. But
I think the heat's got a lot to do with everything.
So we're right up there at 54 seconds. Try and snip a little bit off it.
Well, good luck for the class final.
Thanks, man. Cheers, Colin. Bye now.
Enormous respect to Colin for sweating it out there.
Jesus, hot. These headphones are driving me nuts. Come on.
The Indians.
So it seems like they're taking lunch early. After the lunch, we will have the final quali, and then, of course, we will have the shootout and then find out who wins Classic Car Friday. Rodrigo, I know it's a couple of hours earlier, but you go and have some nice bacalhau and maybe some prawns and something for lunch. And, of course, we'll catch up with you a little bit later.
Thank you, and I sure am. You were right on the money.
Fantastic. All right, everybody, we'll be back with you as soon as the lunch break is over. So I don't know if you guys can hear me up at turn 2 there, Castrol, and that's the monster ring. I hope you guys can. And then it's out there. If you can race the doors, I want to hear you. I want to see you start screaming. Come on, don't be scared. Well, making that very, very quiet.
First one was good. The second one's going to be even better. And that was the drift taxi. These actual drift cars behind me. See he comes. some noise.
love the smell of petrol in the morning. 60 cars, 60 competitors. They are all going against the clock. It is day one of the Festival of Speed, the Simola Hill Climb, and it is Classic Car Friday. My name's Sasha Martiningo. Welcome to all of our viewers across the world. Race Day TV bringing this all to us. And we are here in the beautiful Eastern Cape town of Knysna, otherwise known as Knysna. The whole team is here, including Rodrigo de Oliveira from Hill Climb Monsters. He's going to be joining us remotely on Zoom a little bit later during the whole of the weekend.
Not the car that's a problem, it's me that's a little bit slow, but it's getting quite hot now, you know, and it's going to be hot later in the day, that's for sure.
Suzuki riders here. There's an exceptionally fast Suzuki rider alongside, but he's not on a But the game that 750 to a certain here we go! Brixton, James Campbell. 8-7, Curtis Barnard.
It's in our DNA to explore, to search for more. We push, we seek, we forge roads where there weren't any. We search for more. Look at the stars. Find your more. We weren't born to stand still. We were born for more. More adventure, more freedom, more. Introducing the Suzuki Jimny 5-door, born for more.
the qualifying time. So a 1:32 will be good enough, Cyril. See what you can do out there. Land of the rising sun. Poster boy for Lions the Hill Climb. I saw your car on every single poster in town. Don't let us down. Here we go.
It's welcome back to the Simola Hill Climb. We're getting into the final stages of Classic Car Friday due to a couple of delays during the course of the day. We are now into the final shootouts. Can you believe it, Chiro? Just like that.
Were we? I'm slightly confused.
So am I. Don't worry.
I am getting old, so it's possible.
So let me explain quickly. We were meant to have 3 practice sessions, 3 qualifying rounds. Due to a couple of breakages of the cars on the track, we had 2 practice sessions. Then we were going to have 3 qualifying rounds, and then they decided, no, we're only having 2 qualifying rounds. So now we are into the class finals.
Okay.
There we go. Does that explain it?
Yes, thank you very much.
Rodrigo, are you with us? Do you understand?
Okay, now I do. Thanks for the explanation.
So there we go. We've got the handicap H1, which is going out at the moment. Your good friend Jero.
Yes.
He's up. Rodney Green and Callum Price. Those are going to be the 3 in the handicap class final for today. And then thereafterwards, we'll get into the rest.
Yep.
I'm a little bit confused, but it is the way it is.
So 3 cars in each class.
Correct.
And everybody racing for class honors and to get into the shootout at the end of the day as well.
Yeah, we have all of the times of all of the drivers. Some of them just missed out by milliseconds, some missed out by major seconds, but we are now looking for the class winners and then of course the top 10 shootout.
Yeah. The top 10 shootout is really the most adrenaline-fueled session of the day. But very much an honor to get class final as well. To win the class final, you do get a nice little trophy, which will look good back home.
Without a doubt. 1 minute 13.5. Rodney Green currently topping that. Here we go. Can Callum Price do anything? Should be able to. Well, there's only 3 in this category.
Everyone's in this class final.
There we go, and also lovely sounds now. Let's have a listen to this. Tell us about going under that bridge, Chiro. It's quite daunting.
Yeah, that I never got that corner right. I mean, I spent some time in the pits asking a couple of guys for advice. In the pits next to me actually was Willie Hepburn.
Yeah.
And went to go chat to him, and he gave me a bit of advice. I chat to the next guy, and your problem there is that it's your apex and your exits are totally unsighted. You've got the mountain on the left, and you've got some runoff on the right, which you hope you don't need to use either one of them. And it really is a particularly tricky corner, that.
Wow. Okay, there we go. That is Callum Price topping the H1 final qualified results. Car number 58. The Ford GT40. Peter McPherson. So So this is H2. Here we go.
H2.
So we should have Peter McPherson, Jennifer Abbott, and Brian Bruce. Listen, Peter McPherson been much quicker than everybody else, but anything can happen when it's a final.
Yeah, no, that's true. To finish first you have to finish. So everyone just aiming to get, first of all, get the car to the top and over the line. But you've also just absolutely focused on nailing each and every corner, nailing your launch. It really is the pursuit of perfection, hill climbing.
Oh, he's giving it the full beans. Oh, that's a good run. That's his fastest time of the day as well. Here we go, the delightful Jennifer Abbott in the 914 Porsche. Let's see what she can do. Can she chase a 53?
So fastest time so far is a 56.5. He's going to have to find 3 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
That is a challenge.
Rodrigo, we've spoken quite a lot about this very, I suppose, odd-looking Porsche 914. Do you see a lot of these in Europe?
Not anymore. Since the values have risen up, they sort of started disappearing. But they were sort of popular. I have driven a couple some years ago. I like them a lot. Strangely, I find them quite close to a Fiat car. The X19.
Interesting. Oh, that's very true. Very true.
Well, which is curious, but I like them a lot. They are quite unique, not very un-Porsche.
Oh man, did she cross the line? I think that's over the line.
I think she did post the time. Yeah,
She
57.
And amazingly, earlier on, if you were listening to the broadcast, Jerry, you spoke about over the line how complicated or peculiar it actually is.
Yeah, it is tricky over the line. You've got that as the finish line sort of approaches. You've got a little crest, and the car can go light as you're sort of going over that crest, and you've just got to be really careful when you come down what your steering input is, so that you don't have an oversteer moment, which is, I suspect, exactly what happened there. But you know what? 2 for 2 spins, didn't hit anything.
Yeah.
That's really incredible, actually.
Will she make it into the top 10? I don't know if she wants to. But listen, 58.7. Her best was a 58.5 before that. So 2 slower, but pretty good. Brian Bruce in the D-type. Track seems to be cleared. I'm sure the clerk of the course will give the go-ahead. I would have. Clearly not. Just so that you know, when it comes to our real top 10 shootout, Andre Bezuidenhout against Franco Scribante, in the last set of qualifying, there were only 3 tenths between the two of them. But Andre Bezuidenhout's time was taken away. There must have been an infringement somewhere, probably hitting one of the policemen or the pool noodles, which is not allowed. But the two of them are definitely, the adrenaline's going to be pumping in about half an hour from now.
Yeah, it's a big one. I think, it's obviously honors to get the class final. So they'll be fighting it out there in the same class, H9, and then fighting it out in the shootout at the end of the day. And it's really been one of those great stories of the hill climb, the Bezuidenhout-Scribante rivalry. As we were saying earlier in the broadcast, they're right next to each other in the pits. Literally, they're wheel to wheel in the pits, and great rivals. Up,
There we go.
Again.
Okay, good to see.
There for the Scotsman.
Brian Bruce, here we go. In the D-type, he's going to try and make up about 4 seconds.
Yeah, no, that
on his best time.
I think for Brian, as much as he is competitive, it's a really Simola's are really something close to his heart. I mean, he's got, 5 cars out here today,
Yeah,
I think,
magic.
when
Just
I counted.
magic.
So obviously very generous with his collection as well, which is nice to see. And jumping behind the wheel himself as well of this beautiful D-Type.
Coming up the hill at Simola, the climb, what's it,
160 meters.
160 meters from the bottom to the top. So it is a very, very severe climb. You don't really realize how severe it is until you're at the top and come down.
Yes.
And that's when you go, goodness, that's you need a lot of power to get up this hill. Comes across the line. Oh, a little bit slower than what he was, but he'll be happy, as you say. You know, seeing other vehicles that he's supplying out there. Number one, all getting home safely.
Yes. Classic Car Friday, really a celebration of the history of South African motoring, the history of many storied brands as well, and just a really lovely vibe out there.
Yeah, just
I think everyone should have been told to dress up like us there, Sasha. What do you think?
I think so as well. I mean,
everyone should arrive in period correct.
Period correct, and you know, they should be outside there in 34 degrees with their jackets on, as opposed to us with aircon. Oh,
Very
okay.
hot through turn 3.
Jandre Bezuidenhout, the son of Andre Bezuidenhout, going up there. Rodrigo, great history in this this family, and this youngster probably going to take over the helm from his father in, hopefully in the Gould when it's repaired, and in the Lola probably in the next couple of years.
Did you guys know how young, how old he is?
Jandre, you can find out.
Not very old.
Yeah, because pretty much a common theme in hill climb racing in the last years. I've seen some of the fathers doing hill climbing, passing it on to their sons. Right now we have something like 2 or 3 top drivers who are 19, 20 years old, and there they go, doing it in the highest level.
Fantastic. Yeah, I think he's probably 20, 21, somewhere around there. But we'll find out. We'll find out
in the break, yeah.
Here we go, one of the Fiats going around, Francis Cousins. Also one of the, I think, original founding members of the Simola Hill Climb. Lives in the area, also passionate about all of his cars, and wonderful to see him out on the track.
So he will be some way off Bezuidenhout's time.
Yeah. This is
59.
Class H3, 59. He broke a minute. Well done.
Now competitor number 3 in Class H3.
Yeah.
Might have a chance of taking Francis Cousins for second place.
Yeah, going to be pretty close. He's got to let it all hang out, that's for sure. I mean, it's your last shot. Whoa!
That was...
Oh, and he actually held it too long, and then he missed the gear. So I think he's struggling to get up this last part of the hill.
He went round turn 3 on his door handles there. Pushing. He wants the second place.
Oh, just got to get the gearing right.
No, 105.
105, yeah. I think the problem is had the wrong gear going up.
Too much of a moment there in turn 3.
All right, here we go. Here's Robert Flukes in the Ford GT. His best time so far has been a 57.7.
quite a number of companies in South Africa making really excellent GT40 replicas, actually. World renowned. They get shipped around the world.
Sure.
Yeah, it's this
really?
Three of them, I think, in South Africa make really good replicas. Yeah.
Oh, brilliant time. 56.5. Okay, that is 1.2 seconds that he has improved on. Although I think he's up against this man, Gavin Rooks, who's done a 53.3. Not being shy.
Yep, getting a bit squirrely under braking there.
Ooh, don't hit the policeman. So tempting that. It's like, come on, give me a little bit more.
But in circuit racing, you know, that's how you'd find time. You'd take the rumble strips and.
Of course. Like an unbelievable time, 52.2, half a 1.1 seconds faster than he did.
Oh, that was a good run.
Very, very good run.
Can you guys tell me how is the temperature right now?
The temperature outside is probably about 30 degrees Celsius, and I don't have a meter for the track, but I would assume add on about 10, 12 degrees on top of that, Rodrigo. It's extremely hot.
But is it cooling down now, or just keep it getting higher and higher?
No, I think it'll start cooling down probably in the next hour only. We still peak sunshine here.
Okay. Just to evaluate if they are on that nice window where grip is perfect, or if it's just starting to decline.
For the final, maybe the top 10, the temperature could be a little bit lower.
I think for the naturally aspirated cars, there is no cool air out there. There is an incredibly hot wind blowing, probably from the interior of the country. And it's so weird when the wind is hot like that. It's quite unsettling, actually. It's like a giant hairdryer at your back, basically.
Extremely warm.
No cold air to be had at all today for the naturally aspirated vehicles.
This is going to be super competitive. This is Ian Kilburn in the GX Coupe Datsun.
Cool. So hard to judge your entry speed through the S's because they're also blind, actually. They're mostly blind at the top there.
Well, amazingly, just a little bit slower. We just got confirmation. Track temperature 40 degrees. Okay, here's JP van der Walt. His best time has been a 55.5. Kilburn has just done a 53.8.
Yeah, JP doesn't like coming second.
No.
He's going to give this everything.
Well, remember early on we saw a little bit of smoke coming out that car, but they seem to have found out what it is. JP with a 54.6.
JP van der Walt in second.
So second in his class.
A good run there in the end from Ollie Broom, but he finished up in third place. The second down for her run. Try and take on her teammate.
Okay, here comes Paige Lindenberg. Her best time is a 53.685.
I genuinely can't believe she gets that car up in 53 seconds.
It's incredible.
It's such a large vehicle.
I wonder if the debris that was left on the track from the spin on that corner earlier is making people taking a different trajectory there. Because it's common now to see people just getting way outside.
Are you talking about turn 3, Rodrigo?
Yeah.
Turn 3.
Yeah, the debris from the drifters and all of that. Here comes the Lola. Yeah.
Even the spin from the BMW, the E9 in the morning.
The E9, yeah. Graham Nathan. I don't think Graham Nathan went out in the last second.
I don't know, yeah.
And then he maybe set a better time in qualifying 1.
But in the last run, he was also going slow in the later part of the run.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
He might have retired the car, I think. Maybe Colin can find out for us.
So Anthony Ricks and James Temple are split by 0.02 of a second from their previous runs.
So this is potentially a winning run here.
That's going 49.3. Oh no, he's actually slower. Okay, here we go. It's all up to James Temple. If the track is slowing, Paige Lindenberg went 0.6 quicker. Anthony Ricks went 0.6 slower. So let's see what James Temple can do.
Yeah, that's the story of the hill climb, fighting for tenths and hundreds.
Yeah.
Trying to find them out there on the track.
And this is where it counts because all previous times are at 0.
Oof.
Oof.
That's brave.
Oh, that's super fast. Wow, that's fast. 47.8. That's 9/10 quicker.
So he takes class win.
Okay, we got Rob Priest in this very souped up VW Golf.
I really like the look of this Golf.
Yeah.
The body kit, it's exquisite.
It is really cool. It's very unique.
If someone told me this car raced on the West Bank series, I would believe.
Does have that look about it. Mini West Bank.
What a time. 51.1.
Anytime he gets to race in the car, otherwise he's all over the other cars and does all
Wow.
the preparation for the Ashton Energy Photo Cup. The Global Touring
That
Car
is
Super
1.8 seconds, guys, quicker than he was.
Sure.
Here's Cobus Barnard in the other Golf. And then, 51.1 is 1.6 seconds quicker than Farouk Dango's gone. And he's top of the group so far. Whoa, that's going to be, Farouk's going to have to let it hang out.
Yeah, he's definitely got a challenge on his hands now. 51.6, a good time in this class. Doesn't feel like a class winning run to me. 56, yeah. There's quite some way off the pace.
Way off, yeah. Okay, Farouk Dango chasing it, 51.1. Good pull off. Oh, just listen to that. Listen to that.
Proper Farouk chase. Might have missed the gear shift there. Farouk chasing a 51.1 here for the class honors in H7.
Oh, he's got to get in and get on it.
Across the line.
53.6. He won't be happy with that.
Slightly slower, I think, than
Yeah.
his qualifying time.
9/10 slower. There we go. Enzo Kuhn in the Ferrari F355. Let's listen to this glorious V8.
Up into class H8 now. Yes, that's about all the road you've got to use at the exit of turn 3, making use of all of it. These racing drivers, they just see racetracks like, I don't know, like the Matrix, just in some other way.
Quite extraordinary. His best so far has been a 52. He's done a 51.4. Okay. That means Craig Vessel's going to have to top his time, best time to beat Enzo. I don't think anyone can get close to Rui though. But let's see Craig Vessels. Let's see what he can do. His best has been a 51.8. Enzo's just done a 51.4. So here we go.
I think Craig Vessels and Enzo Kuhn probably racing each other here.
Yeah.
They're just a couple of seconds too far for Rui Campos in class H8. So the interesting run here between this, the 911 RSR, and the Ferrari F355 we just saw go up the hill.
Oh, he did it.
51.1. Sheesh.
62 thousandths of a second.
51.118. 51.118.
Wow. That's impressive driving. You know, the guys have to really push. All right, Rui Campos. You still got to do it. Even though you've been quick the whole week, the whole morning, you still got to go and do it.
Finish.
That car is just, it's insanely brilliant.
I must be honest though, I think, you know, that F355, a great sports car in its day, but by modern standards, not that quick, and I think Enzo getting a 51 out of it.
Yeah, and also don't
really
get it,
impressive.
It's still got all of its stuff in it.
Yes, no, it's fully road spec.
It's
Yeah.
fully road spec. 47.1 for Rui, and he improves again. I mean, wow. It just shows, this is the class of these guys.
So we'll see him in the shootout.
Here we go. Charles Arton.
47.150.
44.4 is his best time.
So if Charles can get into the 42s here, he has a chance of taking second or maybe first. But so far he has been in the 44s. See that the March didn't want to break in a straight line there. You have to put in quite a bit of opposite block, opposite steering to get it to just break into turn 3.
Incredible.
He's going for it.
Get close. 44.5. Just about exactly what he did earlier.
Yeah.
All right, here it goes. Here it comes for class honors. In H9, Andre Verzadenhout. Do you want to be the chaser or the chased?
Another Andre Bezuidenhout in his day job is, this highly respected advocate, and then just his hobby is racing single seat, race cars.
Race cars. Wherever there's a hill, let me go.
An old Formula One cars and Goulds, and what an incredible enthusiast.
Magic. Oh, he's going. Is he going to put it down for Franco to try and challenge? Here we go. What is his time coming across the line? 42-1. 42-1. The same time that Franco Scribante set.
Okay, so he's now caught up with Scribante's qualifying time.
Oh, it's not a great... Oh, that's not good. That's not good. That is not good. Oh, that can be 1 or 2 tenths.
Yeah, that's what we were saying earlier. Everything about your run has to be as close to perfect as possible, but he doesn't like to give up. Can he make up the lost time from that start?
Sure, that is super fast. Not off the brakes, nothing, no release.
Oversteer through the S's. One last corner and over the line. And what has Scribante put in?
Under 41.7.
Bezuidenhout takes it.
Unbelievable. No. Franco.
Did I get it wrong?
41.7 as opposed to 42.1 with that start. Sure.
Sorry. 41.7. He still went faster.
So, Franco Scribante wins H9. Rui Campos, H8. James Temple, H6. Rob Priest, H7. Gavin Rook wins H4. Jandre Bezuidenhout wins H3. Peter McPherson, H2. Wow, that was quite something. Rodrigo, it didn't look like the best start from Franco Scribante there.
It didn't at all. It bogs down a little, and I think we now know that there's maybe a 40-second run here for the classics. It is possible, even more for the Chevron B19 instead of a B26. It is a fantastic effort from Franco.
Yeah,
I guess he's warming up for tomorrow.
Yeah, that's for sure. So listen, we've got our top 10 shootout the way that I've got it on my screen. Gavin Rook, Enzo Kun, Rob Priest, Craig Vessels, Anthony Ricks, James Temple, Rui Campos, Charles Arton, Andre Bezuidenhout, Franco Scribante. They are going to be the top 10 for shootout, I suppose, of Classic Car Friday winner.
Yeah, king of the Classic Car Conqueror.
Classic Car Conqueror. There we go. Classic Car Conqueror. That is going to be quite something. I think Andre will want to try and get one back on him.
Yeah, Andre is going to push it. I think especially because this is the end of his race weekend, unfortunately.
Yes, very unfortunately.
So if you haven't heard the news, in testing, the incredible hill climb special, the Gould running the McLaren engine of Andre Bezuidenhout, which currently has the all-time record here at the hill, unfortunately suffered catastrophic engine failure and was not repairable and has pulled out of the competition. And what that means is that tomorrow the title of King of the Hill has now been blown wide open.
Totally.
The reality is that Gould was just almost impossible to beat.
Yeah.
And so we will see a new King of the Hill champion over the weekend. So make sure you tune in tomorrow and Sunday. It's a wonderful weekend of motoring right here in Neisner.
Yeah, it's going to be very special. Rodrigo, the nature of racing, a blessing and a curse in a way. You feel desperate for Andre Bezuidenhout and his whole team with the mechanical failure that they had in the testing. And on the other side, you go, well, okay, it sort of opens it up because there wasn't really anyone tomorrow who could come and challenge that Gould.
Yes, there's a give and a take in all this. We got a bit more excitement for having a whole new winner. On the other end, I am sure that everyone was expecting to see that Gould going flat out on Simola once again. It's a sensation. Now that I am starting to organize my own events, when I see someone pulling out last minute, there's always that sinking feeling, even if I'm not the one racing. So I'd imagine for those who are, it must be gutting. But so is racing, yeah.
And Rodrigo, how many? Just quickly, we need to go to Colin. But do you see Goulds often on the European circuit?
Just on one country, which is the country where they are built and where the regulations allow them to race on it, which is UK. And there you see a lot of them, and they are crazy to watch. Even more, we were talking about Chesley Walsh earlier, which is this super narrow, super narrow, and they are averaging something like 195 kilometers per hour on that hill. It's mind-boggling.
No, they are extraordinarily quick hill climb cars, and those very special tires as well that they run.
It is a very, very special car. All right, Rui Campos, winner of his class yet again. I don't know which number it is, maybe 3, 4, or 5. Let's find out from Colin with Rui Campos in the pits before we go for the Classic Conqueror.
Rui, how many times have you won your class?
Well, this is my 6th time that I've come to Simola, and I've won it all 6 times.
So you don't know what second feels like?
No, but I've had the second in the top 10 shootout. You know, Schofield beat me by 3 seconds. So we're in the top 10 now. Anything can happen.
So you've done your class. Now everything gets set to 0 off to the top 10.
Absolutely. The rest can all go home now.
Well done, and we'll see you next year.
Thank you very much.
Oh, we'll see you after the top 10.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Good stuff.
Interviewing me.
Thanks, Rui. Cheers. I actually do. What I want to do is go down just a little bit because James Temple has just come back. Walk with us, guys. And he's also won his class, which I think is absolutely fantastic. And he'll be very, very happy. Paige Lindenberg came in 3rd. Paige, you came in 3rd.
Yes.
That's not bad for a ship.
No, it was great. Considering the cars that in our class, I think we did really well. It's like a 2-ton car up the hill on normal tires. So yeah, it was a really great day, really impressed. Unfortunately, they took a qualifier away, so we only got one qualifier in, which is really disappointing, but so happy with the result.
Awesome, well done. We're looking for James as well. James has got his kid with him. James, please come and join us, his daughter. He's on his way. James, what happiness.
Yeah, awesome stuff. Run went well. Track wasn't as quick, but we just had to give it a full go, and that's what we did. So yeah, it was awesome.
What's your son's name?
It's Remy.
Remy, do you want to race cars, Remy? Yes. I want Daddy to buy me a go-kart so I can go race cars. That's the right answer.
Yes.
Oh, my boy. James, congratulations. You going to the top 10 now?
Yes, that's it, yeah.
Got to focus, eh?
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe we can get it 1 or 2 up. So yeah, let's see where we can go.
Well done. Thanks. Cheers. Right, we can go if we really want to. Patrick, let's walk up here and well done, Peter. Let's walk back up here because walking is what we do. There's another happy man who's also just won his class. There's so many winners around here. Farouk Dangle came and entertained us just very, very quickly. Farouk, 2nd, but the sound, the sights of your M3 touring car. Oh,
I think it's just so special, really. It brought back memories of the old days when we were racing with touring cars. It was great fun. I enjoyed the day. We just didn't make it to first spot. We were all day first.
But you had fun. You've got a big smile on your face. We'll see you next year.
I love it. And we'll see you next year.
Thanks, Farouk. We're going up here to talk to some other winners. And I suppose the big winner that we want to talk to is Franco Scribanti, who pulled in an unbelievable time. But we've got to find him first. Where's Franco? Ah, there he is. Just out the back. Come, let's go walk some more. And this will be our last one. Franco.
Terrible start. I thought that was it, so I had to really go 12 tenths the rest of it. We managed to, so...
Now you've got to go and do it again.
It's just got to get the first part right and the second part. Then it's a lot easier, you know what I mean? Otherwise you've got to do double in one part.
So now it's focus. Boys are looking after the car.
Yeah, so they'll take care of it. I'm just going to go quickly to the bathroom and see what we can do.
Awesome. Thanks for talking to us. Cheers. Right, let's go and see the advocate, ask him if we can approach. He's lurking in the car. Advocate, may we approach? Jean-Ray's son has just won his class. We've got another interview with it. How cool is it that you get to support your dad?
No, it's absolutely awesome. I've been doing this from the sidelines for a few years, and now we're in the pits, but he put in a hell of a last run. Now for the top 10 shootout, we hope we can squeeze out a bit more.
Andre, that's a brilliant leaf blower you've got there. You've got to get some air circulating to get cool.
Yeah, there's no time to disembark this horse now. It's the most comfortable place. It's the place where you can focus the most. So just sitting here relaxing and waiting for the last run.
You've got a little bit of time to find. Do you think you've got it in you?
I think there's time to be made up. Turn one, most certainly. I'm just about flat there, coming a little bit off. The grip is good. There's no excuses here. Franco has been consistently, 0.3 of a second or so faster, but he's not past my best time of last year, which means it's the same car, it's the same driver. It's only the age that has gone in the wrong direction. But I'm going to give it one hell of a go, and may the best man win. We've competed for 7-8 years here against each other, so fantastic duo.
You've also got to be very proud of Jean-Ray, who won his class.
Oh, how great is that? He started 2 years ago, very late bloomer, and the times have just been dropping, and you can just see the hooghaas besig om te gryp. Well.
Advocate Poseidon, right, we're getting ready for the top 10 shootout, and the top 10 cars from qualifying, none of these times count here. It's all about qualifying, and the times get set to 0, so you've got one shot to get it right, just one. And if I get my pieces of paper, they run it in reverse order, so we'll start with the 10th fastest car, clearly, from qualifying, and I've just lost that piece of paper. That piece of paper has just disappeared out of my head. But if we look at all the cars, another story of the day, Ian Schofield didn't take any further part. They had a whole lot of trouble with the gearbox, with selection of the gears, which caused them to crash on the first run. And then they changed the gear ratio for second gear. And then on the last run that he did, he felt the car misfiring a little bit with no power, and it turns out there's a little jockey wheel on the front of the BDG motor at the bottom that had got the cam belt loose, and it skipped the distributor timing by a tooth. So they took the spark plug out of number 1, checked it out, and the car will take no further part in this. But he's pretty thankful that didn't destroy the BDG motor, because those things are like rocking horse teeth. And also you need a small fortune to replace them. Let's just have a quick little walk further down here. Rui's in the top 10. The Lola is not. Robbie Walker's in the top 10. He's getting ready to go in the car. And before he gets in the car, we'll have a quick chat with him. Robbie, they're going to start charging you for all the blooming airtime that you get. You ready for this thing now?
Yeah, looking forward to it. I think we could scratch a couple tenths out of it, so maybe we can dip into the 47s, but let's see. Cool down a little bit, it'll be better.
47 with 90-something horsepower is quite impressive. It's total wringing its neck.
Yeah, there's not too much left on the table, but let's see what we can do.
Tomorrow. you drive the Jordan Formula One car up there, 192. What sort of time of day are you going to do it?
It'll be midday during the lunch break. I think we'll do 2 runs to start the lunch break and to end it off. So.
Oh, lovely stuff. I can't wait for that, Robbie. And good luck with this run, and then we'll start focusing about tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. He's running the pull beam in the King of the Hill. And that pull beam, it's got an infinity motor in it, revs to stupid amount of revs, like about 15,000. They've redone the wing. They put a massive exhaust on it. It's louder than it was last year. And last year my ears got sore. It's going to maybe so much fun because it gets you in the chest and you get all the feels in the world. It's absolutely wonderful. Color scheme looks good. New wing. Going to be faster. We've got number 69, our Brumus Racing Porsche, going out for the start, and I'm hoping that the sound will get us. Excuse me, guys, can we have a quick little word? Craig, you ready for this?
I'm 100% ready. Let's go.
And focused with Brumos, you've got to make them proud. The whole of America's watching.
Well, you know, pressure. But we'll do it.
You're either giving pressure or receiving it.
No, I'm definitely giving.
Good man, good luck. Brumos Racing in IROC, legendary colours. And I think that this is where the first bit of undercoat colour that became so famous with racing cars started. I may be wrong, but I've never decided that I should never ever let the facts destroy a really good story. The hot story, the hot news, apart from the fact that the dust is killing my sinuses, is our golden orb that sits high in the sky. It's got as high as 34 and a bit today. It feels like 47 and a lot. There's a warm wind, but that wind has died down. And I'm hoping that the cool of the evening starts coming in so that we can reach a semblance of comfort. Mr. Starter Man, what do the youths have spent today starting people?
Just say again?
You've spent today starting people.
Yes.
What do you look for when you start and when you're ready to let them go?
So there's so many things to take into consideration. It's actually difficult to explain just in a very short space. But the big thing is you got to keep in mind TV. You got to keep in mind which car is faster, which car is slower. Give them enough gap. So there's specific times when I'm told to try and speed up the process, when I must slow it down, if we're ahead of schedule, behind schedule. So there's so many things. When you got to listen when a car's pulling away. Is he pulling away cleanly? Is he pulling away and there's a little bit of a misfire? You got to slow down. You got to watch for certain points, which parts he passes before you can let the next car go. A lot of information from the guys are surrounding, so you're waiting for a lot of information all the time from them, and you got to watch them, and they got to watch you.
I thought it was just standing around in the sun waving a flag.
That's what most people think.
Well, you better go because your first customer's arriving.
Okay,
thanks
guys.
a lot, and well done. We'll see you tomorrow. Our first, Jeff Goddard, who is the sporting director of the event. Jeffrey, we have a very, very quick word. He's not going to have a quick word, but we'll let Porsche's finest, Flat 6, do the talking as Craig Wessels takes us off to the start of the classic car Conqueror on Friday. Listen to the Porsche talk.
So the archive Porsche lines up as our number 10 competitor in the top 10. Who goes slightly higher, trying to beat Josh Logan, maybe Anthony Ricks.
Here we go. It is the top 10 shootout for the Classic Conqueror on Classic Car Friday. First up, car number 8. It is Craig Wessels in the Porsche, the IROC colours. And these are the top 10 qualifying times from all of the categories. So anything can happen here. Chiro?
Yeah, this is really the business end of the competition now. The top 10 from across the competition. Their previous times do not matter anymore. Your times are now zeroed once you've made it into the top 10. And this is the time. This is a little bit of oversteer on the exit of turn 3. This is the time that counts
Rodrigo, do you think the drivers are calmer or more stressed right now?
Both. They have to try to keep it calm, but in the end, they are fighting for the glory of the final position. So that bit will stress them out. But you need that bit of stress to push you even further.
Yeah, that's for sure. 51.179. That is for Craig Vessels. Just going to see basically exactly the same time as he did in his last run. Did a 51.1 as well.
It's like the next competitor is not out yet. It's if you're not familiar with the Simola pits, it's actually you're parking in tandem. So sometimes you've got to, as you just saw there, Franco Scarante's team getting the chevron out of the way to let the car behind through. Car number 4 of
Josh Dovey. Yeah. Yeah, there are 4 cars per pit. So you've got one behind the other. Here we go. Let's see what Josh can do. His fastest time this weekend has been a 49.3. He's lost it. Oh, unlucky. That's the end of Josh Dovey's run. I don't think the impact was too bad, but yeah, sneaky little corner there.
Yeah.
Coming a little bit too hot. Get that oversteer. Pushes out the back. Hopefully he's all okay.
No, I think by the time he did hit the tires, he'd scrubbed off quite a lot of speed, so it wouldn't have been a huge impact, as you say, but never nice to see a car go off. It really isn't. Difficult moment there, but he's out of the car. There we go. He's in good health.
That's the most important thing. There we go. Josh Dovey. Unfortunately, no glory for him today. I'm expecting that we're going to have to get a flatbed to come and remove that car.
That's exactly where Jennifer Abbott lost it as well,
Yeah.
coming through that S. Here's the replay.
Yeah, just gets a little bit of oversteer. Maybe went in a little bit hot. Try to correct it, turning in.
I think he was off his racing line there.
Yeah, he was too wide.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah. There we go.
Probably want
Lost
to
the
be a
back.
little bit closer to the apex. But that is motorsport. It is, at the end of the day,
You're doing very well going that way. Yeah.
Very high speed, high risk activity. These things do happen, but every safety measure in place to keep the competitors safe.
Yeah, Rodrigo, as Chiro said as well, I mean, never ever pleasant to see any car have some kind of an incident.
Never. I was observing quite closely now the spin. Let's not call it a crash, but I was wondering if the undulation on that bit of the track helps to cause this, because he went a little wide, and then the car pretty much snaps on itself, which, given it is an old chassis of a Formula, would indicate that that rigid suspension at the back may have taken may have helped just turning the car on the wrong direction.
Yeah, it could have well been. You know, they might have made some adjustment in the pits, try to tighten up the suspension. That could have been the cause. I'm sure we'll find out from him. The main thing is he's okay.
So a pause in proceedings as the debris is swept off of the track, although that is the outside of that corner, so the marbles shouldn't cause any competitors too many issues. If if you're there if you're on that part of the tarmac at that point in the corner, you're probably somewhere where you shouldn't be in the first place. But the marshals will of course clean that up as best they can. The flatbed will tow the car. And this is when scrutineering counts. You got to make sure your car has a tow point. So for unfortunate instance like this, they can clear the track and we can carry on with the competition.
Okay, so while we are waiting for this car to be removed, Josh Dovey, if you're just joining, has had an off in the final of the Classic Conqueror. Why will they replace or remove the car? And of course also just check if there's any debris on the track. We've got some sights and sounds of the magnificent Knysna and the Simola hill climb. So there we go, some of the sights and sounds of Simola Hill Climb 2024, the 14th edition, and we're getting to, well, we are already within the ending of Classic Conqueror Friday, Classic Car Friday. More elements of attrition than we have had in the past, Chiro.
Yeah, some of the particularly older cars struggled today. I personally suspect it was the heat, to be honest. We hit 34 degrees out there. We had a track temperature of over 40. Really challenging conditions actually for everyone. especially Colin Hasty out there doing great work for us.
Yeah, I tell you, he's going to deserve a cold beverage. We got Rodrigo de Oliveira, who's with us from Hill Climb Monsters. We've got the Lola out there. It is the top 10 shootout classic Conqueror. It's been a fascinating day so far, but I tell you, in the next 5 minutes, Rodrigo, that's when it's all going to count.
Yes, everything leads up to this moment, and we were waiting with bated breath for this, and now we have a Lola on track. The sights and sounds are here just to marvel everyone, both in loco and on the stream.
Beautiful classic powers. Magic time. Anthony Ricks goes a 50.5. James Temple, we heard from him a little bit earlier. He's a man who he's just going to let us all hang out, Chiro. He's not going to take prisoners. He's won his class. And, you know, if you can find a couple of tenths, you could well squeeze into, hopefully, well, maybe a third. You never know.
Just so lovely to see a car like this being driven in competition.
Swirling all over the place. Just listen to this.
That's a big displacement engine, that, and lots of torque going down through the rear wheels. Really brave to drive cars like these up the hill. They really can experience snap oversteer, even on really sticky tires. A little bit wide through 3 there, maybe.
I think he backed off. I mean, listen, they're hairy enough to try and drive around a circuit.
Yeah.
And there you've got barriers and everything. Yeah, you've got to be super brave. Let's see what James Temple can finish on his way up the hill.
Good lines through the S's though. One last corner.
Whoa! Jeez. That is insane.
That looked like a barely controlled incident, to be honest.
47.9.
Hanging on there.
Actually, at exactly the same time as he did in his class-winning run. Here we go. 1 litre engine, 370 kilograms, and Robert Wolf behind the steering.
This particular part of the circuit, it's almost difficult to see on camera, but it is so steep. You climb crazy gradient there.
Oh, I think he's hit a couple of policemen, unfortunately.
I don't know if there's any standing at that particular point. Might get away with it. Definitely picked up some dirt though.
He's really just flying.
No, there's no track left there.
48.2 for Robbie Walk. We'll have to see whether or not he hit it.
It's probably there's Rui.
Rui Campos about to engage. Here we go.
Oh, terrible start. Terrible start from Rui Campos. He's going to have to make it up. 6 out of 6 he's won his class at Simola Hill Climb. Oh, it wasn't his best start.
No, he won't be happy with that, but just got to focus for the rest of the course now. Just shows you how cruel hill climbing can be. One mistake.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Yeah.
Especially on a short run of 1.8 kilometers.
Yeah.
For Rui Campos. Robbie Walk definitely didn't touch anything. His time is still standing. So 46.7 for Rui Campos.
So that's 6 out of the 10 runners now.
That is half a second faster than he's been the whole weekend. That's very impressive.
Even with the bad start.
Yeah. Well, Franco Scribante did it the same, Rodrigo, so maybe that's the key to this. Have a bad start and then push 12 tenths.
Mentally, maybe there's something there to explore. They miss the start and they go, okay, that's it. Right now, it's flat out, no looking back.
Yeah.
Maybe it works.
100%. Charles Arton, his best time has been a 44.5. Wow, it's a full second.
Found a second right there. That's impressive.
So here it comes down, our top three, Andre Bezuidenhout out on the circuit.
Great start.
This man loves the pressure. He really does.
One day when I'm big, I'll be like this.
Man, that is just about perfect.
Oh, this is a good run so far. With these extremely flat cars.
No, something's gone. Something's gone. The car's gone. It's gone. Oh, he was going. It has not been a good week for Andre Bezuidenhout.
Oh dear.
Oh, that's a pity. Huge pity for Andre Bezuidenhout.
The 2024 Burnout cars.
Yeah.
Charles Arton.
Better start, much better start. Oh, he just sort of has to cruise, let's be honest.
Yeah, no, he's the class final was definitely hotter competition for him. It looked like some sort of mechanical failure for Bezuidenhout's shape. He's had a really tough week.
He's had a tough week, but I don't think Franco would have known. I don't think
that's true.
That somebody would have told him. So I think he still knows he's got to do it.
That's true.
Yeah.
I don't think he would have known the time actually.
Charles Arton at the moment in second place. Rui Campos could be on the podium on Classic Conqueror Friday. Well, he will be on the podium. Without a doubt. Whoa, that is insane.
Yeah,
whoa.
41.9.
41.9. Yeah, just 2/10 slower than he did in his class final, but that's all he had to do. Another outstanding performance from Franco Scribante in the Chevron B19. Immaculately repaired. Rodrigo, when you come to South Africa, I cannot wait for you to see some of the cars, most of them, but yeah, most of the cars, just to see the amount of preparation, the amount of passion that everyone puts into their vehicles. Something very, very special.
I'm way ahead of you. I already have a full list. There's something like 25 to 30 names. I left to visit each workshop. I will have to talk with everyone, possibly make a feature video for a number of them.
Yes.
I have everything prepared.
Ah, wonderful, wonderful. I'm just seeing that that's Kobus, the chief mechanic for Franco Scribante Racing. They must be delighted. They've had some issues over the years with the Chevron, but Chiro, Franco driving well. You know, he knew what he had done wrong in the class final, and he corrected it. Strangely enough, he actually went a little bit slow, but in a way, I think he knew he didn't have to push too hard.
It did look a little bit of a calmer run, his winning run, actually. Maybe slightly more under control is maybe a better way of putting it. Although she's across the line, four-wheel drifting, which is a moment in and of itself. But I mean, these guys know what they're doing. They really are the best in the country, that's for sure, if not some of the best drivers in the world. And so great to see this machinery, these drivers, the mechanics. It's a really huge effort to put on Classic Car Friday. And now they've got 2 hours to clear the pits and get the cars in for tomorrow morning. So it's a huge effort, this.
I tell you, King of the Hill is going to be starting tomorrow. Wow, we have got standard production, road-going saloons and supercars. We've got modified saloon cars, single-seater sports cars and sports prototypes tomorrow. including the hydrogen-powered BMW that's going to be here on display. I don't know if it's racing or if it's just going to go up, but we've got that. We've got the Sasol Jordan Formula One car, which will be driven by Robbie Walk during the lunch break just for display purposes. The unfortunate news, if you haven't heard, is Andre Bezuidenhout's Gould McLaren will not be here tomorrow. Unfortunately, had a catastrophic cam belt failure while it was testing earlier in the week, and they have not been able to repair it. But it opens it up completely for the King of the Hill tomorrow. Everyone, of course, anticipating one of the big duels, Franco Scribante versus Richard Roots, which I think will be quite amazing. And then the Des Goodites, some of your favorites, Rodrigo, the Goodzite brothers with their crazy, and Van Zoomerens with their crazy, the Van Zoomerens with their crazy cars.
Yes, and I think the fight for victory will extend from Richard and Franco. I think you'll have to throw the Drew Bears in the mix, maybe even Peter, but things will be quite tighter than we expect. There was a lot of preparation in the background from a number of teams. There will be some other surprises tomorrow. I have been speaking with some guys who are there shooting for me, and they have been warning me about some stuff that on the entry list we might have overlooked, but people are coming way prepared for tomorrow.
That's very, very true.
Yeah, Silvio Scribante debuting a new car tomorrow, an Audi RS3. It'll be unveiled for the first time here at Simola.
I have some mystery with that car.
Well, we look forward to hearing all of your mystery tomorrow. Let's not spoil it. Just so that everybody knows, 34.1 seconds is what Andre Bezuidenhout managed to clock going up the hill in his Gould last year. I don't think we're going to see that time because the Gould is not yet. It's an average speed of 200 kilometers an hour. It's extraordinary.
No, when your first data point is 0, to get to an average of 200 is something else. I think the closest anyone got to Franco last year was, to Andre last year was Franco.
Yeah.
I think he was 38.
37 or 38, somewhere.
Yeah.
But it's still 3 seconds. It's incredible.
Yeah. I mean, the Gould, to Andre's credit, the Gould is a phenomenal car, and it is purpose-built for this. But, he's been so consistent. In motorsport, to be that consistent 6 years in a row, I mean, that really takes something, dedication, and, also having the right team around you, of course. Sure. But, good teams are built as well. And definitely all credit to Andre. And I'm sure after his what looked like a mechanical issue there in his Lola, this is a tough week for him.
Yeah.
But his son doing pretty well.
Which is wonderful.
Yeah, Andre?
Yeah, wonderful. Cars coming down. We will have Colin giving us some feedback from all of the drivers. Rodrigo, last year we had Petter Solberg here, and he just set this place alight by setting an unbelievable time in his first run, first qualifying. They saw the kind of preparation that was there. I think it was quite a catalyst for everyone to sit and say, no, come on, you know what, we can even go faster, we can do better. And I think that's some of the mystery that you will share with us tomorrow.
For sure. The thing about Petter last year, we were seeing a proper WRC driver that is used to grab the helmet and be as fast as possible straight away. And with that, we also saw a proper WRX car, an X-Works car, probably the best rallycross car ever built. And even with not a proper suspension for the event, neither the gearbox ratio needed, it was still very fast. Unfortunately, we are not seeing him this year with a car tuned for Simola, but maybe we will in the future. In the meanwhile, I think what will be surprising for everyone is that for the first time in many years, we are seeing the culmination of many of the projects racing in ideal conditions and with ideal preparation and plenty of mileage under their wheels in a way that both drivers and machines really will be able to fulfill all their potential.
Rodrigo, we look forward to more of the insights tomorrow. We've got Colin right with the Rui Campos, who, never mind winning his class, has also managed to get onto the podium for Classic Conqueror. Congratulations, Rui.
Rui, we spoke before the run. You won your class and you were hoping for a podium. You got it, third place. Well done.
Done, talk. Are you serious?
I'm dead serious.
Wow, that's amazing.
You messed up the start, but you got the rest right.
Oh, boy. That's amazing. Okay, that's good news.
That's very good news. And thanks for the lovely sound on the car. You didn't know?
No, I didn't know.
No, you do.
We don't have. Is it?
Yeah.
Well, what a surprise. What a surprise. Thank you.
Go, you old man. Thanks for stopping for us. I love it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so there's another driver we're waiting for. Franco Scribanti's coming in. But we've got Charles Artin. Charles, you've got to be absolutely ecstatic.
Oh, I'm blown away. I'm amazed. I'm so happy. I mean, gosh, lucky. Lucky, I think, is the answer, is what I am. But yeah, for the first time, a reasonable run today of this last run. Didn't screw anything up too badly. And I'm just happy to be in second place. I mean, gosh, I'm very surprised and very happy.
It always shows you that you've got to be in the fight to have a fight.
You just got to, it's that last run. You can't mess it up, huh?
Yeah, well done. Congrats.
No, lots of hard work. Thanks to Nick.
Well done, Nick. But now, before we go to speak to Franco, who's on his way down, I want to just have a quick word. Mr. Disappointment today, Advocate Spizadenote, and I'm sure he won't mind too much if we ask him, Advocate, can we approach, please? That must have been a bit of a tough run.
Yeah, the car got stuck in third gear. So going from coming under the bridge, I think I was on the pace, going from third to fourth, just got stuck in third. So I tried to get it out, but it's over.
Motor racing can be so cruel.
Twice in one weekend. But that's reality. It's been going fantastic for me for 6 years. So celebrate with everybody that's winning. Motorsport is tough. It's fantastic to be here, and let's see.
You'll be back.
I'll be back next
I know
week.
you'll be back. Thank you for always making time for us, and keep smiling.
Thanks for your work. Thanks for everybody.
Thank you, Andre. Cheers. Right, walk with me, because we're going to the winner of the Jody Trophy, the Classic Conqueror. He came, he saw, and he conquered. So we've got to do a brief little walk. Patrick, my cameraman, has been absolutely like an elephant today. Properly, well, no, I'm meaning strong and invincible, and he's got this rig on his back, and there are other things, but we won't go there. So let's find our champion. Our Classic Conqueror is with his team. What a beautiful Chevron B19 with Ford's finest BDG in it. Absolutely unbelievable. Franco, congratulations.
Thank you, Colin.
That was a good run.
It was a good run. I expected a little bit better, actually, because it was such a great start. It was the greatest start of the weekend. So somewhere I lost a little bit, but it was clean. So I was quite positive that I was in with a good shot.
Good to have that Classic Conqueror crown back.
Absolutely, and it's gotten more competitive with these single-seaters, so it's a nice start for us.
Absolutely magnificent. Now you've got to switch roles, switch mind, and go into the beast, the Sheriff. All 10,000 horsepowers of it, and four-wheel drives, and wings and arrows and stuff. Exciting.
Yeah, it's scary, but it'll be a nice change. Yeah.
Your team, where they over here, are absolutely ecstatic.
Yeah, look, I mean, these guys are special. Yeah.
Some of them are very special.
They're all very special. Just, I'd like to say thank you to each one of them. They know who they are, and to the outside help that we had from Fred and Anthony Taylor as well. All came together.
It's a team game.
Absolutely.
Congratulations, Classic Conqueror, first crown.
Thank you very much, Colin.
Cheers. Always nice. Andre, that was going to be the fight, always. Andre and Franco. Gracious as always in defeat. Andre comes over to congratulate him. That's all I've got from the pit lane for today. It's been an absolute blast. Thank goodness there's a little bit of sun. Here comes a replay of the winning run. Almost. The team are sitting down here. They properly emotional. Let me just talk to Eddie. Eddie, you look after this car. This is you the number one on this car.
Yeah.
It's an emotional time, eh?
It is emotional after the rough time that we had. We're happy here we came today. Very, very happy.
And it shows, all the troubles you had in the build-up to this. If you keep your head down, work hard, and do good things come.
We worked nights and days, and we got it, yeah.
Eddie, that's my favorite car.
I do know that, Uncle Colin.
Eddie, thank you for looking after it so nicely and polishing it. I don't know what you guys put on it, but it's beautiful.
Well, we got a chippy now, so that there is his problem now. No more mine.
Awesome, Eddie. Thank you very much. And thanks for always being so friendly and open to us. Congratulations. Marco.
Hi there, Colin.
Sitting quietly here alone, contemplating all the changes, the fiddling you played on the data and looking at things. How does it feel?
Today was an easy day in comparison to what's coming.
Yeah, this is the quiet before the storm.
100%. And we needed this win. Franco really needed this win so they can be prepared for tomorrow psychologically.
It lifts the whole team, doesn't it?
No doubt. With the amount of hours and also the effort that Franco puts into the driving and his commitment, it obviously pays off at the end.
Awesome. Thanks for always talking to us. Be well.
Fantastic, Colin. Cheers.
Cheers. Marco, engineer. So, this replay, just look, it's the bits I saw. It was absolutely inch perfect. It was absolutely beautiful. And I just got to say, Chippy, who's sitting down here, Chippy, thank you for looking after the paintwork and making my favorite looking car so lacquer.
Not a problem. Cars can't only be fast, they must look good as well.
Chippy looks after all the paintwork on the car. So, it's been a hot day in the sun in the pit lane on Classic Car Friday. This is my happy place, my playground. The camaraderie, the cars, the noises, the sounds, the smells. I've had a wonderful day, and thank you very much for sharing with me. And let's go back to the boys in the box for a sum up of the day.
I tell you, I cannot emphasize how hot it is out there and what an outstanding and sterling job Patrick, the cameraman, and Colin have done. It is scorching out there, and we're very lucky inside here that we actually have an aircon. But as soon as we go out, Chiro, we're back in here.
No, I mean, the heat hits you. When you land in Dubai, and it's just like that wall of heat hits you as you open the door. No, a huge credit to Colin and Patrick today. They really put in some tough hours out there to bring us the coverage from the pit lane. We thank you very, very much. We really do. And always great to hear from the drivers themselves, which Colin does so well.
Yeah, wonderful. And tomorrow, Colin, don't worry, it's only 35. No, it drops a little bit.
Drops tomorrow.
Rodrigo, a fabulous day. Unfortunately, a couple of cars that let us down, so we had a shortened program. But at the end, very interesting, Franco Scribante getting one over Andre Bezuidenhout. He knows Andre Bezuidenhout's not there. However, he knows that he's got Reggie Roots, and of course he's got Robbie Walk and a whole bunch of others around there as well. Craig Zank. Ooh, it's going to be a tremendous King of the Hill fight starting tomorrow.
Possibly the best one yet. I think all the ingredients are there for a tremendous weekend. We will see many of these machines that have been years on the making really, really fulfilling their potential. We will see times falling for sure. Fingers crossed the conditions will stay as good as they were today. Possibly be a bit cooler. You guys were talking about a wall of heat. Well, no, not so much is needed. But yes, I think this year it will be surprising, and it will mark another step in how South African hill climbing is recognized worldwide.
Wonderful. Rodrigo, you have yourself a great evening. Going to have a couple of 1920 brandy with some, I don't know, what should they have tonight? Some more prawns, something like that.
Is a Catemba a Portuguese drink?
No, that's a South African drink.
Is that South African?
Yes, it's a
Did we
African
invent
drink.
that? Yeah.
Yeah, we did that, yeah. But a 1920, there we go, with a nice espresso.
If you guys want a Portuguese drink equivalent, either you want ginger or you want licor beirão.
Licor beirão. There we go. Okay, we will chat to you tomorrow, Rodrigo. Thank you very much for your time, your insights. Tomorrow, man, you're going to be doing a lot of talking, just by the way.
Tomorrow and Sunday are my days.
Yeah, that's for sure. Brilliant. Of course, and listen, go and check out Heel Climb Monsters as well. Chiro, it's been a fascinating day. A couple of upsets along the way. People like Rui Campos, Charles Arton, delighted, and desperate disappointment for people like Andre Bezuidenhout the whole week.
Yeah, today we saw the joy and the pain of classic motoring. We saw the joy and the pain of motorsport itself as well. And the two coming together here on Classic Car Friday. I do feel for the Bezuidenhouts and the team there. At least Yandre had a good day as well. But, I mean, that's what you do here. You put it all on the line. You know, it's man and machine, or woman and machine, of course, as well. And I just think it's an absolute privilege and honor to see these cars in action, driven like this in competition. So a huge thank you from us to all the mechanics, everyone who puts in the work to keep these cars on the road and entertain us on Classic Car Friday.
Yeah, and of course also to the owners who actually keep these cars. I mean, it is something very, very special. Tomorrow, it is just sheer brute horsepower, guts, and focus. It's going to start tomorrow. It is going to be exceptional. Don't miss it. If you're not in the Neisner area and you can't get down here physically, please make sure you join us on raceday.tv, on our YouTube channel, Heel Climb Monsters. It is going to be fabulous. And to our whole technical team, and believe you me, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes here to try and make sure that everything's up and running. We hope you've enjoyed today. Tomorrow and Sunday are going to be off the charts. So from Chiro and myself and the whole team, thank you very much for your time. We will see you bright and early tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock. From all of us, take care. Ciao, ciao.
Nice one.
Next up, Canisile Mojale.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Everybody turn to page 6.
Kanye, we love it. You guys are ahead. Congratulations.
I am a champion. If you give me a room, I'll shake it. Keep moving on, keep moving. Keep moving on, keep moving. I am bold.